Yo, I lost my voice from yelling at that stupid sports ball game yesterday. I was in Union Station. The Denver Broncos are in the playoffs, so they had a bunch of people in there watching the game. It was very loud in there, so I was just screaming sports ball at the top of my lungs, and I lost my voice. When I walked out of there, 4 squads were looking for trouble, looking for action. Paul thought I was being paranoid, but I think they swarmed outside. They didn't like me screaming sports ball at the top of my lungs. Some little kid, though, liked it. This little 12-year-old kid was laughing his ass off while his dad looked annoyed. Sports ball! People are cheering, like, no matter what happened on the play, I would just yell, sports ball! Fuck, I lost my voice. Wonder if I should rest it to help it get back. But we got a winter wonderland out here. I figured I'd go live and fucking ramble bamble. Because I guess one thing you do with these live streams is delete it right after if you hate it. But just start my day off. I got the TaskRabbit app on. I was thinking I could get some snow shoveling jobs, but I don't know what's going on with that TaskRabbit app. And I might have too much shit with me to lug around right now. Do this live stream. What's up, Danzel Medic? Thanks for being here. Winter Wonderland. Man, that's crazy. You can relate to that guy in Minneapolis. He was a veteran nurse, right? That's kind of like you, Damsel Medic. You're a veteran. You were a veteran. What was your status? Nurse, doctor, medic? I'm not exactly sure what the difference. They say nurses are basically doctors now. They got, what's this new status they got for nurses? It's called like some sort of doctor's assistant nurse where they could like basically do what doctors do. That's crazy. What a crazy time to be alive. But it's good for the people that need to wake up, right? It's good for the people at those protests. Because let's be honest. The dude that got killed and the 2 women that he was trying to protect, they're most likely vaccinated, right? Dude works at a VA hospital. How many vaccines did he administer? How many vaccines did he take himself? Right or wrong? That's probably the truth of the situation. A lot of these people at these protests are probably vaccinated to the gills. So it's kind of interesting times. USA, that's right. Yeah, veteran medic and then physician assistant. Shit's crazy, bro. They're going after the guns, I guess. Because just having a gun makes you a domestic terrorist looking to cause mass destruction. Then I saw a video when they smoked the medic. His name's Pretty or something. Pretti. When they shot and killed him, the ICE agent was immediately clapping, like, good job. It's like, man, they're instigating. They just want one of those ICE agents to get killed so they could take the guns, right? Damn, I got too much shit with me. I might have to abandon this stream and try again later. I was thinking I could manage this with this bullshit I'm lugging around, but I may be mistaken. Might be able to finagle something. Let me see if I could finagle something here to make this a little more manageable. Bug. Walking in a winter wonderland. So what I need to do right now is transfer a little of this weight to my backpack, carrying around a bunch of shit. USA. That's right. Man, this dude huge. This dude, huge. He's a guy, he says he lives in Oklahoma and he might have some work for me. So I said, yeah, huge. What's up with that work you got in Oklahoma? He's like, send me your email. So I shoot him my email and he emails me. And the first thing he says is, I don't even know. I should read it to you guys. I forgot exactly what it said, but it's like, he's like, it was, I paraphrase, something along the lines of, yo, what do you got to say, man? You know, what the fuck? He said his life is short. He goes, I ain't got time for pen pals. Like the very first fucking email to me. And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck? Did I miss an email? Like, what the fuck is he on about? And so I email him back. I'm like, dude, what you mean? You said you got work. You asked for my email. It's like, life is work. We change people's lives metaphysically and physically, mostly physically, through blah, blah, blah construction, through fixing their fucking cars and hedges. And so I just ain't gonna respond to that, dude. But huge, if you're around, explain yourself. Just another wild and crazy person here online. So many crazy goddamn people. Fucking mental health, god damn it. Huge is a fucking maniac. I'm like, is this even a real person? Is this dude just trying to fuck with me? What is this dude's deal? Just put a snowball in a bowl for 30 minutes. And something. The goddamn dollar sign's blocking the word. And the shit hasn't melted at all. I'm gonna see. Yeah. I mean, it was nasty as fuck here yesterday, but today, like, we're getting out of the Arctic. It's gonna be sunny. You know, it'll be like in the 20s tonight. But this afternoon, it's going to be like sunny and getting into like the 30, 40s. So that's going to feel way better. Yesterday was like snowstorm, just nasty ass fucking weather. Let's see here what I got going on. So where did I put those gloves? Just make sure I got all my supplies. There's another set of gloves here. I put them in here. Fuck's the other one? God dang. Okay, I got him. All right. This stream is off to a fucking blazing start. Goddamn bags I'm lugging around. Fucking bag man. What do they call it? Bag lady? Let's see if this is more manageable to walk around now. Because I kind of wanted to go live because I liked all this snow, the little snow, the winter wonderland action. Just kind of wanted to let you guys get a glimpse of some of this. Figured I could go past the church or two, show some winter wonderland, see if I could bamble about something. That was nice when pretty decent stream yesterday, just in terms of I was chopping it up with Machine Lies, Truther Cop. It's a little church here. Looks like they got stucco. It's probably some nice brick under there they're covering up. Some stucco. Probably an old church. Or if they got a date. 1898. Nice. Nice and old. Holy Transfiguration of Christ. They got some real nice brick under that stucco that they're hiding. They like to hide the brick under the stucco. 1898. Damn. Let's see. Time for everyone to see clearly. I had to seek forgiveness for all the vax I participated in and promoted my terminal illness. I figured out that I was indoctrinated and not healing anything. Yeah, damsel, that's like you're an example of what, you know, most people, because the vast majority of the people went down the route you did. You know what I mean? Vast majority of people, as far as I like, took the vax in the world, you know? But if they want to like realize they made a mistake and repent and try to figure it out and fix it, and that's the way to go, you know what I mean? But it just seems like, I don't know. It's like with all the nonsense going on in the world, like they'll still latch onto that. Is like, well, don't trust the government because they'll straight up murder us, but like literally with guns in the street. But when it comes to stuff they inject in us, I trust it 100% with my life and my children's lives. You know what I mean? It's like, but see, incidents like this in Minneapolis are going to potentially shake that up a little bit, right? Like they're going to start to question, do they trust the science? Do they trust government like that? You know what I mean? But the cognitive dissonance, because you could see them. Yeah. My own illness is what it took to wake me up to what I was participating in, the medical field, try to make it right with what I do now. Took suffering by my own hand to finally wake the fuck up. Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. Like we got our own journeys, you know, our own souls. We got our own lessons to learn. And, you know, we ask ourselves, why do we incarnate at this time when it's so crazy, so diabolical? But it's also like, could be a precious time because, like, sometimes I think of it like, what if you were the son or daughter of a king, right? And you grew up in a palace and, you know, maybe in other incarnations, you were in more of a golden era, silver, bronze, you know, things were just better. You know, you grew up in that palace with the king and maybe you never even venture out into the world so much. You're just around the palace. You constantly got your security. So your view of the world is kind of skewed, but then maybe one day you just decide to just really look at the world, go to all parts of the city and maybe not bring all your security in. That's what I feel like, because then that prince is going to learn, right? They're going to learn a little bit better. Like they don't know until you experience things, right? So it's like, how do you know how diabolical it could be? How do you know what you have to watch out for until you experience? Because it's situations like this that should make a community very watchful to say, we can't let this happen ever again. So let's be very diligent, very watchful, because things are cyclical. Things go good. You let your defenses down. You know, people can be very gullible and trusting. I'm not saying that's damsel Mac. I'm just saying, like in general, over time, like when things are good, and then that's what the Aura Linda book sort of breaks down, is like they had it going on at one point. You know, it was like a community living, and I don't know what everyone thinks about that, but it was, you know, people call it socialism, where they had like a community type garden or community type storage of goods and stuff, and it was all community based. And the way I understand it, like if they sold goods at the market, they would break it down, and like 50% of it would go to the poor and infirm, you know, the poor and the sick. And it was all like a shared thing. You'd be like, oh, that's communism, that's socialism. But I don't know. It seemed, you know, depending on what exact age they're in when this is going on, were they in like a silver age, a iron age, you know, like what? But my point is that, like, at some point in that book, like, you know, they're telling stories when things were good, like they had their society going. They had the reputation of being the best. You know, these other people would look to them because they were the best fighters. They were the best builders. They were just the best. And these Frisian people, basically, like, you think of them like German people, Norway, Dutch, which I'm not saying is the case now. I'm not saying that German people are so awesome. It's been diluted. It's been decrepit. It's been defiled. You know, the Germans were probably great at one point, but there's that fall. Things fall apart. You know, it has to do with this cycle of time. It's just how it works. things go bad. Just like this winter, right? Same as the seasons. It was a nasty out yesterday, man. Crazy winter storm. And so it's interesting when you see they had it going on at one point. Like all these other nations would look to them for advice, would look to buy their iron weapons, would look to buy their paper. I think paper was their main industry. They sold paper, they would, for the whole world, basically, they would supply paper. And then at some point, someone else started making paper. Maybe they had maybe the paper wasn't as good quality, and that's what became the more popular thing that other people bought. And you just slowly see the degradation of their leaders. The leaders go from very honorable, very wise people to start, doing treacherous things, to start being dishonest. And it's just that wheel of time rolling where things fall apart. The bad times are coming. That's what they had, this story of this old woman in the town. She'd always be talking about the bad times are coming, or she would talk about the bad times that had happened, People are like, oh, that crazy lady, And then this boy, he kept hearing from this lady, like, the bad times. And he's like, so he got bold one day and he went up to her and he's like, hey, can you teach me about the bad times? And she like stroked his cheek and she was smiling, and she took him to like the Citadel where you can learn about shit like that. And the guy in the Citadel's like, do you know how to read and write? And the kid's like, nah. So he's like, all right, you got to read and write first before I teach you about our history. So the kid, I don't know how long it took him. It took him a while to learn to read and write, but once he did, then he got to learn about the history of the people in the bad times and the treachery. Like they say, it's basically like Roman type people, these Finda people, probably Jewish type people, these different things, Italians, these priests, these magi, they call them. They started infiltrating the Frisian society. And what's up, Jack? And they started corrupting the leaders. They told one of the leaders, hey, you come join us, we'll make you a king and we'll spread your name around. And normally a Frisian leader would be like, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm all about my people and freedom. But then some of the leaders, they just started getting corrupted. They started using their ego to be like, yeah, I want to be king. I want to have my name spread around. And so anyways, all this treachery started happening, right? And there's a story of like an old woman who was like calling out the treachery, She's like telling the people, like calling out, speaking the truth. And then they said they found that lady like dead in a ditch. And then one of this boy, well, maybe not that boy, but in one of the stories, like, so that lady, that lady, just a good old lady who was speaking the truth, saying what's happened. Oh, we got these corrupt kings coming in here trying to mess with our society, trying to slave us up, similar to what's going on now, just speaking the truth. And then they kill her, put her in a ditch. And then one guy's like, he tries to like, nah, he found out who did it. And he avenged her death, And then the next day they found that dude, like, they found him dead or something, you know what I mean? Like just mad treachery, just sort of like what's going on now, just like murdering motherfuckers in the streets blatantly. You're like, we don't give a fuck. What you gonna do about it? Like exactly what happened a couple days ago, just straight up treachery. Like they would murder an old woman who's speaking the truth, just like they would murder this guy who was trying to protect the women from the pepper spray, had his hands in the air, never unholstered his weapon, never brandished it, never pointed at anyone. They smoked his ass, clapped. Next day, Department of Homeland Security says that was a great job. He was a mad, insane terrorist looking to cause mass destruction at the protest. And he violently resisted the The ICE agents who came up to them. He wasn't even filming until the ICE agents started coming up. And then the ICE agents started pepper spraying them, pushing them around, completely instigating everything. Completely the aggressors. And yet this dude's the violent, evil, looking for mass destruction. Isn't it completely the other way around? Complete inversion? Is that exactly what ICE was looking to do? Then they got the guy clapping right after. You got to see that angle of the fucking shooting. Right when the guy gets shot in the fucking head, his brains are fucking splattered on the pavement. The ICE agent starts clapping. And we know these type of people, these ICE agents, these fucking schmuck wannabe cops, the type of dudes that couldn't make the police force, so they equip their cars with lights and they ride around and pretend to be cops. You ever see those videos of these schmucks that pretend to be cops and get busted? They couldn't become a cop, so they're like a fake cop. They like look like a cop. Their car looks like a cop car, like an undercover. They got lights on it. Got all these different weapons. And yeah, we know these schmucks. We know these security guard type rent fucking cops that are giving guns and basically giving full immunity to just murder on sight. These guys love it. These guys would do it for free. Fuck the $50K bonus they're offering them and $40K a year or whatever it is. Thugs, yeah. Bone Thugs and Harmony, like gang banging. Like gangbangers you could trust more than these fucking scumbags, Damn, my voice is rough. You'd rather have gangbangers out there, dude. They wouldn't do that. Gangbangers shoot other gangbangers. They have a code not to go after women and children and innocents. Let me check this email I just got. One second. It's fresh, exciting. So exciting too. So Julian Barber, he just sent a donation. He said, thanks. What did he say? Let me double check. He said, thanks and blessings, O'Shea. I appreciate that, Julian. Julian's a very consistent donator, man. I really appreciate that. Let me take another one of these jackets off. Starting to overheat. 1 second. Give me 1 second. I have to disrobe. What are we talking about? Talking about thugs. We're talking about crazy shit. You guys looked at that star app? You got to look at all the planets around them. It's got to be why they're making these crazy moves, dude. It's very strange, anomalous, looking at all those planets grouped around the sun. We got Pluto, Venus, Mars, Mercury, all grouped around the sun right now. It's very interesting. What do you guys think about that? Like, if you were making a mythology story, would you say that's a little powwow? Because they've been together for days, and I don't know how long they're going to stay together. They've been grouped together. It looks like a very powerful, very strange anomaly. I don't know what the astrologers are talking about online about it, how they interpret that. But that's the thing, make your own interpretations about when you look at the stars. Like, has anyone ever zoomed in on a star and see how it just looks like something that you're looking through water, like a light beam through water, but even more crazy, almost like a laser beam, or like the way it changes color. When I look at it, it goes like red, green, white, all these different colors, and it's constantly changing shape, and it looks so strange. Like if you zoom in on a star, I mean, there's videos on, if I had my laptop right now, or other people could even present it on here, but like, it's very, very strange. So we don't know what those things are. But like, what could that mean? What could be the positive and the negative of all those planets grouped around the sun? Did I name all of them? Venus, Mars, Mercury, Pluto, the sun. Yeah, that's 1, 2, yeah. It's crazy looking. Then you got Neptune and Saturn just right next, just conjunct for months now, which is also strange when you see them. Like, what do you guys think of that? To me, it looks like a relationship, like a marriage, like Neptune and Venus. Like, right? If you were writing a mythology story, you'd be like God. Neptune would be some sort of god, and Saturn would be some sort of god or figure, right? And then they would have a relationship, like, oh, Neptune married Saturn, and blah, 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 wherever the fucking story goes. I'm making any sense. What's up, Jack off? What's up, Vancy? You don't know beauty until you see the ugly. You don't know love until you experience hate. You don't know how good you have it until you lose it all. We learn by experience. Yeah, that's exactly what the Orlinda book talks about. Like, because when I was telling you about those stories where they killed that old woman who was like telling the truth, like, you know, like how ratchet can you get? Like an old lady, they killed her and left her in a ditch. And then one of the noblemen from the community, he was like a judge or something. He fucking, you know, that enraged him, and he found the killers and he held them accountable. And then guess what they did to that judge? The same thing they did to the old lady. You know what I mean? And then guess what? And then the people were like, when they tell these stories of what happened to their people in their community and how far they fell from grace, they say, we must be very watchful. That's why they have this thing, watch. Like, it's like this exclamation from Freya. Like, it's like, because what they're saying is, as time goes on, watch, motherfuckers. It's like the way, this is how I interpret it. Like, watch what happens, motherfuckers. Watch how this shit turns back around. Like, watch. Like, it's a very powerful thing. It's like a war cry too. Like watch. I don't exactly know, but like I said, you got to put your own interpretations. You guys tell me what you think. Damn, I'm about to slide and fall on this fucking hill. Fuck. Am I gonna slide on my butt or just, oh damn, I'm gonna get hurt maybe. Damn, I gotta slide on this thing. Hold up. I can get hurt right now. They're like, watch. What it means to me kind of is like, watch what happens. Watch as time continues to go. And we stay vigilant. We see what happened, and we say, we learn from our mistakes. We say, yeah, we fell apart, but we're going to get back together. We're going to learn from our mistakes. We're going to learn. You got to be vigilant. You always got to be vigilant and watching for this shit that's going to creep upon us and destroy our society. And they're saying, watch when we rise again. Watch when we get our vigilance back. Watch, motherfuckers. It's like a war cry. You imagine all these badass Frisians, dude, the baddest soldiers with the baddest weapons, the baddest minds, the best strategic implements, the best boats. And they're coming for your ass screaming, watch, motherfucker, because it's a war cry. It's like a cry of Freya. They say when she goes to her watch star. So there's something about this word watch, right? You guys have probably heard the expression that stars are called watchers, the watchers, right? You got the expression, who's watching the watchers, right? Like they're watching us with all the surveillance. But who's watching the watchers, right? A watch also has something to do with time, right? A wristwatch, a clock. They say sounds like is like. So as I'm watching out and being vigilant, time's also moving. So I'm saying, watch, motherfuckers. Watch what happens to you. And I'm also saying, time, motherfucker, time. Watch. Look at the hands on the clock. Because as we maybe be in an age change, we're back on the ascension. We're saying, watch how each day it gets a little better. Each day we learn from these mistakes. Each day we tell the story of how you fucking murdered that innocent old woman just for telling the truth and left her in a ditch. And then when the noble man avenged her and caught the criminals and put him to justice, you murdered him too. Watch how that steals vigilance back in us. And watch how we rise again to our greatness. Watch as the wheels of time, the Yule, the six-spoked wheel as it rolls along. Watch how we become great again. Watch, motherfucker. So you can look at what happened in Minneapolis as a blessing to wake these people up. But we'll see. Because I see them around town with their signs protesting. Fuck Trump this, fuck Trump that. But you know they're all vaccinated. And you know they weren't looking out for me when I'm sleeping peacefully in my car, causing no loss, injury, or harm. And officers come fucking with me, taking me to jail because I ain't giving an ID. They're clapping, yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, just like that ICE agent clapped, good stuff, good stuff. Get it now, motherfuckers? You see how God works? And he's going to keep doing it until you change. That's the only way you're going to change is through this insane, fucking crazed ass suffering. That was insanely diabolical. I don't care if that guy was vaxxed or not. They murdered that motherfucker and celebrated it afterwards. And instead of doing due process, they came up with a narrative like it's case closed, like all the people in the world didn't see that video. Even in Denmark, because I'm subscribed to all these German, Dutch, Denmark shit on Reddit. Even in the Denmark subreddit, Denmark's got their own public news station. And they say the public news station was showing an edited clip and saying that was a violent protester and basically setting a narrative that they did a good job when they killed him. And some of the people in the Denmark subreddit are pissed off about that. They have to pay a service to get that public programming. They're like, why am I paying for this if they're going to lie to us and do this, spit these mainstream narratives? But you see, that's in Denmark. That's where the great people come from. Look how far they've fallen. We've had that kid from Denmark came on Paul's panel talking about, yeah, it's cool we don't have guns. Yeah, the vaccine's a good thing. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. You see how far they've fallen from grace? But we can still have that chant, watch. Watch, because they will rise again. They will rise again. It's not going to be a new people. It's going to be the same type of people. But the bloodlines and the age change just corrupted these German, Denmark people. They are the best. There's something about that World War II thing. I'm not saying Hitler. I'm saying the German people. You're white supremacists, do this. I'm talking nature, dude. I think there's something about nature. There's something about these people. They're just the best. Just like there's water and ducks right here, which I was fascinated by yesterday. I'll cross this bridge in a second, but there's a bunch of ducks in this water, and it was freezing. It was nasty out. And they were just swimming along in the water, looking for food, dunking their head in it. And it was so fucking cold, and the wind was so brutal, I had to walk backwards yesterday. You ever have wind like that? I remember doing that a lot in Chicago as a kid, like walking to and from school. You'd have to walk backwards because the wind is just blowing in your face. Those were the conditions last night. I'm walking backwards on this bridge, hoping I don't slip and fall over it. And all the ducks are just chilling. Like what fantastic bodies they have to be able to withstand. Like they're in that cold water right now. Look at them. I'm looking at one just swimming around looking for food. Like, God damn. What an amazing body that is to be able to take that cold like that. And I want to mention something real quick. I forgot to mention it yesterday, but how you see polar bears and they're real thin. Like, dude, there's a picture I seen an actual polar bear that's real. That's well fed. Holy good Lord, dude, you would not believe how big a polar bear could be. How fat. I'm talking insanely fat. When they have unlimited food or whatever, like the bears, like a grizzly bear, like how they have unlimited salmon. Try to find Try to find a picture of an actual polar bear that is well fed, because all the ones we see are literally starving, which will break your heart again. Those thin ass polar bears you see in Antarctica, they're skinny as hell. When you see an actual polar bear, you will not believe how fucking big and fat it is. It's fucking absurd. It looks like AI or something. They get fucking ginormous. So all those ones in Antarctica we see, they're fucking starving, dude. It's fucking heartbreaking. All right, let me, I was getting overheated again. I'm going to be in a t-shirt here in a second. See, that's how this town works. You got 4 seasons in one day. It's about to be summer. I'm about to be in a t-shirt. I'll take the t-shirt off and get some sun, get some vitamin D. Yeah, homeboy says I'm going through puberty. I know, I do remember that voice change shit. Yeah, it's from yelling sports ball yesterday. I was having fun. I don't know how it came off on stream, but this little 12-year-old kid that was sitting near me while I was doing it, he was laughing his balls off. I just kept yelling sports ball like after every play and just yelling it randomly. I don't know why. It's fun. I even was doing it off stream. I was like so used to doing it. I was just like, sports ball. It's such a dumb term. Like I did it around some people off stream yesterday and they got pissed off. It's like, it's not sports ball. Like, what do you mean? It's baseball, basketball, football, sports ball. It's like, no, it's not. It's football. Like, all right, buddy. Everyone's all sad the Broncos lost. Fucking idiots. At the stadium in the freezing cold. And I'm streaming them yesterday, like camera on these people as they're cheering. Like, what a bunch of dumb slaves, all this cheering in unison for your fucking stupid team, spending all your money and putting all your energy into this dumb fucking sports ball. These fucking idiots, dude. Oh my God, what a strange time to be alive. Oh, here's the ducks. Man, look at, holy shit. Damn, I'm looking. Damn, on this river right here, there's ducks. There's ducks in both directions, dude. Holy fuck, there's a shitload of fucking ducks for the like 3, 4, 5 blocks down. We got little zigzag patterns of fucking insane amount. Oh shit, did any of them freeze? No, that's a rock. Thought I saw a frozen duck. These motherfuckers are so badass, dude. They seem to be chilling. All that blubber and the way their feet work and their head to go underwater. Fucking crazy. One of them standing on 1 foot. Is he cold? Or does he only have 1 foot? Or are they all standing on 1 foot? That's what they do. Oh, they switch feet maybe on because they're standing on the ice. That's interesting. Keep 1 foot on the ice, got the other one tucked in their fur. Yeah, their blubber and down feathers keep them so warm, right? And then the way the arteries and their feet work and the way their feet work to stay underwater. God damn, they sleep like that, man. It was so fucking nasty yesterday. Sports ball. Yeah, these fucking idiots. Let's see. Bunch of man babies. I had a comment removed by the algo just now. O'Shea, can't say the thugs deleted one of their own who was not playing by the rules and fed violence. He was a VA employee, as he was a VA employee. Thugs deleted one of their own who was not playing by the rules. Yeah, fed violence as he was a VA employee. Yeah, dude, whatever happened to fucking, oh, thank you for your service, and they smoked this veteran. How they fucking, yeah, that's crazy if that happened, man. If they're like, yeah, it seems like we're just like moving straight into like whatever we used to think communist China was, like the censorship and just straight up murder. But it seems like they're doing something. They're trying to instigate something. They want to get the guns, right? They want martial law. And it's probably because we're coming up on an age change where society's going to be completely different. So it's probably going to be a combination of world leaders completely wilding out And then you're going to have natural catastrophes mixed with unnatural catastrophes. And then at the end of the day, somehow the way this society's functions is going to be completely different. Now, what can we guess that it could end up looking like? So probably a lot of these governments, as we know them now, sort of dissolve. Some sort of catastrophe wipes out probably most of the people on Earth. There might be something to those Georgia Guidestones, where after all the catastrophe, whether natural or unnatural, you might be left with only 500 million people. And maybe the 500 million people are left. I think that's what they mentioned on the Georgia Guidestones, right? Once there's only around 500 million people left, the 500 million people that are left are probably, I don't know, maybe they'll be the strongest, maybe they'll be the most noble, maybe somehow God is playing a role. And those that survive are the most like sort of savvy, strategic, have the most foresight. You know, they saw this shit coming. They talked about it for years. And then everyone who just sort of made all the mistakes and, I don't know. Like, yeah, government. What is government? If there is a government in the next age, so we're probably going to enter the Bronze Age and exit the Iron Age. Or we could be in the very beginning stages already of the Dwapara Yuga, but there's a sort of 300-year sort of sorting out process as we go from the way things are to the way the new things are going to be. So the age change could have already happened, but there is a sort of a intermediary step where, you know, the manifestation of a different society like sort of comes to fruition. How that comes about. Ice Age. Yeah, see? Ice Age. The Ice Age, see? That's like, there could be something to that. Like Ice Age, like, honest, the bad times and shit's fucked up and a lot of loss of life. Yeah, it's like, whether it's actual physical ice or just cold-blooded murder, it's all cold, right? It's all cold-blooded. Is that what they say reptilians are? Cold-blooded? Ice? Ice, baby? Too cold? Too cold? All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with a brand new murder. Let's see. He says brand new invention. What sounds like invention that's murder? Decapitation? All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with a brand new decapitation. Invention. What's a word that rhymes with invention that means death or murder? Ice is back with a brand new henchman. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with a brand new henchman. That's probably the closest you'll get. Let's see. Sends an interesting message to all Fed employees for sure. Yeah, like they had that retard that runs the border patrol, the head of the border patrol, who I guess is the head of the ICE as well. Him up there defending the actions. And yeah, he's basically saying you can't call the ICE names, otherwise, you know, you might get smoked too. Like, this is just straight gangbanging, dude. Like, golly. And then I go to the gangbanging subreddit in Chicago called Chiracology. You know, it's about rap culture, gangbanging in Chicago. And they're like, yeah, we'd like to see them try that in Chicago with all the guns and how we roll out here. And then someone commented, you know what's going to happen? Dudes, you know, the gang members are going to be like, man, that's the feds. I ain't fucking with them. I'm staying in my crib, bro. That's the feds. I ain't fucking with them. But there is truth to that, man. Like, I'm not saying to murder. I'm just saying if you got guns and you're going to defend women and children and, and protect yourself from murderous people, I'm not saying be an aggressor. I'm just saying defend yourself. That's what we were talking about, man. These gangbangers, these criminals, or however you want to look at it, poor people. Like a lot of them who took the vaccine, my point is like instead of gangbanging, fight for a good cause. Like all this, you're willing to go to jail and die for the block. You're willing to go in jail and die for truth, justice, and freedom. Let's see. Mother Earth is going to cleanse herself. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. And you never know, man. The sun might be more. The sun could shoot maybe its own like laser beam down on individual targets. You don't know how the sun works. I'm starting to believe the sun is like an amalgamation of souls. It's just a big dense ball of souls that the moon harvests from. And soul traps, steals energy. Most likely at the new moon when it's conjunct with the sun. I also worked for the VA back in 2010 as a PA, physician's assistant, before my illness made it so I had to stop working. This incident will make those medical feds think hard for sure. Yeah. Addition. Yeah, man, it's a wild time to be alive. Because like, how else do you know how treacherous it could be, how bad it could be, how watchful you have to be. So as we most likely move to more community-based operations, the people in that community and the leaders in that community are going to sort of have a taste for being very watchful that we don't go down this road again. Like as things change, we say we can't let this happen again, but it seems like a natural cycle, but it's waking people up. Like Dams was saying, like, yeah, you have to get back to being watchful. You say, oh, never happen again. Yeah, it's probably going to happen again. Like as the wheel of time rolls around, it might happen in a different way. Like things might not play out exactly the same every time. I mean, it's the same, but just different, however it plays out the next time, the next revolution of the wheel. I should probably wait for a bus. The next revolution of the wheel. Or maybe I could walk. Either wait for a bus or I could walk. Lugging these bags on. Go to a storage unit. Drop off some of this shit. Got me a little storage unit. Since I took my car, which I was using as a storage unit. I still have a chance, I think, to get that thing back, but I can definitely get my shit out of it. But it's going to be like February 20th. I talked to like the supervisor at the impound. I had city council members working on it. And I could also go to the city council meeting tonight and potentially speak. I didn't put my name on the list. You got to sign up on like Thursday. But I didn't sign up this time. I could look, but I'm assuming it's all filled up, the spots to speak. There's only so many spots to speak. But kind of like Jack Talcott, huh? Jack Talcott showing up at the city council meetings. What was Talcott saying? I don't know. I was thinking, because the last time I was there, I was talking about my car, but the next time I was going, I was thinking about saying like, yeah, situation with my car. At least I'll be able to get my shit out of it, but then just go into whatever I want to talk about. Like, but that's like sort of entering the political world, right? Like politics, this window's broke as fuck. It's a tempered glass. Maybe some bum was trying to sleep around here and they kicked him out and he broke the window. Some bum. Some human being was attempting to sleep. But how's Jack Talcott paying for his hotel? He's probably got, like, you remember that little show he did with that dude? He had he's probably got a bunch of eggs in the basket, a bunch of people who are willing to help him. Like, and Jack's pretty resourceful like that. Like, pretty, and I'm sure there's more than a handful of people that are more than willing to provide Jack with resources to help him sort of maintain his current situation, because it's probably in a place that, how much a night does it cost? They got weekly, monthly rates, I'm sure. And I suspect that the dude he was doing like a broadcast with recently, I don't know if the guy must have been in the same town as Jack. I don't know if he was in the hotel with Jack when they were doing the podcast. I forgot how it was working, but I suspect that guy's paying for Jack's hotel. And I don't know if they fucking had an agreement like, hey, I'll help you out with the hotel, but we're going to do this as long as we do a broadcast together. So they start the broadcast together, but then it just, I don't know, fizzles out. But the guy's still helping them, or had an agreement to help them, or that's just what I suspect. It's either like 1, 2, or 3 main people sort of paying for that hotel for him right now, hooking them up. But I don't know if it's straight charity or if Jack has some sort of obligation to them. But most likely he's got plenty of people just willing to sort of maintain his current situation in that hotel. A very long-winded way of saying that. Jack is probably blowing him. I don't think that. Jack's just being Jack, and people are more than willing to help him. Some people have more resources out there, and they resonate with Jack. Or, they find him endearing, or they pity him, or a combination of a bunch of things. And, yeah, so Jack just, and I'm guilty of this too, but like there's a Streetcar Named Desire. There was a female character in there. And I think one of her lines is something along the lines of, I've always been dependent on the kindness of strangers, or some shit like that. And I can relate to that, like, because growing up, not having food and stuff, I was more than willing to go to someone's house and raid their fridge or have dinner with them, or spend the night in their nice house. Maybe their mom could take us on a clothing shopping or toy shopping trip. So I tended to gravitate to people that had a little more than I did. And then, like I said, I would eat their food. And then as I got older, I'd smoke their weed. So I got sort of accustomed, and my mom would sort of do it too. She would find these men that she wasn't really attracted to, but she would sort of use them for a car or groceries or this and that. Just these simpletons that really liked my mom, but my mom didn't really like them. But they were more than willing to help her with her bills and give her a car to use if she didn't have a functional car. And so I sort of developed that attitude of, like, even if I didn't have weed, like, it's okay to just show up and smoke other people's weed. And it's kind of shameful and embarrassing to think about now. And, I still lapse into that when I'm on my bullshit. Feeling like you're entitled to shit. Let's see. Jack has claimed that he has savings of the equity left over from the deal he made. Yeah. I'm sure that's true. Yeah. That's probably most likely. And then when that runs out, maybe the scenarios I was talking about sort of kick in. But yeah, I'm sure that, like, whatever deal he worked out with that people, like, so yeah, I'd buy that. I was just throwing out random ideas, like, but I forgot that, yeah, he probably has some leftover cash. So we'd probably find out when that cash is officially done. But I'm sure there's, bunch of people that would help Jack sort of maintain his current situation. If I had to guess, I could be wrong. You going to the sports ball game? That's just too much sports ball yelling. That's right. What are you doing? You going to shovel? Yeah, I got TaskRabbit on. I was hoping to get some shoveling jobs, but the TaskRabbit's fucking with me. I mean, I guess I'll look. Let me look. See if anything came in. Yeah, no jobs came in. So, fuck, dude, I should probably take a bus. I think I'm gonna get it on a bus. This walking is getting fucking hard. Carrying all this shit around. Let's see. I got an old bus ticket. Is that wrong to show them an old bus ticket? Let me see. I know I got enough change and shit. I mean, I got plenty of. I mean, I got money on me. I don't have plenty of money. I'm just saying for the bus. But sometimes I do flash them an old ticket. Is that wrong? Is that me not being? Is that causing loss of harm? Does that me not being the honorable sort of man that I portend to be? Is that the word? Portend? Portend? So anyway, I think we'll get on a bus at some point. I could look up when it's coming, but I'd have to jump off the stream for half a second. So we can just ramble. There's the jiu-jitsu school, there's a dispensary, there's a hotel. I'm familiar with this area. Let me just get my bus fare ready here. 1 second. So yeah, let's see what the new comments are saying. 40 and 50-year-olds wearing sports ball. Yeah. Like that sports ball, dude. That shit was kind of creepy to me yesterday. The way they're all cheering in unison. It's like a bunch of fucking sheep, dude. Spending all that money and they all have the same dumb jerseys, the same dumb colors. They spend all that money and they're buying all that beer and all the overpriced. It was like 70,000 of them in that bitter cold yesterday at that stadium. How much did they pay for the tickets? How much did they pay for their beer and hot dogs? And bringing their children there and teaching them to be dumb slaves. Let me get some bus fare ready. Yeah. Going to the sports ball. Yeah, man. Appreciate TML coming by yesterday. That dude's he's very well read, or he has that kid's got a lot of information in his brain, you know. And it's nice when he's gracious enough to come by and sort of help allow me to pick his brain with myself, you know. Because I got all these ideas in my head, and sometimes it's nice to just say them out loud, and then have someone like TML who's aware of most things that I bring up in one way, in some shape or form, and he'll have some sort of retort that, you know. So I don't know how that back and forth came off, you know, to the viewers, but sometimes I get stuff out of it because I like asking questions and having thought experiments, and sort of just having a back and forth like that. And then Paul, grateful for Paul coming by. Paul always brings the comedy right away. Like it's always serious talk. I tend to be serious talk. And then Paul comes and he brings some levity right away. We can sort of transition the stream into maybe more of an entertaining, maybe attempt to be comedic and have a few laughs and sort of break down or sort of change gears from the seriousness of it all and the heady conversation, the intellectual aspects of it. We could just sort of play around, just sort of test some of the boundaries of sort of civil, polite civil society, you know. My ass roaming around 16th Street, quote unquote fucking with people, just sort of asking questions, sort of having fun, just doing bits. The Somali Solar Security Company, people are like, one day I feel like the same way they're going to have the people that are talking anti-Jew right now in a courtroom, they're going to have my Somali Security Solar Company. They're going to be like, he's talking about skinning them and putting them on the roof. Skinning them and putting their skin on the fucking the solar panels. Off with his head. Then the courtroom's going to gasp. Oh, dear. He talked about putting Somalis on a rooftop for energy purposes, supplying them with college educations. And then I feel like the judge is going to smirk. And that's what this is going to save my day at the end. Everyone's going to be like, off with his head, off with his head. And then all of a sudden the judge is going to let out a laugh. And that's going to cause someone else to laugh. And they do some detail. They're going to show them, they're going to like let's pull up this video of him doing blah, blah, blah. And it's just me being so fucking retarded that they just laugh. And then it's sort of, everyone has a little laughing fit. And then they pull themselves together and they're like, all right, look, you caught us all laughing. I guess you can't chop your head off. But look, don't do this again. All right, buddy. All right, get out of here, you miscreant. And then they giggle again. And when they get home, they sort of wake up in the middle like giggling because, I don't know, some retarded I did. Probably some bit with Paul that Paul helped me with. I don't know. I have these strange thoughts in my head. They're all vaxxed to the max. Yeah, exactly. All the sports fathers, right? That's like my family. Like the Bears were in the playoffs. My sister flew out to San Francisco to go to one of the games a couple weeks ago. My family's huge into the sports ball, huge into the vaccine. Yeah, man, my family, 99.9% of them. I got one nephew that seems to have his head on straight a little bit. I think he's anti-vax and I don't know, some of the other things he might be hip. My nephew Mikey. Shout out to him. He's the only one in my family that I know of right now that seems to have any common sense. The rest are just fully indoctrinated. They're just sort of waiting on a bus right now, I think. I'm sort of gathering up some bus money here, making sure I got it all ready to go. Yeah, I'll pick up the phone in 1 second and continue to ramble on. 25, 35, 45, 55, 60, 65. Need one more dime. That'd probably end up being close enough. With all that change in there. If he gives me a hard time, whatever, we'll figure it out. Sounds like cry yourself to sleep last night. Imagine you screaming at the sky while holding a blanket. This guy Huge. This guy Huge is such a weirdo. Come on up, Huge. I told him about your email, you fucking freak. That's probably why he's all pissed off. What a fucking weirdo, dude. I bet he abuses his employees. Sounds like a complete weirdo. He abuses the wife and the women and children in his life. What a dumbass. Come up, Huge. Show your face. Tell us about how great you are. This guy's a fucking weirdo, dude. First email he sends me is, yo, what do you got to say to me? I don't got much time, and I ain't got time for pen pals. Like, what a fucking freak. The fuck are you talking about? I was like, what the fuck? Trying to figure out. I'm like, did I miss his email? Like, what the fuck is this freak talking about? Turns out he's just another fucking mentally handicapped panel walker. I feel like I've seen that name Huge before, though. I don't know if he got into a call before or what the deal was. They call me Huge, it's like a reference to my huge cock. You fucking stooge. What a dumbass. And then I hit him up. I said, what do you mean? I said, you said you got work in Oklahoma and asked for my email. Then he goes, life is work. Look, let's get down to brass tacks. The type of work I do is metaphysical, mostly physical. We help people with their blah, 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 driveways and fucking car repair. I don't know what the fuck he said. He's a fucking mental patient. He's a fucking weirdo. I don't even know if he's right. I was like, am I getting catfish? Is this some sort of fucking old enemy of mine fucking with me? Yeah, huge. Bite the big one, dude. Bite the huge one, dude. Bite the huge one. Huge. Got the, what time is it? Oh, 9:39? Yeah, there's probably a class going on. But that school was closing, and they were going to open up a different one. That's where I was attending that jiu-jitsu last month. Jiu-jitsu is so fucking expensive, dude. I mean, I got a deal, but like I signed up for $100 a month, but they're raising the prices. They're trying to raise them to like $250 a month. You know, it's like $200 a month with a year contract, or $230 a month if you do it month by month. But yeah, it's expensive. Yeah, I know, but you know, it's good for me because my body, it does get my body in really good shape. And then it helps me with certain things because like there's this whole thing about white belts and them being spazzy and sometimes having ego. And when you got a guy like me that's like 6'2", 6'3", 220, 230 pounds, you know, kind of athletic or used to be athletic, however, you know, these type of people, big dudes, who have egos, who are spazzy, you know, people could get hurt. You know, these white belts could have wars with each other. They could hurt each other. You know, it's always about ego on the mat. So I've had to learn to let that ego go. Like you don't always have to try to be in a competition during training. To try to learn, not hurt your opponent. But I think I've come a long way in that regard to where I could put my ego aside, especially when I'm out of shape though. Man, it was humiliating. It was humbling as fuck the last month when I was training. Because the first few days of training, I was tapping from exhaustion. I literally had a dude's back. I had his back like that's a dominant position. I had his back going for the choke, and I was like going to tap because I was so exhausted just from him laying on my belly. I had this kid's back. So I'm in control. I'm the one, like, you don't tap when you have the back. Like, you're running the show at that point. But I was so fucking tired, and there was only like 5 seconds left in the round. And I was almost going to be like, bro, that's it. Like, just from sheer exhaustion. I tapped, I don't even know, 20, 30, 40 times from sheer exhaustion. People are like, what? Like a black belt was like, hey, what? What are you talking about? I'm not even in a submission. I'm like, sorry, bro. I'm just tapping from exhaustion. Like before, I would almost never have done that. Like never tap from just exhaustion. Like, fuck it, dude. Just try to get through the round. But man, let myself get so out of shape. There's so many years and I'm not getting any younger. I'm 51 years old. You know, the last time I trained was like 2018, 2019 in Los Angeles, right before COVID. And it was a little bit different. I think I was just in better shape back then. I was probably in good shape when I entered jiu-jitsu at that time. And then jiu-jitsu got me in tremendous shape. And I think when I was off the weed, I would attend pretty regularly. I started to get the cauliflower ear. You know those wrestlers, like to the point where I had to get needles. I had to like buy needles and I had to like suck the juice out of my ears. I started getting cauliflower ears. And I had to buy rare earth magnets and tape. And I had to tape my fucking ears shut so that the cartilage would fucking stick. So I had to put a magnet on one side of the ear and then the other and then tape that so that my ear would stick together so I wouldn't have like cauliflower ears. So I was training. Your body is rock hard. I remember going to Chicago, and I was also trying to improve my left eye, so I was wearing an eye patch over my right eye at the time. So I showed up to Chicago for like it was my mom's birthday celebration, like I think it was her 80th. And we were having a big birthday party. And plus I was carnivore at the time. So I show up to this party, carnivore. So they're like, Brian's being a pain in the ass. He's trying to ask for all these special meals, you know, instead of just eating what everyone else does. And then Brian's got this eye patch on. What a fucking weirdo. And but I was super strong, like my body. And I tell my mom, like, here, feel my shoulder. Like I just rock hard, you know? And it started getting like that again, like a little bit like when I was training last month, like my body started to respond. I would notice that with my shoulders, but then also my shoulders got blown the fuck out. Like before I was like, wow, man, I can't believe my shoulders aren't getting blown out. This time, both my shoulders are getting fucked up, man. So that's another thing. Like now I can only train like 2 or 3 times a week. It's like this one guy, Roger Gracie, was saying. He's a BJJ master. He was saying, yeah, man, BJJ is good for you, but like as you get older, like only do it 2 or 3 times a week. Otherwise, you know, you go more than that, you're most likely going to get hurt. And I understand that, man, because my shoulders were fucked up, man. And that would suck to like get hurt at my age and my living condition right now. You know, it's like you're one medical emergency away from things kind of spiraling out of control, like Dick was talking about, you know, like one health crisis away, things could fucking just spiral, you know. And then that could be a wrap. That could be a wrap. OKJN4WN. Huge. I know that's you because you got the OK in the beginning, you dumbass. Good try, though, huge. Now come up on panel, you dumbass. I really hope you were just fucking trolling me, huge, but you're probably not. You're probably just an over-domineering dumbass who does it to your women and children in your life and your employees. You probably have fucking minority employees like Black and Hispanic dudes that you abuse and don't pay well and sometimes withhold their payment for dumb excuses. You cheat them out of payments probably. Huge question mark? Well, whatever, dude. Do I sleep on the streets? I don't know. I was sleeping in a car and they towed my car. You figure it out. My car's in the impound. You figure out where I was sleeping. I was in a hotel for a minute, but not in a hotel, so you figure it out. Just consistency, building up that stamina. Yeah. Because, like, it's sort of an easy way to exercise, or, like, you know, I don't want to say easy, but, like, you know, in terms of, like, doing something else, like going to the gym and lifting weights or jogging around or walking around or doing push-ups and pull-ups. Man, I used to be able to do 17 pull-ups. I went to do a pull-up the other day, man. I couldn't even do a single fucking pull-up, dude. It gets me so fucking sad. I used to be able to do, well, I started off not being able to do any pull-ups. Like, well, they're chin-ups. I should call them what they are. They're chin-ups, which for me are easier than pull-ups. I guess everyone has different body types and some, but they're actually chin-ups, which are probably the easiest form of a quote-unquote pull-up. But yeah, when I was doing 17 chin-ups, I did 55 push-ups on a single breath. Using the Wim Hof breathing method. I did this breathing and it would be like, and you get your body super like alkine. When it's oxygenated, it's called not alchemy, alkine, like what's that water? Alkine. You get your body super oxygenated. There's a word that sounds like alkene or something. You get it alkinated. Someone help me out with that word. Alkaline. Yeah, you get your body alkalined, which means super oxygenated through this breathing. It's like a longer little exhale, quick little inhale. and you use your abdomen, and you do that for like a minute or two, and you'll start to get lightheaded and shit, and then you hold your breath and do the push-ups. And I held my breath and I did 55 of them because my body was super alkaline. All right, here comes the bus. I got an old transfer. Let me know in chat if I should be using old transfers. It's all beat up. This is like, and then it's embarrassing when they call you on it. Like, hey, what's the date on that? So I'm going to, and then I got the bus money ready to go though. All right, here comes the bus. Give me a second. What's up, brother? Yeah, it's like a expired one. Oh shit, I lost the chain. Yeah, over there. Yeah, no problem. Who we got? I think we're close with this. Yeah. Thanks, brother. All right. We made it on the bus. Whoa. The fuck happened on the screen?
Right.
All right. All right, I think I'm going to go to the storage unit and maybe offload some of this junk and then maybe grab my laptop and maybe keep streaming. Yeah, I guess that's the plan for now. Wim Hof breathing is the shit. Yeah, man, just doing it right there got me motivated to do it again. It's probably good to get nice and alkalined. It's nice to get good and alkalined, oxygenated. Because the way Wim Hof's got a pretty interesting story because his wife, like Wim Hof had a wife and children and everything. And so his wife got sick, and I think Wim Hof was trying to help her. I think she got some sort of cancer, and he was like trying to help her out, and it didn't work out. She ended up dying, and it really fucked him up. He went in like a big depression, and he sort of lost all fucking faith in like modern medicine, and he really went searching for answers. Potentially went traveling the world a little bit. And I think he came upon his breathing techniques because I think these are Eastern breathing techniques that monks use and shit. And so he came upon these things, and then he actually holds world's records now using his breathing techniques for cold weather and cold water immersions. He leads people on trips up the Mount Kilimanjaro where they wear shorts, no shirt, and boots and socks, and that's like it. And they walk up Mount Kilimanjaro using the breathing techniques. And he also uses the breathing techniques with people for cold water immersions. And like I said, I think he has the world record for cold water immersions. And then he it's like hyperventilating, but but he also through the breathing technique, he said he would, if you injected him with a virus, things that make you sick, he goes through the breathing technique and control of himself. He goes, he wouldn't get the symptoms. It wouldn't affect him. And the doctors were like, nah, hell nah, bro, you're crazy. And so they set up an experiment. When he goes, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do my breathing technique, and you guys go ahead and inject me with a virus. And he goes, watch it's not going to happen to me what happens to other people. Like whatever it is, the symptoms, you get sick, like your body, like they could measure all this shit. Like you'll get a fever, you'll fucking this and that, and whatever the symptoms were, you know? And sure enough, he did his breathing technique. They injected him, and the doctors were all dumbfounded. They were like, "What the fuck, dude? We never seen this." He's like controlling his autonomic nervous system, or however. I tend to get that word wrong. I don't know if it's autonomic or it's some sort of nervous system they didn't know you could control yourself. They thought it was fully controlled by the body and shit. Like you couldn't like take control of it. But sure enough, he didn't get any of the symptoms, and they were like, "Okay, that's cool, you did it. But the only way you're going to prove this actually works is if you could teach other people to do it." So sure enough, he got himself like 12 to 24 other participants. He taught them the breathing technique. And sure as shit, they injected them too. And all of them didn't have the symptoms either. And the doctors had to concede that he was onto something. They were able to control the aspects of the nervous system that they thought were uncontrollable. And there's an app. You could download an app for Wim Hof. There's a paid version. There's a free version. Sort of keep track of your breathing. He suggests the breathing, and then doing the breathing exercise, and then doing push-ups while holding your breath, and seeing like how many you could do on a single breath, and how long you can hold your breath after oxygenating yourself. And I think I got up to like 4.5 minutes at one point. When I did the push-ups, what you'll do is you'll get yourself all oxygenated, and then you'll hold your breath and you'll time it. And you'll see, and like maybe at first it's only 30 seconds or 10 seconds, then you work your way up to a minute. The next thing you know, you're holding your breath for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and it's kind of crazy. Yeah, I taught this one kid in Los Angeles the technique, and man, he really, I think he's most likely still doing it to this day. The day I taught him it, the kid never stopped doing the technique. Because the kid was already pretty hardcore, like doing yoga, some pretty hardcore yoga type shit that sort of helped him get out of his addictions, his yoga practice. And then I taught him the Wim Hof, and he incorporated both of them. He incorporated Wim Hof breathing into his yoga practice. The kid was all about it. The kid was doing it for years and years, like every day from the very day I taught him the technique. Just reading some of these comments. All right.
And Wonderland.
Trying to figure out where I'm gonna get off the bus at. I gotta go to the storage unit. They fucking I got this bike fixed up the other day. Like this people donate bikes. And so I got one of these donated bikes, and then I took it to this place where they help you fix it up and shit. People donate their time. And you sort of pay what you can. And so I took the bike there and got it functional, and I was pretty happy with that. And then I show up yesterday to the storage unit. My bike's locked outside. And they stole my front tire, man. Fuck. And I was like, damn it, I should have kept the thing in the storage unit. It's really a storage locker, but. So now the bike's in there with no tire, so I'm going to have to get that fixed at some point. But we're on the bus. A little awkward talking on the bus, live streaming. But I should be off pretty shortly. Just going to look through some maybe comments I missed. We go deep back into the comments. Hey, OKJN4WN. Click the link and come on panel. Come on panel, okie dokie, schmokey. Just consistency, building up that stamina. It's great learning. Yeah, take what you learn and do it yourself. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. They'll sort of have put some mats down in their garage and invite some of the jiu-jitsu practitioners over, just sort of train together like that. Yeah, because once you learn a little bit, you could teach someone that doesn't know anything. You know what I mean? And even just the fact, even if both of you really don't know much, but I would know enough to at least we both could have a good workout. So that's the main thing, is sort of having just the physical workout of it, getting your heart rate up, getting your breathing up, getting your body back in shape, getting healthy.
Champot and 21st Street.
All right, I gotta get off. Let's see, 1 second.
Yeah, Scott.
What's up, big dog?
Man, been sitting here watching 3 of these buses come, not one ARC bus. I don't understand.
Damn, fam. They're probably fucking with you.
One ARC bus, it says every hour 3 of these and came.
Damn, bro. It's fucked up, dog. All right. Hold up. Damn. I gotta brighten up the screen. 1 second. All right. I hope. Soft to work we go. The snow, you know, with Shay. I'm good watching. No, you're not good watching. Get up here. You don't even got to show your face. Just get on panel and talk a little bit. What's the big deal? I know you're huge. Just get up on panel. You just from Oklahoma. Does the OK in your thing stand for Oklahoma? Let's start there. You whooping, dude. Whoop, whoop. Whoop cereal. Let's start there. FBGJ Main. Shout out Chiracology. Everyone get on Reddit. Subscribe to Chiracology. Join that subreddit. Join the Paul Unslaved subreddit. I made a Paul Unslaved subreddit. No, there's no action there. I thought maybe I could promote his channel or maybe get a little action. But I think you got to kind of work those things and build them up and have a nice page and whatever. All right. Storage unit. Then what? You go storage unit. Then I don't know. We could always go downtown, 16th Street, fuck around. I could always end the stream. What do you guys want to do? Let me just cross this street. This fucking sun is beaming. So much sunshine in Colorado. I'm over here with t-shirt on. Get all 4 seasons. Just walk around, lugging around shit. I took off all my jackets. I'm down to a t-shirt with a hoodie, but the hoodie's not even zipped up. That's how fucking non-cold I am. No hat on my head, no gloves. See all the snow on the ground. It was weird. It's like warm to me, or completely comfortable with all the snow on the ground. Yeah, a lot of it's melting. All right. Let's see. Any other miscreants going live? What's up with these other miscreants? People like that? Okay. All right, we're close to the storage place. Let's see, what am I doing? I'm going in there. What am I doing? Whatever. Put some stuff in the storage, grab the laptop. I could even go to my little workspace place. Or I could bust out the laptop and could end the stream there, fuck around there. Because with the laptop, you could present shit, you could blah, blah, blah. But some people are like, I don't like O'Shea on the laptop. I like him just walking around talking. I especially like him on 16th Street when he interacts with people and pets dogs and has more of a comedy people interaction broadcast. That's the O'Shea streams I like the most, not this philosophical walking around talking, bambling, lugging shit around. How you doing? Can I rip that weed pen? Damn it. Hi ho. Hi ho. It's off to work we go. So I'm sort of running out of steam. We could end the stream. I do want to offload some shit, grab the lappy tappy, and then keep walking. So you guys might have to bear with me for a few minutes. Oh, it's right here. We're right at the storage place. Go in here. There's a big booty chick that works here that I don't know. I don't know if she's into me or not. She's got a kid. She didn't do the vaccine though. I did ask her about that. So that's one good thing. I'll punch a little code in here. Oh, you guys want to see my code? You guys want to see my code? Let's see the code, fuck faces. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, boy. Got a bathroom on the 4th floor. Those family bathrooms, you get to have it all to yourself. You get to have it all to yourself. You can have whatever you like. We're in an elevator. Might lose reception. Yo. Are we losing reception in the elevator? What's up, not job? Good to see you. We are somewhere in time. I gotta grab that ladder. Ooh, there's a ladder right here. Good shit. Let's bring the ladder over here. You guys are gonna know where my storage unit is. Maybe I'll turn off the camera for a sec. Where am I going? Yeah, where am I going? You don't know where I'm going. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Hold on. I'm gonna turn off the camera for a second. You guys don't need to know exactly where my storage unit is. You guys have a pretty good idea. But you don't know exactly. All right. Man, oh man, people. What is this stream? I figured I'd go live, figured I'd go live. Get ladders for the lockers. The lockers ain't as expensive. So I just end this stream. I'll give it till I get out of the storage unit. Give me a second here. Feel like I'm not being very entertaining right now. Bringing much value. But maybe once we leave the storage unit, get back to making something happen. Let's see. I'm gonna do an offload. A sleeping bag. Where my offload is. Offload old socks. Let's offload those. Let's offload. What else? Bucket. We'll just load it all. 1 second, people. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sports ball. Sports ball. I want to. When I get my laptop, I want to pull that up. Me yelling sports ball at that fucking thing. Fucking Somali Solar Security Company, dude. What was that? Was that ridiculous? That Paul fucking with me? Solar Security Power Company. Somali Solar Security Company. That shit's sick, dude. Somali Solar Security Company. All right, here's what we're doing. Here's what we're doing. Offloading some things, people. Yeah, figured out what I'm offloading. Let's go do this. Let's get back to the quality stream. Give me 1 second. Yo, yo. Sports ball. Man, I love sports ball. So sad that my sports ball team spurted out yesterday. Wish my sports ball team. Wish it was a different result for my sports ball team yesterday. Made me so sad that my sports ball team lost yesterday. Got people being murdered in the streets and they're still at the stadium. Sports ball. They should have been at that stadium rushing the field, protest. Instead, they murder citizens in the street and they still show up for sports ball. This cold-blooded murdered one of our citizens. Sports ball. Sports ball. Sports ball. And I love sports ball so much. Sports ball. Sports ball. Man, I love sports ball. My sports ball team is better than your sports ball team. Sports ball. Your sports ball team sucks. Your coach, the coach of your sports ball team, I don't like him. Your sports ball team isn't good. Mine's good. We got to get a new coach. We're losing. Got to get a new sports ball coach. Current sports ball coach just ain't cutting it, man. Fuck. Get a new sports ball coach. Yeah, but bear with me, people. Coming back. God damn it. Get in my goddamn bag. Fuck. Lappy tappy. Tappy. All right, we did it. We did it. We're going. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving, people. We're getting back on the road. We're getting back on the road. Football. Sports ball. Oh, I love sports ball. So sad sports ball ended. Why couldn't my sports ball team win? Fucking hell, sports ball. God damn it. Fuck. All right, we're leaving, people. Give me one second. Gosh, dang it. We're leaving, people. Sports ball in a second. Sports ball. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Oh, God damn, he wasn't even fucking solid on the ground. All right, y'all ready to get out of here? Lost everyone. We lost everyone. Patty Gaethje fight. I think I seen the highlights. That motherfucking Patty can take a punch to the head. He's gonna be one of those guys. Some of these guys can take punches to the head, but then one day they just can't, dude. And one day they're just like brain fucking. They can't take any punches to the head without getting knocked out. Bro, I don't know how the fuck he didn't get knocked out. Some people are like that, bro. They just take a punch and just do not get knocked out. It's fucking crazy. Because they say that Justin Gaethje hits like a fucking truck too. Everyone that fought him. So for him to take all those punches, dude, is fucking crazy. Like I don't even like seeing that shit a lot of times, bro. When people could take that many shots, and I suspect it's from childhood trauma when you could take big shots like that. Because sometimes I'll crack my head on something like being tall. Sometimes you crack your head on basement pipes, or I'll bump my nose into something. And I don't know. Sometimes it reminds me of like, I don't know if it's like your parents would just crack you in the head, like when you don't see it coming, or someone else like a sibling or a relative. Well, fuck, you'll get hurt somehow, right? Or you'll just be horse playing around. You crack your dome. I don't know. I suspect people that could take big punches like that, to take big head trauma, it comes from something in their childhood where it's like you have to not get knocked out, because if you get knocked out, your chance you could lose your life. So somehow their brain developed this ability to get head trauma and not get knocked out. I don't know. I could be wrong though. Joe Frazier was like that. Yeah, some people, fuck. There was a guy, Chuck Liddell. He's a UFC fighter, former champ. He used to be able to take big punches too. But then later at the end of his career, like he couldn't take any punches. Like you just hit him on the chin and he would just get knocked down, you know, or knocked out. You know, it's like you'd only take so much trauma to the head, you know, before it's just like, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's like a wrap. It's like, that's, you know, it's fucking, that's enough. Like your brain's like, fuck that, dude. Like your brain starts being like, nah, dude, fuck that. We're going in protection mode, bro. Like you're getting knocked out because we're going to let you, nah, we can't let you keep doing this. My brother did that to me. Yep, Rampage took that chin. Brian on target. His face was fucked. Yeah, let's look at this brightness. Let's get some brightness going. All right, let's try to walk maybe to the office. Lost all my viewers coming to the storage unit. Fuck it. It's kind of an impromptu stream, no real format, just fucking rambling. No real comedy aspect, no real interactions with people. How entertaining can this fucking stream be? And yet, my devoted fan and follower and friend, Julian, still donated. Appreciate that, Julian. Good man, brother. Sometimes I wonder if I'm worthy of Julian's friendship. Because Julian seems like a good man to me. And I'm very proud of him for his civil disobedience, his willingness to walk into courtrooms without a lawyer, his willingness to get arrested and ride around with no plates and ride around armed. I still have yet to walk around armed or ride around with a gun. So Julian's got bigger balls than me or whatever it is. I've never really had a gun in my life. I should probably get one. Despite my circumstances, I mean, everyone should have a gun, right? Every man should have a gun, right? To help protect women and children, to help to protect himself, defend himself. Every man should have a gun, right? Ain't that right? What's the guy's name? Pretty, the VA that just got killed. Pretty, what's his first name? He had a right to have a gun. He was protecting women. And he got smoked for doing that. You know, I don't want to seem like I'm being disrespectful saying smoked. It's like some street shit. It's like gangbanging shit. The ICE are like, yeah, we smoked that food. And then they clapped. It's like some weird shit, bro. Like if they're being instigated, they're instigating. They want one of these ICE agents to get killed, and they know that's like inevitable. It's inevitable, right? One of them's going to get smoked in Minneapolis, one of these ICE agents, right? And then that's when they really clamp down and really go for the guns. Because Trump already said, take the guns first and do due process later. For safety. Jesus Christ. For safety. It's like the weirdest street. I guess I could have ran across it. It's got trapped in a fucking dangerous position here. I thought I would let one car go and then I could cross, and like all of a sudden it's ice and snow and I'm fucking standing in the middle of the fucking street. These angle streets will fuck with you. These downtown angle streets are weird. Like most streets go north-south, but then the downtown streets go northeast, southwest. Like I wonder if there's some sort of energy better grid system, if that's like a better grid system for a city. Like why do they do that? And I think it's at like a perfectly like 90-degree angle or whatever you call it, like perfectly northeast or southwest and northwest and southeast, you know, the angled streets, as opposed to like straight up north, south, east, west. Maybe it has to do with ley lines and energy flow and patterns and shit like that. Let's see, what street am I on? I should probably get back on Broadway. We're going to walk to the office. Maybe bust out the laptop once we get to the office. I still have yet to eat today, but I do have some food with me. What's up, Jeeps? When someone gives you money, say thank you very much and keep it moving, in my opinion. The brain isn't made to take any trauma. They want ICE to start it. Yeah, that's the main thing we got to avoid, though, is civil war. Like the ICE agents and the protesters were there. What I mean by that is God put God put those people in the same vicinity that were potentially they could have had a conversation and potentially they could have resolved conflict. You know, obviously it went 100% the wrong way and resulted in murder, cold-blooded murder, and then cold-blooded cover-up, cold-blooded gaslighting, tyranny, deception, decadent, just horrific nonsense. But those people could have had a productive conversation. Just like when the cops come tippy-tapping on my window when I'm sleeping in my car with no plates, there's an opportunity there to say, hey, we're fellow Americans. I'm just a dude sleeping. I know they gave you directives to fuck with me and arrest me and tow my car, but you could tap into your spirit and your soul and realize that I don't cause loss, injury, or harm, and that you're about to cause loss, injury, or harm. So you could make an executive decision to protect me rather than harm me, to serve and protect me even. You know, there's an opportunity there for a conversation to say, hey, we're Americans. Why do they have directives to do that? To cause loss, injury, or harm me when I'm sleeping in my car with no plates next to a park in Englewood, Colorado, where they arrested me. And I didn't sign nothing. And the judge had to email the sheriffs, the jail sheriffs in the jail and say, hey, can you release this guy and allow him not to sign anything? Because he knew what was up. I already did about 5-6 days in there for sleeping in my car, so he knew the deal. And he knew by the way I was talking. Because I brought up, because I was like, hey, this is the way it works. This is the way a courtroom works, Mr. Judge. I called him he called me Mr. O'Shea. I called him like Mr. Jefferson or whatever his name was. And he kind of had a look on his face like, huh? Like he was thrown off, like, how dare you? Well, not really. He wasn't like an egotistical kind of guy, it seemed like. But I felt like he knew I was on to something. Because I asked him, I said, is it true you're a neutral party? He said, yes. I said, is it also true that there's two jurisdictions, a public and a private? And he goes, I'm not going to answer any more questions. But I didn't push it. I didn't get belligerent. And as a matter of fact, as soon as he said that, I knew I had something. I knew I was onto something. I knew I was over target. So I looked at that answer as a win. Because he knew I was going down a road. And then I even added, like I started to just I was like, here's how a courtroom works. Someone has to cause loss, injury, or harm. And then they need to be in front of their accuser. And he kind of like cut me off. He wouldn't let me just keep like fucking taking over the courtroom and just saying what I think how a courtroom should operate. And he kind of cut me off, but I didn't get belligerent. I let him cut me off because I cut them off a couple times. And because yeah, when the prosecutor would go to speak, I'd be like, objection, this man does not have firsthand knowledge. And the first time, see, I wish I would have got him in the fucking in the situation with the judge, got him on record saying it, because they were doing like a bond hearing first and the same prosecutor was there. And I thought if I got a $0 bond, because they had me on a $25 bond, they took like $60 off me and they took 30 of it for like processing fee or something. So they basically just stole $30 off me right off the rip, just because I had cash in my pocket when they fucking arrested me. So, but I wasn't signing nothing and no one could figure it out. My brother's calling up. They're like, yeah, he's got a $25 bond. He's got $30 on the books, but he's not using it to get out. He's saying he's not bonding out and he's not signing nothing. And my brother's like, well, can I talk to him? Like, that's crazy. Why would he not do that? All the inmates, that's crazy. Why would you not do that? Everyone telling me I'm crazy. Why would I not do that? The people, they even had more. My brother talked to the sheriffs to come talk to me like, hey, man, I talked to your brother. I just wanted to come down and let you know, you got that $25 thing and all you got to do is sign out. We're kind of curious why you're not doing it. I said, bro, I got my reasons. I'm not doing it. I mean, I probably said something like, Like, you don't want to get in the real conversation about why I'm not doing it. I'm just letting you know I'm not doing it. That's not how I roll. But everyone was confused. I got in a big argument with all the rest of the inmates. They were confused. Because before we go to bed, I was in a pod with 6 other dudes, and everyone was giving me respect, though. Everyone that knew that while I was there, they always say, I respect that, dude. Because I tell them, because everyone was there for some type of dirt. But me, nah. They say, I respect that, dude. You didn't give your ID and you're on some righteous shit. I respect that. I respect that. But then when they knew all I had to do was sign the papers to get out, they sort of were confused, and the conversation got kind of heated. They're like, look, bro, like, you're saying you're kind of better in here at the moment because you're off the weed and you're standing on business, but bro, you're not better off in here. Like, sign that fucking paper, just get out of here and live your life. And someone else in the pod is like, well, I hear what he's saying, I respect him, but I agree with that. Yeah, man, bro, you just got to sign it. So like, everyone's telling me, the 6 dudes in my pod, they're telling me, bro, you got to sign that shit and get out of here. You're being crazy, dog. This is crazy. And then sure enough, that day, the next day I go down to the judge, and he emails them, let this dude out without signing nothing. Por favor. And sure enough, throughout the process, they kept trying to get me to sign shit. They're like, why don't you just sign it? It's just for this. It's just for that. I said, nah, man, the judge, I already said I don't have to. I got my reasons. They're like, okay, no, but still, they kept trying to get me to do it, kept trying. What's my point with all this? I had some original point I was going down, and I was going to connect some dots. And I think I lost it in my rambles of Inglewood. Because I think I brought up Inglewood, like, yeah, like they did in Inglewood, but they were fucking with me. I was going down some road. What's the point? Oh, I was talking about Julian. I said, sometimes I don't feel worthy of Julian's fucking friendship. And I was talking about guns, having guns, and Julian's civil disobedience. And I'm proud of him for his experimentation with not using lawyers and the whole thing, which I think everyone, like a boot camp. You know how Israel forces everyone in their society, they have to do 2 years of military service at the age of 18 before they go out and live their life and do boot camp. And a lot of people say boot camp would be good for everybody. So I think everyone should have a little experience civilly disobeying and going to jail and not using a lawyer, especially when the stakes ain't that high. You know, how long can they possibly lock you up for? If you're a belligerent idiot, they still only give you 6 months, like fucking Chili DeCastro. But obviously, we're not going to be belligerent idiots. We're going to stand on business. We're going to try to move the court and see how it goes. You know, because the stakes are relatively low with these misdemeanors and the certain charges we're going to be getting. But just to experiment with that. You know what I mean? Just like someone going through boot camp. Everyone should experience going through a process like that of getting arrested and feeling it out, because there's levels to it. You know, it's like you gotta be in control of yourself when they're sort of patting you down and the guards are being sort of dirty scumbags. They were gonna try to fuck me up, I think, because they were fucking up a bunch of people in Vegas. And when you ain't been arrested in a minute, you don't like people touching you and doing little things. Because the guy was like pulling my pants, like looking down my pants basically, and then looking me in the eyes, this little Asian fucking freak. And I was just staring at him like, you little fucking freak. Like, what are you doing? He goes, what are you eyeballing me for? What, you want to fight? He goes, you want to fight right now? And I'm like, bro. You know, and he's got his comrades around him. I could tell he was a scumbag that, like, you know, the little bullied fucking idiot that likes fucking with people. The little fucking scumbag in there. So I didn't like blow up or nothing, like, or stand up like, yeah, let's fight. But I was just sort of calling him out. Like, he's just eyeballing me and like looked like feeling around my pants. He's just being a little fucking weirdo. So then what they do with people like that is they take them to an area where there isn't cameras when they're transferring you from the like little processing place to where you end up going to your cell or wherever you're going. And what I noticed they did to about 4 or 5 people is when they would get in this area without the cameras is they would yank their arms up behind their back and really start fucking them up and hurting them and shit. And let's see where I'm at. Someone in Welton, I fucked up. Let's go this way. They would start fucking, you'd hear them screaming, and they all screamed the same way. The 5 dudes all made the same exact reactions. They all said, why, ouch, 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 ouch. Help, 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 please, 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 why, ouch, ouch, ouch. It was a bunch of shit like that. They were fucking these dudes up, like hurting them, like probably yanking their arms at the back, because probably if they gave them any sort of attitude during that processing, you know. And there's probably a lot of people that ain't used to getting arrested, where I used to be used to getting arrested, but it had been so long that it's like strange, because like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, when you deal with these fucking cops and shit, when they're putting cuffs on you, like, you basically just have to turn to like Jello and become super passive, because you're cuffed and like, you can't really fight them at that point. At that point, you sort of submit because you're forced to. Like, they got the cuffs, they got the guns there, and they'll fuck you up and shit. You know what I mean? Like, so you just be passive and allow them to cause the loss of your harm. Like, I'm not doing nothing. I'm just Jello. I'm passive. You know what I mean? Like, but they'll try to instigate you. They'll try to escalate the situation. So anyways, I'm pretty sure they were going to do the same thing to me. Like, yank my arms up. They could probably fuck your shoulders up, rip muscles and shit, rip tendons. They're fucking these dudes up. But right before they were going to take me to that area to do that to me, and the Asian guy was ready. He's putting his gloves on, and he was like moving from one post to help transport me. He seemed like he was excited to move me so he could fuck me up. But then I just had like a moment of clarity. I was like, because I do that even with people I get beefs in. Like, I'll walk up to them and I'll dap them up and be like, hey, bro, my bad. Like, just kind of squash the beef, right? And I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going to squash the beef so he doesn't beat me, because I didn't know they were beating people at this point. This is all in hindsight. So I just happened to squash the beef. I went up to the little Asian dude. I was like, hey, man, sorry about that little, incident earlier. I'm just not used to it. It's been a long time since I got arrested. Squash it. And he goes, yeah, man. Oh, no big deal. Like, and you could see him kind of like, in hindsight, I figured it out. He's like, he's and I could see him thinking, okay, I'm not gonna have me and the rest of my guys like rip his arms behind his back and fuck him up. Since he squashed the beef, since he said that, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna do it to the other guys. And that's kind of scary, man. Because when you got someone violating you like that, bro, it's hard not to react and be like, what the fuck are you doing? And then I know I'd want revenge, but how can you get revenge, dude? It's like you're in there and you can't really plot revenge. Like, you're kind of helpless. Like, it's all the fucking sheriff's officers, running the jail. And they're being fucking demonic, bro. And it's like, it would enrage you, but like, I guess you would just have to, I don't know, man. It's just a god-awful situation, dude. People abusing you and abusing their authority. Your first reaction is, I want revenge, dude. How do I get revenge on this motherfucker? But how do you? What is revenge? Vengeance is mine, says the Lord, right? So that's a fucked up situation. And then if they hurt you and break your shoulders, it's like, fuck, dude. Now you're incapacitated. You ain't doing nothing to nobody. That'd be a fucked up situation. Then they're going to put you back with the other prisoners and your shoulders are all fucked up. Can't even defend yourself. Well, they'd probably send you to the hospital and then send you back with the rest of the prisoners, but you'll still be all fucked up. Probably wouldn't even send you to the hospital. Jesus said, never resist an evil person. Yeah, because they tried doing it to me. It's weird how these things happen in hindsight. Because one of the most recent times I got put in cuffs, when I went to give my ID at the park, and then they found out I had that bogus warrant, that fucking corruption warrant, which I could get into, but damn it. But yeah, he was like, they didn't have the 3 identifying factors to take me in on the warrant because they needed like date of birth, social security. And since I wasn't giving them information in Denver, you need 3 identifying factors, so they couldn't do it. But the dude kept trying every way possible. In hindsight, he started like touching my chest, touching me all over once again. Just like the little Asian dude looking down my pants, this dude started like feeling up my chest, feeling up my body. And at the time, I was in jello passive mode. So I was just sort of letting him do his thing, you know what I mean? Always patting me down. He's just doing an extra pat down because he's trying to be a little weasel, right? But really, he was trying to instigate me. He was overly touching me because he kept touching me, and then they look you in the eyes, and they look you in the eyes, and they touch you, and they fuck with you, right? They're trying to escalate the situation to get you to flip out, so then they have a reason to officially take you down, right? So I just wasn't biting, but it really enraged me afterwards, man. I'm like one of these narcissists that has all the same stories over and over. I told these stories 1,000,000 times on these streams already. Let's see what these comments got. Julian, stop doubting yourself, doubting your own value so much. Yeah, I know. That's the main thing, the worthiness, value. That's why when I went to say that one time, when I had a conversation with God, I wanted to tell him that God was making me feel worthy of his attention because I felt like I had his undivided attention. And when I went to use the word worthy, I got busted up and started like sobbing. And I had to ask myself, why when I went to use the word worthy, that God made me feel worthy of his undivided attention, I couldn't really say the word worthy. And I realized you probably have an issue with worth, self-worth, you know, that value. It's like you're cheating yourself in the market. Like someone puts gold on a scale and they're telling you the value is way less than what it is, you know, or something. Manipulating the scales. Hello. What's up, brother? Man, glad that Arctic freeze is over with. That's right. See you, brother. Yeah, we got the little office action. So someone's in my normal office. Let's see if there's any other offices. We got the big boy open. Could always be, well, no, someone's in there. I might not have an office because I'm assuming this one's filled too. Is it? Nope. I could use this office. See, a lot of people don't know about these offices. The only reason I found out about this building in these offices is because I had to do a 7-hour deposition for that murder trial shit. To help my boys are going to make millions. Well, they're going to get rightfully paid for being wrongfully convicted. They're going to get millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars for getting wrongfully convicted with bogus prosecutors, dishonest lawyers and prosecutors, and the whole fucked up thing. So those guys are all going to be millionaires very soon. But yeah, I had to go up. I had to come to this building to do a deposition. All right. Let's see. Remember the movie Fight Club? I'm going to let a motherfucker into my world. Damn right. Shut up, huge. Ain't no fucking Fight Club. Come up on panel and fucking show me what show me like what you're off, dude, show yourself, dude. Talk. I need to hear you talk and I need to see your face. If you're going to come with this type of energy, bro. You're just looking for some control shit, bro. You just want employees you can control and bully, and you got all the answers. It's like you probably run some sort of halfway house type shit. You're probably some former addict who came out of a halfway house, and maybe you got some halfway houses, and you're just used to bullying and pushing people around and having all the answers and telling them what they got to do. That's what I suspect is going on with you, huge. And I think I remember you. You used to be a miscreant, I think. I don't know if you used to get into it with Paul or who used to get into it on panels, but your name reminds me of some sort of miscreant. They used to come up on panels and cause problems, but could be confusing you with someone else. But Huge got all the answers. There's a vetting process. Get the fuck out of here, Huge. Gotta do no vetting process to do a fucking construction job with you. I've already got fucking hundreds of hours online. Fucking, you know who I am. I don't know nothing about you. I ain't showing your face once. Give me no fucking bullshit just because I'm in a fucking situation where, you know, you want to take advantage of that. Oh, he needs work. Look at, oh, he's sort of like struggling. So I'm gonna fucking come in and fucking try to bully him and act like I'm Fight Club fucking leader guy. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking joke. You're a clown. And I hope you're trolling. That'd be more funny. It's be more sad and pathetic if you're actually serious. God damn right there's a vetting process. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk to some of your employees. Let me get some fucking, what the fuck is it? Let me hear from your employees about what a great employer you are, about why they're so grateful to work for you and why I should work for you. Oh, that laugh at Teth. O'Shea, I think you provide a ton of value to everyone. You know, just by carrying yourself the way you do, you can inspire others to be more authentic and bold enough to stand in truth. Stop doubting your own value so much. Appreciate that, brother. All right. Let me look through some more of these comments. For safety. Yeah, that's right. Fire Drake. Singer Jeeps. Absolutely. I'm on ice to start it. That's right. The Civil War. Huge pussy. That's on the assumption of a motherfucker want to come into your lame ass world. Jabbar, that's Julian, right? Love when Julian gets gangster with people, dude. You know, if Julian's getting gangster on your ass and calling you a huge pussy, bro, you're probably most likely a huge pussy. Julian got Julian on his ass. You know you're up to no good when Julian's on your ass, man. I'm scared if Julian ever gets on my ass. I'm gonna really have to think about my actions. We plug this laptop in. Probably gonna have to show my ugly face. Maybe I'll comb my hair. The fucking outlet. Give me a second, people, as I get this together. The laptop is cold, but I don't think it's cold enough to. Normally, I like to let it warm up. When you like warm it up quick from cold, you get that condensation. You could fuck your laptop up. But I just took it out of storage. How cold can it be? It does feel pretty fucking cold though. Ah, fuck it. We'll start it up, huh? Little condensation. Fuck it. We'll start it up. Let's see. Motherfucker will want to come into your lame ass world. Doesn't matter, 808. What's good? Let me pull out a brush. Let me comb my hair before I put this camera on myself. Let me brush my long, effeminate hair like my mama. I got the spirit of my mama. Got that Jezebel spirit of my mama. That's why I got long hair. I'm trying to look like my mama. And Jezebels, they fucking up the men. All these single mother Jezebels. They fucked up all these men. Made them into little mama's boys. Which is why I don't have the self-worth. The Jezebel took it from me. And made me her little Jezebel bitch. So you could say it in incestuous ways, but like I don't know if she ever did anything. Actually, I have some suspicions, but you know, sexual deviants in these families of ours, these traumatic scumbag. If they're going to take vaccines, they might be willing to do something deviant to a child, right? I mean, what's the difference? If you're going to harm yourself, you're probably willing to harm a child. If you're going to let someone inject some dumbass shit in you, you might be willing to do some weird shit to a child. But people can be incestuous, like emotionally incestuous, which she definitely was, because I remember when I got a girlfriend, and once again, this shit's all in hindsight. When I got a girlfriend, she fucking freaked out. And I didn't notice it at the time, but in hindsight, I realized she was freaking out because I had a girlfriend. So it's like, She just wanted me auto herself, like her little control dial, her little bride control dial, you know? She didn't want me like becoming a teenager and dating girls and becoming my own man. She wanted me under her thumb. She wanted me to live with her forever. You know what I mean? Those incestuous, toxic fucking bullshit. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. Let's get this laptop going. It's okay, man. I get it. It's rough out there and easy to turn on each other. Oh, I understand. Don't need any more homosexuals in my life. Yeah, bro, you're trying to, dude, whatever living and sleeping situation I am in, it don't matter, bro. It has nothing to do with you. I mean, you seem like you want to take advantage of it or keep bringing that up. Yeah, man, if you want to just, but I don't need your dumb job and I don't need your dumb attitude, bro. Like I said, come up on fucking panel. I'll block your fucking stupid ass. You don't got all the answers. You're a dumb cunt. Yeah, let me pull up his fucking email, this dumb cunt. You guys can see just what a dumb cunt sounds like. It wasn't doing it justice when I was paraphrasing it earlier. You got to have exact word for word of what this dumb cunt talks about. It's okay, bro. I'm gonna be a pretentious fucking douche. I get it. It's rough out there. Shut the fuck up. And you know I was right over target. I know you're some former addict who runs some sort of halfway thing. I could tell you have this control freak fucking thing. You find these people at like AA meetings and shit. You offer them work, and then you just can try to control and dominate them, and you're gonna fix their life. And dude, you're just an employer. They're just there to work and get a check, not to fucking have your dumbass fucking philosophize and try to control their life and be an employer and a fucking cult leader to these motherfuckers. He probably sponsors a bunch of people that thinks he's a fucking big shot or some shit. Typical fucking douche. He probably fucking goes after the new girls at the AA meetings and fucking abuses them and tries to kind of sponsor them and fucking does all types of creepy shit. You see all types of creepy shit at Narcotics Anonymous and AA meetings, like they got fucking dudes that just prey on the young girls that come in fresh off the streets, fresh meat. That's what you call them, right? Huge fresh meat, young little vixens fresh off the street. You call them fresh meat. You just run through them. Just don't give a fuck. Just abuse them. They're coming for help and you just use and abuse them for sex. Isn't that right, huge? Spooge. That's right. All right, let's check out this guy's email. Yeah, let me switch over to the laptop. Give me a second. I hate O'Shea on the laptop. I prefer we could go back to Man on the Street. We'll take a pit stop here and hop on the Lappy Tappy. Spooge. Oh man, I love you guys. Let's see what we got going. Let me get this going here. The integrated camera. What do I look like? Oh, old O'Shea. O'Shea's looking hobo-y and oldie more every day. God damn. Now, should I get a haircut? Should I get a fade? Trim my beard? Get some different clothes? Not today, though. I'm looking rough. Fuck it, dude. You guys get to see me looking rough. Who cares? Let's see, where am I at? Audio. What's this? Let's see, audio's looking or whatever. All right. Let's do this. Enter the studio. I'm gonna have to get out this one.
morning all the way for 1 month. This Monday, we will start the
Okay, so in my
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yo, yo. Yeah, I had the little microphone muted. God damn it. Can't hear you. Now you guys can hear me, right? Luckily, that didn't go on for too long. Look at I looked at the comments. Yeah, there we go. All right, good shit, good shit. Yeah, we're losing viewers. Let's pull up this fucking screen share again. What the fuck, dude? Didn't I just fucking I already have a screen share, you motherfucker. Fuck this shit, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. This fucking StreamYard, dude. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, but these people over here, it's probably hard to see them in the in this vertical, in this portrait view, vertical. But I hate these two people right here. This dude on the right supposedly was sexually harassed by Will Smith. I don't know if he used to have butt sex with him or what the fuck, but he said Will Smith was forcing him to do shit based on sexual stuff, and he was sexually harassed and sexually abused by Will Smith. Then you got this fucking dude. Some people are just so fucking gross, dude. I think this girl on the left is just so fucking gross. Yeah, she's got giant tits. Yeah, man, I might want to take a look at her giant tits or maybe her big ass, but like, she's so fucking gross, dude. And she seems like she stinks. Like certain people you just never want to kiss. I mean, looking at me right now, I'm not like, oh, I'd like to kiss that guy. But some people are just fucking gross, dude. I don't know how to describe it. They're just fucking gross, dude. He's being racist. Let's see what they're talking about.
video about Will Smith being now sued by a dude said he was sexually harassed and groomed and all the things that, Will Smith and his entourage did to him. And he seems credible. And we know that the story's credible because, it's the evidence is overwhelming. And they talked about.
Here's the whole thing in a nutshell.
Okay.
It's no secret in Hollywood that Jada hates me because I have a strong
Jada hate me.
relationship with Will, and I do my own thing.
Why don't she hate Dwayne?
I can't answer that question.
Dwayne was giving it to Will from behind, according to this dude. Dwayne Martin has been Will Smith's longtime rumored lover.
Why don't she hate Dwayne Martin?
Well, she's gonna love anybody that treats her like she's a god, right? When you're a narcissist and a sociopath like she is, and I'll get into that, you want to be worshipped, and she got the bag, so these people will worship her, thinking that that Jada's gonna do something for them. But a narcissist and a sociopath is only looking to do things for themselves.
Boom. So when he busted his story out, Jada Pinkett Smith said, "We suing." And I was wondering if anything came of this or whether he was paid off. He disappeared.
We suing.
Because I didn't hear anything more about it because I'm not looking at this stuff, right? I don't really.
I don't like this. I don't like this commentator, but it's just funny the way he's being a little bit
Breakfast
racist.
Club. Had Jada not went to the Breakfast Club, I would have been sued already. And just for the record, I haven't been sued yet. Have you been sued?
This fat fucking, I hate people. Like both of them have like the disgusting. There's this type of fat. Like I'm fat. I got a big belly, but some people's bodies are just fucking gross, dude. It's like a lazy fat blob. Like this dude's like fucking gross. Why would Will Smith want to fuck this dude and sexually harass him? He's fucking gross, dude. And the girl's even more fucking disgusting.
about Jada?
Nobody's contacted me at all.
Okay. So, and
Nobody's contacted. Look how ugly she is, dude.
let me answer your other question. The reason Will responded, the reason why Jada responded, because they know it's true. Will's never responded, and they responded in less than 9 hours.
Thank
They
ass.
did. That was a fast response.
That was because he
Looks like
know
a pussy
what I
stink.
saw in that dressing room. He know other things that I saw.
You said it was murder.
Yes,
Her
yes.
feet,
Dwayne
she
Martin's a
got
serial
fucked up.
killer because Will's
Fucking
not the only one.
Corns on her feet or
And
something.
we're gonna get into that later on
It's
too.
fucked
Since,
up.
since now, so
Big sloppy.
basically,
giant
Jada's
dick.
interview did two things.
Scumbags.
It makes me now, me and her at war. I'm gonna put Will to the side.
You're gonna put Will to the side, getting murdered by Dwayne Martin in the dressing room.
I don't even know what this is. I just pulled this up because I didn't want
I
my
can
big fat face.
Look at his little goof. Look how happy she is. I'm about to start kicking my feet too. We're in Arknight's Enfield. And
I don't
Told
even know why-
myself.
I don't even know why I have that video up. But let's get to that email. It's just so my face isn't fucking full screened. Whoa, stink ass. Maybe I could keep my thoughts to myself when I sort of just hate people based on their appearance like that, but whatever. He racist. All right, Gmail. Hey, huge. Look what this fucking, the very first thing. So he tells me he's got work in Oklahoma, right? And this is the, let's see, let me read it to you guys. Where are we at? Fucking wrong email, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's see. Huge, okay. Here's his very, very first message to me. Very first. The only thing he said, he says, I got, this type of work, I got finishing work, and there's all types of work out here in Oklahoma. I said, damn, I'd be interested in that. Like, and then he asked for my email, right? And this is what he sends me, the first thing. What's up, man? You got something significant to say? I don't need any more pen pals. Right there. Right there. I should just like ignored his ass. Not even talked about it on stream and just, you know what I mean? But I was confused. I didn't know. Because at first I thought he sent me 7 messages. I was like, why is there 7 messages? I was like, this guy must be sending me a bunch of work info or something. But it was only 1 message. So I'm like, did I miss some messages? Like, I'm like, why is this dude tripping? So I'm like, what do you mean? You mentioned there's work in Oklahoma and asked for my email. And he's like, life is work. What are you looking for? You obviously heard my offer. Skilled labor is the name of the game. We rebuild people's falling apart lives, physically and metaphysically. Mostly the physical, their house, car, shed, fence, etc. And he spelled out etc. ECTETERA. What a fucking cunt, dude. Even if you talk normal and you added the full word etc., like that should have been enough to call you a dumb douche. But you added all this other douchey shit. You stupid douche. What a fucking dumb douche, right? Am I right or wrong? They need dicers and shovelers. He said that he probably has a big sloppy dick. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds crazy. Let's read that first one again. What fucking, oh my God, dude, these freaks online, dude. I'm a freak online, but Jesus Christ. These fucking mental patients. What a fucking control freak. Imagine being the wife or child in this guy's life. I'm sure this guy's like an addict. He has like the sponsor. He probably sponsors like 50. He's one of those guys that sponsors like 100 dudes. Goes after every newcomer at every AA Narcotics Anonymous meeting. Just one of these cunts who thinks he's got all the answers. This is Fight Club. Damn right, I'm a vet. Probably abused someone, killed someone, left them out in the cold. I don't know. This guy's got creepy vibes all over it. What up, man? You got something significant to say? I don't need any more pen pals. And he capitalized pen pals. 2 different words. What the fucking asshole, dude? What a fucking asshole. What do you mean? You mentioned his work in Oklahoma and asked for my email. Life is work. What are you looking for? You obviously heard my offer. Skilled labor is the name of the game. Skilled labor is the name of the game. What a fucking asshole. I told him I didn't have. I said, dude, you're going to need to fucking sort of hold my hand in the beginning because I don't got that much skilled labor. I said, I'll go to you on the jobs. I said, teach me and then, send me off on my own once I know what I'm doing. So I let him know what he was getting into. Skilled labor is the name of the game. We rebuild people's falling apart lives. See, why? Physically and metaphysically, mostly physical. So how the fuck? So you get a client, you get someone who needs whatever, their house, car, you need someone with a shed. You rebuild someone's shed and you're going to do it metaphysically. Their life, because they hired you to build them a shed, their life is falling apart and they need your help physically and metaphysically, but mostly physically. You're an asshole, dude. Like, what do? You show up on these jobs and try to fucking counsel these people? Talcott style? You fucking freak. The fuck are you even talking about? Skilled labor. Like, this has to be a troll, right? Like, bravo if it's a troll. Like what a fucking freak. I think he thought, like, yeah, we're going to fuck with O'Shea. We're going to do this and get him on the hook and do. Like, what a dumb freak. We rebuild people's, how you're a fuck skilled labor? How through skilled labor? You're a fucking asshole, dude. I think you should email him back. I don't think he's very good at communicating. Get his number. Craig. I want this guy to have my number, sending me text. And let's read his comments. Let's go through his comments right here on this stream. We read his email. Let's read his comments. So he says, let's see when he first came on stream. Let's find it. Huge. That's me, silly. Let's see. That's not me, silly. Okay, so I think he was on here before that. What was the first thing he said on this stream today? So here's the first thing he said on the stream today. He said, sounds like you cry yourself to sleep I'll help him out. Sounds like you cried yourself to sleep last night. Imagine you screaming at the sky while holding your blanket. What a fucking cunt. See? He's going to help me rebuild my life, right? By being a fucking dumb cunt. Dumb, abusive fucking cunt, control freak. That's the very first thing he says today after those emails. What a stupid cunt. Then I was after earlier, because I brought it up early in the stream. I was talking about his emails, telling people about the emails in the stream, and he got butthurt over his emails, over how he emails. So let's see, what's the next thing he's talking about here? Let's see, let's go down, because I know he said something fucking retarded. Oh, he says, you got to watch these gypsies. They're always on something. I don't know what he's talking about with that. But I know he said something. Let's see. Huge. Remember that movie Fight Club? Yeah, let's show you guys. Remember that movie Fight Club? I'm going to let a motherfucker into my world? Damn right, there's a vetting process. Fuck you, dude. And I even like think that Fight Club scenario, like Fight Club was a documentary, not a fucking movie. Like, I think there's a lot of truth in that movie, and I think dudes should kind of fight or scrap it out. Or I think there's a lot of truth in that movie and a lot of good qualities of that movie. But, bro, you ain't fucking Tyler Durden, or you ain't my fucking Tyler Durden, or I'm not going to the Fight Club in Oklahoma, dude. Like, you're a fucking joke. There's a vetting process, bro. Get a hold of yourself, dog. You ain't the one, dog. There's truth to that Fight Club shit, but you ain't the one, dog. You're the dumbass getting beat. You're the dumbass that got beat and they said, oh, I like to destroy beautiful things. You're just a dumbass, dude. Now go get some fucking lipos fat. Go get some liposucted fat. Go get me my liposucted fat, dumbass. You're coming to my world, bro. Even if I ain't got a front door. You're at my door on this stream right now, motherfucker. You're in my world. This is my job right now. I could ban your stupid ass, dumbass. You cry yourself to sleep when I ban your ass, you dumbass. Let's read what I love Julian going off. Huge pussy. Huge pussy. That's the assumption a motherfucker will want. It's coming to your home, your lame ass world. Oh, yeah, huge pussy. He calls him a huge pussy. Says that's on the assumption a motherfucker will want to come into your lame ass world. Yeah, that's right. Dumbass. Let's fight, dude. Fight Club, let's fucking scrap it. Well, now we're going to play the tough guy fighting shit, but whatever, dude. Show yourself on panel, you idiot. It's okay, man. Yeah, let's show what he says after that. It's okay, man. I get it. It's rough out there and easy to turn on each other. My offer stands. Don't need any more homosexuals in my life. Yeah, because you got a lot, right? Because that's what you do. Come on, man. Confirm or deny the AA meeting, AA sponsor shit. Where do you find these lowlifes that you abuse? How many do you have a wife and children? Bring them on stream. Let's hear their testimony about how great you are. Maybe it'll turn me around. Maybe I'll come out to Oklahoma. You know what I mean? But where's your testimony? You know what I mean? Don't need any more homosexual. You have some homosexuals in your life right now that you don't need any more. Fucking clown. That's defamation. That's why I attempt to not anonymity. See, he's going legal. He's saying you're defaming him. Who's that, me or Julian? That's defamation. See, he's one of these guys who's going to get litigious. That's defamation, try to sue your ass. Come on, bro. Yeah, sue me. He was calling me names on the stream. That's defamation. What a fucking dumbass. That's why I attempt anonymity. What a dumbass. I don't know what doesn't matter is talking about. She's saying, Spooge, if I had some loot, I'd just hook him up, not offer him work to take him off his path. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Thinks I'm on a path. You need to just donate and let me continue my righteous path. Let's see. That's probably why you ain't got no loot. Doesn't matter. Okay. Great stuff, guys. Great stuff, guys. The stream's going great. This is the greatest stream I've ever done so far. It's very entertaining. Let's see. Sounds like he uses folks, pays shit for labor. Yep. That's the impression I was getting. Thinks he's some fucking, I don't know what he thinks. My icon is a troll doll. Hello. Yeah, that's what I was hoping you were trolling, you clown. That's what I was hoping. It definitely sounded like a troll. Like right off the bat. Like, it's the only thing that makes sense. Why isn't he working me? Shit, man. TaskRabbit jobs ain't coming in. So I guess I gotta figure something else out. TaskRabbit shit ain't coming in. I thought at least some snow shoveling shit would come in, but they got my shit. I don't know. Shadow banned, or might have to go harder with support. Sometimes you got to lean on support. But TaskRabbit, I'll pull up. I'll go to Reddit right now. I don't know if I could share the screen on Reddit because I don't know what's gonna pop up. Sometimes I look at some pretty girls on Reddit. Nah, whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess I'm worried about you guys seeing some of my fucking. Who gives a fuck? But either way, I'm gonna pull up TaskRabbit because they have a TaskRabbit subreddit on Reddit, but like the support is so bad and like the company's just imploding itself. You know, it's just like we got a lot of good taskers like me. I've been on that platform since 2017. It's going on 10 years. I got hundreds and hundreds of 5-star reviews. You would think they'd want to sort of like work with someone like me who has like years of proven fucking, you know, success on the platform, you know, but nah, just like most things in life today, you know, it's just like inverted. So I'm trying to find a post here where the guys are talking about union. They want to make a union. And I thought about Jack Talcott. I was like, He's good at union shit, but do we really need Talcott fighting for? I don't know. Would you guys? I don't know. Whatever. TaskRabbit scamming 2-hour min simple jobs. Let's see. Here, I'll put in TaskRabbit union and see what comes up. Union is force. See, union when people are united is forces. See, that's why civil war is what they want, because union is force. And that's what they say when you have to be very vigilant, like we were saying. You have to watch. Remember, union is force, because they say they want you guys to get divided. And while you're fighting each other, I'll pull up the quote from the Orlinda book. While you're fighting each other, I'll pull it up because I ain't going to do it justice. But basically, they say the government's going to be at the ports, or it's going to be, basically they're going to be. They say something about ravaging your daughters and raping your children. I'll pull it up. I got to pull it up right now, actually. So I'll say Orlinda fighting ravage. I spelled ravage. God, if you can only see how I try to think sometimes. Ravage. What? R-A-V-A-G-E? Am I retarded? Ravage? How the fuck do you spell ravage? I'm so retarded. Dude, I sometimes I know I'm insanely retarded, and I'll just sound it out, and then I'll be like, oh my God. Like I'll put a W where there's like a U. You know what I mean? Like, do you ever type out misspell shit so fucking egregiously? I wish I could have like all my egregious misspellings or from Google search. Let's see. Orlinda fighting ravaged daughters. Because that's what the enemy's going to do. They're going to ravage your daughters while you're fighting each other, and take over everything behind the scenes. Ravaging. Wanting daughters. Let me find it this way. I got to find this quote for you guys. So I'll just put in ravage in the search right here. Control F, find it. Okay, ravage. There's no ravage. R-A-V-A-G-E. How do you spell ravage? Ravage. Yeah, that's how you spell it. So it's not ravage. How about we just put, let's see, look at this ravage. Let's try this. This might be ravaging. No, Rava. Interesting. I'll just put daughters in maybe. So maybe it isn't ravage. Put daughters in. Guess I could share the screen with you guys. So this is the Orlinda book, Daughters. Eartha bore 3 daughters. We'll pull up the watch. I could go through the Orlinda book all day, but let's see. Wanting daughters of the Finns, their own daughters. Bring up by your daughters, friends, daughters. Why? You must tell them, okay. 1 second. Okay, here it is. Ravish, but R-A-V-I-S-H. Ravish. See, they said ravish, not ravage. Huh. Okay. So here they're talking about civil war. So they say, instead of doing right, let me just see if you guys, what's going on here. Let's see. So instead of doing right, men will commit wrong. There will arise quarrels and differences among people and states. Thence arise civil wars, and everything is thrown into confusion and destroyed. And oh, foolish people, while you are injuring each other, the spiteful Finda people with their false priests will come attack your ports, ravish your daughters, corrupt your morals, and at the last throw the bonds of slavery over every free man's neck. Get it? Get it? While we're doing civil war, right? Like us versus the ICE, they're all Americans. The ICE agents are Americans, right? They think they're doing something right for America, maybe something. So we're going to go to civil war, left versus right, Democrat versus Republican. We're going to go civil war because it's Trump, right? Trump and the MAGA tyrants are the problem. If only Kamala got elected, things would be so great. Just like when Biden was his weekend at Bernie, dead corpse ass up there, Sleepy Joe, because it was so great with him too, and Obama. And every Democrat or other Republican, and Reagan was great. That Republican, right? Who's some other Republicans? We got Trump. We got George W. Bush. These are all great, right? Let's fight. Let's divide her. Let's read this thing one more time. Instead of doing right, men will commit wrong. There will arise quarrels and differences among people and states. Thence arise civil wars, and everything is thrown into confusion and destroyed. And oh, foolish people, while you are injuring each other, the spiteful Finda people with their false priests. So this is basically the government. So let's change the words. While you're injuring each other, the spiteful government with their false leaders will come and attack your ports, ravish your daughters, corrupt your morals, and at the last throw the bonds of slavery over every freeman's neck. See, that's why this book is so fucking awesome. Because they know what we're about, freedom. You know, and what have we been pushed into right now? Slavery, right? This ICE bullshit. What's up, yo? You just still paying taxes. What up, O'Shea? Says, not defamation on fake YouTube name, dummy. Needs to hit up Grace Thorpe. Same being doing DoorDash for a minute, and I'm on the Reddit. So this, oh, that's Virgil. My bad. I thought that was huge. Bizarre how we assume narratives and face noise them with no filters. What? I don't know what that sentence means, dude. Bizarre how we assume narratives and face noise them with no filters. Whatever, dude. Come up on panel, huge. I don't know who you are. You're a weirdo. You're a troll. You're a great troll, dude. Great job. Great job. You did it, huge. You're a huge troll. Huge troll. So what was the other thing I wanted to pull up right now? The watch. Remember I was saying watch earlier? Watch with an exclamation point. Let's see. Watch. Yeah, Oak, my son. So here. Over to Linda. Watch. See, they say that. That's like a war cry. Let's see how other watches. Let's see. See how watch is like time too? Like watch. Wait for time. Like that's all we got to do is wait time. Let time keep ticking, motherfuckers. Let this shit change around. Let this age change. Watch. Watch. Like the sky clock. Watch. Like you're observant. You're vigilant. You're also watch. You also let time keep ticking. I'm gonna be vigilant and watch out because I know you're fucking little clever little scams, and I'm gonna let time. I know over time it's gonna get better and better. So I'm gonna stay vigilant, stay disciplined, stay civilly disobedient to corrupt, tyrannical government. And I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch your downfall. Watch you fall apart as time, the wheel of time rolls. Watch. Sky clock. Watch. That's what Crow 777 calls the stars, the celestials, because it's so precise. A sky clock. And when I look at it, when I was looking at an eclipse, it looked mechanical. It looked like something was going into that hole. It looked like a machine, mechanical. Yeah, that sky clock, that mechanical apparatus up there, whatever them stars and celestials are doing. Extreme precision, precise. So precise you could travel by it. That's why the book, on their boats, watch, so they could travel and get to where they're going. They had longitude, but they didn't have latitude, one or the other. I think the book was called Longitude. You needed time. You needed precise time. So they needed someone to make a precise watch. That's what the book was about. This guy who could make a precise watch you could bring onto a boat. So you could have latitude, but you needed longitude to know where you're at. So you needed precise time for some reason. I don't know how it worked. The offer for work was not a troll. It's in its entirety. I'm not going to give you a Jeep. You're not going to give me a Jeep. Okay, did I ask for a Jeep? All right, dude, cool. All right, let's get to the watch then. Let's see. Yeah, because they have acted thus, Freya cared no longer to watch over them. They robbed others of their freedom and lost their own. Yeah, see, this is what they're telling when things fell apart. See what I'm saying? These great people, right? These great people from these Germans, right? Oh, he's white supremacist. He likes Hitler. But I think there's something to it. German, France. You guys are going to keep me here. Say this stuff all the time. And I don't want to just say German. I got to include like Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, Sweden type shit. That's why they say if you to know a people, know them by if you want to learn about a people, like if you want to know if a government, like say, I want to know if America's good, or I want to know if Norway is good. They say go to their prison and see how they treat their prisoners. See how they treat the lowest of the people. And Norway, see how Norway treats prisoners compared to how America treats prisoners. And I'll give you a clue into the type of people we're dealing with. So this book sort of shows how they go from greatness and things fall apart over time. Watch it fall apart too. Like watch when you're not vigilant. Watch how it falls apart. Watch how you guys, how we're all about freedom. Now watch how your own people will enslave people when we were always against that. Watch how things fall apart. Watch how it gets corrupted. It's fucking fucked up, dude, because he's the best of the people, and even they fall apart, dude. That's the wheel of time, man. Things fall apart, things go bad. It's usually the leaders and ego gets involved. And they start slaving people up. So let's hear it. I refuse to be, but you know, I have watched everything that has happened. So she's watching, like things are falling apart in this great society. That's what you're learning in this book. You're watching, you're hearing things sort of fall apart. So this woman's like a revered woman. She's just talking about her society. I've watched everything that happened as if I've really been your leader. It's called a Volksmutter, like a mother. It's like a high, important government position. I have constantly traveled about observing what was going on. By that means I have become acquainted with many things that others do not know. You said yesterday that our relatives on the other side of the Western were dull and cowardly. But I tell you that the Magi, so that would be basically, the Magi are basically, you could look at them as like the Jays. So now I'm using the word Jays, like, you know, you could look at them as like the Vatican, the popes, the priests class, Catholic religion, like these real powerful things, but you know they're not righteous. You know, they rape children, they commit usury, depending, you know, these are the type of people they call the Magi that are, you know. But I'm going to tell you that the Magi has not won a single village from them by force of arms, but only by detestable deceit, and still more by the rapacity of their dukes. Rapacity means like greed, unsatiable greed. And still more by the rapacity of their dukes and nobles. You see? Because the way to fight, the honorable way is you got a problem, we'll fight. And the Frisian people are always the best warriors, big, tall, strong motherfuckers, smart, strategic, best boat makers, best building makers, they had the best iron weapons. And now all these freaks would come with all their bags of jewels because they're all their oppressed people. They had all these jewels and gold. And when they found out the Frisians had this awesome weapons and awesome iron, they freaked out. They had other things, like they had like gypsum or other things that they really wanted, that these they came from like Rome, like these kings from Rome came. And you know, they're looking at some weapons, they're like giving gold, they're like, fuck yeah, dude, we'll pay anything. We want more. Just give us all those awesome weapons, because they made the best shit. And they also had other things, like I said, like some sort of amber, maybe other things they wanted. They just wanted to give them. They had unlimited gold, you know, because they're slaving up the people. So they got big stores of gold and conquering other nations. So that's sort of what we're talking about. Let's see. But yeah, so they're saying, so they're lying, right? You see how they move? Just like the way these weasels move today. Like, it's not just one-on-one fighting or have a real war. And wars used to be more honorable, bro. Like, if I whacked you with a sword, like, you'd have that chain link on. And if you got just, like, scratched, you'd be like, all right, time out. Motherfucker got hurt. All right, you go out. Like, it was kind of honorable. It wasn't like killing and chopping off heads. It was like, you know, you get poked, you're like, all right, that's it. It's kind of like laser tag almost. Like, there was an honorability to the war. It was, like, less violent. You know, let's say we're on the battlefield and one guy's really dying. Or one guy really gets killed, like, because I'm talking, they would stop it when you were injured. They'd be like, whoa, slow down, dude. He got hurt a little bit. They'd be like, you all right? They'd patch him up. Everyone would be like, time out. All right, let's get this guy patched up. He actually got hurt. Because it seems like it's almost like more of a mock war. You know, violence wasn't really like a thing like they promote in Hollywood today. Like, everyone just getting. I remember when I lived in this fucking halfway house, dude, and all the guys, all they would do, all you would hear on the TV, these guys would just sit and watch TV all day. Big, giant, flat screen TV. And all these fucking dudes in this sober living, they would fucking, all you would hear all day is like, all these Marvel films or whatever they're watching on Netflix or whatever the fuck they were watching. All these Hollywood films was nothing but people getting fucking gunned down, dude. Just like endless, like, you know, John Wick type shit. It's like just bodies flying everywhere all day long, dude. And they're trying to make that think like that's cool, dude, like death. But that's not how things were, bro. War wasn't like that. War was more gentlemanly, like dignified, bro. And it was more like a play almost. Like you'd go on the battlefield and like if someone was getting hurt, you'd stop the shit. You're like, okay, let's get him fixed up. You know, and then a lot of times it was like people would just concede, like, all right, you got it. Let's make a fucking, all right, you got it. You know, you fucking basically it'd be like playing laser tag or something almost. Like they didn't want people getting hurt, but if someone did get hurt, or it was like almost like gonna die, or if someone died, they just stop the shit. They'd be like, all right, that's it. Like if one person died, like got like it went through his armor or something, and fucking he got actually hurt. They're like, all right, fuck that, stop it. All right, you got it. That's it. Like I'm just saying they're gonna concede, but they would stop, and they'd be like, fuck that, dude. They'd be like, fuck that, dude. All right, that's it. Let's sign over some papers. Let's sign a new treaty. All right, someone fucking died. That's crazy. One person died, let alone getting injured. I'm pretty sure that's how shit worked at some points. But my point is that they're saying they were lying. They were saying that the other people were dull and cowardly, but they weren't dull and cowardly. But I may tell you the Magi has not won a single village from them by force of arms, but only by detestable deceit, and still more by the rapacity of their dukes. And so you see how they use like cunning? Those people are clever, right? Like those Jews are clever. That's what they say, right? And that dude, there's a tweet from one of our guys, one of our leaders met up with the leader of Mossad. And his tweet was, man, these guys sure are clever. Those people sure are clever. You know, talking about Mossad, you know, they sure are clever as they get those. You know, when he presented the golden beeper, Netanyahu presented Trump with the golden beeper. They sure are clever how they fuck with those Hamas people, right? Those terrorists. You know, they put explosives in a beeper. So these terrorists had these beepers they would use to communicate. They blow them up and they present it as a gift. Like they're fucking cool. Like it's cool to blow someone up. Detestable deceit. But you see, it's not by force of arms and stuff. They're just detestable deceit, but see how it's like how they move. They're not honorable. Like even in war, they tell lies. They say, oh, those people are dull and cowardly, but they weren't. They were strong people that could fight. And they use detestable deceit to gain victory. See how it's like things fall apart? Like war used to be even honorable and not so ferocious. And then you got these guys, they're using deceit and lies, like shit that would never be fucking acceptable. Like they're just fucking scumbags, dude. And then let's keep going. Freya has said, we must not admit amongst us any but free people. But what have they done? See, now they're talking about their own people. This is when it goes bad. These good people I'm talking about out there in Germany, they started slaving people up, and then they're going to say what the consequence was. They have imitated our enemies. See how things are falling apart? They went from the best people to the worst because now they're slaving people up. They have imitated our enemies, and instead of killing their prisoners, see, they're saying it'd be better to kill their prisoners or let them go free. So instead of killing their prisoners or letting them go free, they have despised the counsel of Freya and have made slaves of them. See, slavery is no bueno. But see, they said it would have been better to kill the prisoners than to make slaves of them. You see? Because back then it's like killing people for crimes was like, I don't know, maybe it's like, it seems like, oh, you're saying they didn't even hurt people in war, but they could kill the prisoners. So I don't know all this shit. I'm just saying, they're saying that it would have been better to kill them or let them go free than to slave them. So I think there's something to that. You know what I mean? Like slaving people is the worst. They do not fucking like it, dude. And that's why I love this book so much. And then here's the line we're looking for. Because they have acted thus, Freya cared no longer to watch. See, that's how we found it, that word watch, to watch over them. They robbed others of their freedom and therefore lost their own. See how things fall apart? See why Germany's all fucked up right now? Why most places are all fucked up right now? Because they robbed others of their freedom and therefore lost their own. You see, now we got to get back to it. See, now you got to learn. You learn now. You thought it was cool to rob someone of their freedom. You know, and now look what happened. Look what happened in Minneapolis. You think it's cool to tell people that that are anti-vaxxers if there's something wrong with them? You're going to rob them of their ability to go in a store because they don't want to put a mask on? You're going to try to slave them up? Well, we're going to slaughter you in your streets. We're going to embarrass you and humiliate you. We're going to kill that nurse and say, what are you going to do about it? And say, we don't give a fuck what that video showed. We're going to set the narrative. Fuck you. You see? You see what happens? See? I'm just saying. That's how God works. See, we'll just keep going a little bit. This is well known to you, but I will tell you how they came to sink so low. The Finn women had children. These grew up with our free children. They played and gambled together in the fields and were also together by the hearth. They learned with pleasure the loose ways of the Finns because they were bad and new, and thus became denationalized in spite of the efforts of their parents. When the children grew up, they saw that the children of the Finns handled no weapons and scarcely worked. Therefore, they took a distaste for work and became proud. So you see how it falls apart? So these Finn people, there's like these attractive people, you know, these Finn people who are not the Frisian people. The Frisian people, they had it, but they allowed these Finn people who they didn't have a taste for work. They didn't like working with the weapons, you know? Because the Frisians were always proud. A man could take care of himself. He works. He's not lazy. He's not cowardly. And they intertwine those two. If you're lazy and cowardly, if you're not working enough to provide for yourself. See? The principal men and their cleverest sons made up with the wanton daughters of the Finns, and their own daughters, led astray by this bad example, allowed themselves to be beguiled by the handsome young Finns in derision of their depraved fathers. When the Magi found this out, he took the handsome of his Finns and Magyars and promised them red cows with golden horns to let themselves be taken prisoners by our people in order to spread his doctrines. His people did even more. Children disappeared, were taken away into the uplands, and after they had been brought up in his pernicious doctrines, were sent back. You see how they do this? You see how cunning and despicable this is and conniving? You see how they'll kidnap children and raise them in like a rat, you know, in like a less way, less values, and then they'll send them back to their families to try to corrupt. You see how this isn't like straight up warfare? This is all like crazed deception and just like manipulation and just like kind of the ways they move today with like setting narratives and just treachery, but you see the techniques. You see how like kidnapping children of the good people, taking them to the bad people, raising them there, and then sending them back to try to hurt the good people. Like, you know, it's just crazy how things fall apart. I mean, I want to get back to the watch thing. Let's just read a little more. All right. When these pretended prisoners had learned our language, see, they had pretended prisoners. See what they're doing? See how treacherous that they're pretending to be prisoners, pretending to commit crimes so that they become prisoners, so that they get into the world, into this good world of the good people, and then try to subvert it. So they're not even like true prisoners. They have a plan. They're scheming. They're clever, right? Boy, those people are clever. They want to just get in there because see, when you're a prisoner, they treat you good. They give you an opportunity to become part of the community. And they're using this goodness to manipulate it. They're false prisoners. They get in there with the whole plan is to subvert. They're taking good people who treat prisoners a good way to actually try to rehabilitate and treat them with humanity. But see, they're taking advantage of that as these things are falling apart. And they're going to try to fucking be clever as they try to create this society's downfall. See, so when these pretended prisoners had learned our language, they persuaded the dukes and nobles that they should become subject to the Magi. Then their sons would succeed them without having to be elected. See, so what they did, they learned the language of the good people, and then they got in the ear. As things are falling apart, you know, people are more susceptible to like bullshit. And they told them, hey man, you could like work it on their ego. Like, yeah, the dukes and nobles, hey man, you guys could have some power and fuck bitches, and you guys don't have to work that much. And people are like being susceptible to some reason. You know, they sold them on this idea, like, yeah, man, you don't have to follow those old ways. We got the new shit. come with us, do what we do, and we're going to give you power and women. And, and some of these idiots fell for it. Things fall apart. This is good people, the best people I'm talking about, but they fuck up. And God has something for them when they fuck up. So, their sons would see them without having to be elected. Those who by their good deeds had gained a piece of land in front of their house, they promised on their side should receive in addition a piece behind. Those who had got a piece behind should have a rondel, complete circuit. And those who had a rondel should have a whole freehold. So they're talking about, because in this communal society, like they want you married and trying to have children by the age of 25. And if you do get married, they provide a house for you. And usually everyone with a house has a little piece of land in the back. But if you do like extra things, if you're kind of like a government type official, would you get a little piece of land in the front? Or if you're kind of like a war hero, you get sort of extra things. And that's what they're talking about here, like a rondel. You get the back and the front, a complete circuit, they're saying. And those who had a rondel should have a whole freehold. If the seniors were true to Freya, then they changed their course and turned to the degenerate sons. Yesterday, so they're saying how things are falling apart, like the old people, and they're just describing how things are falling apart. Yesterday, there were among those of you who would have called the whole people together to compel the eastern states to return to their duty. According to my humble opinion, they would have made a great mistake. Suppose that there was a very serious epidemic among the cattle. Would you run the risk of sending your own healthy cattle among the sick ones? Certainly not. Everyone must see that doing that would turn out very badly for the whole of the cattle. Who then would be so imprudent as to send their children among a people wholly depraved? If I were to give you any advice, it would be to mortar. I know that you are in a difficulty about this because out of the 13, whatever. But that thing is like, things are falling apart. Like they're sending their children to these people that don't have the same values. Like things are just falling apart, man. Their leaders are getting corrupted. They're getting egotistical, and they're starting to, appreciate worldly things. Like the society, this great society is just falling apart, and they're basically just describing it here. All right, let's get back to something. Let me check the comments. Bizarre how we assume narratives and face noise and the offer for works. The non-dry world room was a slight exaggeration. There only works with people of honor. All right, let's get back to the watch. Let's see. So basically they're saying, let's just... Okay. I should further recommend that you should visit all the citadels and write down all the law of Freya's text, as well as all of the histories and all that is written on the walls, in order that may not be destroyed. See, they see things are falling apart, and they have all their shit written on the citadels. It'd be like a church, on the walls inside the church type thing. All the rules of how this great society, but they're like, fuck, dude, they see it. Things are falling apart. We got to get this shit on paper because things are falling apart. These buildings are going to get destroyed. And we got to somehow try to hold on to our heritage because they see it coming. Like that wheel of time is rolling. These, we're going from great to bad and bad to great again. Like that's the cycle of how things go. So that's what they're saying here. It stands written that every Volkswagen, every Bergmaid shall have assistance, blah, blah, blah. If I might add more, I would recommend that all the respectable girls in the town should be taught. For I say positively, and time will show it, that if you wish to remain true children of Freya, never to be vanquished by fraud of arms, you must take care to bring up your daughters as true Freya's daughters. You must teach the children how great our country has been, what great our forefathers were, and how great we still are if we compare ourselves to others. You must tell them of the sea heroes, of their mighty deeds and distant voyages. All these stories must be told by the fireside and in the field, wherever it may be, in times of joy or sorrow. And if you wish to impress it on the brains and the hearts of your sons, you must let it flow through the lips of your wives and daughters. See that? You see this, how they understand how important the women are and the daughters? Because you see how if you have these dumb bitches today that don't know shit and they're going to procreate with some fucking inauthentic corporate beta male. You see how they're showing the power of women. They have the mother. Freya Weralda is male, the spirit, the real God. But on Earth, Mother Earth, women have a key role. And they're saying how powerful women is because dudes are going to want to fuck, right? Dudes are going to, cater to women. They want to. That's why women have a lot of power in that way, right? Dudes want them. I want this woman. How do I get this woman? Well, it depends. Then the woman has to be strong because the men are going to come. They're going to come for the women. They're going to be attracted by it. But you got to have good women that only will procreate and hook up with good, honorable men. So you got to have great, honorable daughters. So they see how important this is. They're not saying raise great men. They're saying it starts with the women because they're going to choose husbands to procreate with. So make sure these women fucking their brains understand this. They're trying to drill it through their fucking head. Do not pick inauthentic corporate beta males to procreate with. You'll fucking look. They're saying what will happen if you do that. And time will show that if you wish to remain children of Freya, never to be vanquished by fraud or arms, either by war or by deceit, you must take care to bring up your daughters as true Freya's daughters. See? Very smart. Let's find some more watch stuff because I want to find the watch. See, they got a watch star. They got these lamps. They got these new lamps. And I think they're use alchemy, make an eternal flame, like a lamp, your soul, the light of your soul, never to be vanquished. The sun, all those souls. Your eternal soul, never to be vanquished, an eternal lamp that never has to be relit. That was a very important to these society that these women would hold, these lamps. They didn't do alchemy like turning base metals to gold. No, they had made an eternal flame. You could do certain things with that philosopher's stone, which I suspect these people were used to make this lamp. These special lamps that other people couldn't make. Like the Magi, wanted power, and they knew there was power with these lamps somehow. But they wanted to get their lamps through deceit. And their lamps never really worked because, I don't know, there's something about alchemy, just like as you're transmuted, when you get to the point where you can make a philosopher's stone, you're transmuted as a person. Same thing with the ability to make these lamps. If you ain't got it, if you ain't got the real deal inside and out, as inside, as outside, as above, as below, your lamp probably ain't going to work, even if you're trying to get these things by power and force. Like it's just, for some reason, it just don't work out. You got to be pure of heart for some reason to have a functional lamp, I think. See, Weralda. This is our earliest history. Weralda. See how it says Weralda famous? Because this is where that word world from. See how I got Weralda famous now instead of world famous in my thing. Weralda, who alone is eternal and good, made the beginning. Then commenced time. Time wrought all things, even the earth. The earth bore grass, herbs, and trees, all useful and all noxious animals. All that is good and useful she brought forth by day, and all that is bad and injurious by night. At the 12th jewel feast, she brought forth 3 maidens, Lida out of fierce heat, Finda out of strong heat, Freya out of moderate heat. See, these are 3 women. I don't know if I have the women up right now, but sometimes I have a picture of them. So Lida, like a black woman, Finda, a brown/yellow woman, and then Freya, a white woman. So the black woman has fierce heat. The brown-yellow woman has strong heat. Freya, the white woman, is moderate heat. That's racist. You're white supremacist. No wonder you like Germany. Like, you don't even have to think of it as colors. You could almost think of it as personalities and bloodlines, and, you could change the colors up, I guess, but there's probably something to it. Like blue eyes, I have blue eyes. But everything's so corrupted. So I'm not like, oh, I'm better because I'm white with blue eyes. I'm corrupted. My bloodline is diluted. There's all dilution. Like, So it's not just about that. It's the spirit and the personality of a person that really is embodied. Like there's plenty of white-skinned, blue-eyed people out there that will gladly slave people up. Plenty of our fucking politicians. So that's showing the corruption. It's not just the skin color and the eye color. Although I do think there is something to that. And you can sort of see, you know, well, you're racist. But blacks and drill culture, fucking rap music, dude, they like to kill and fuck. That's fierce heat. The browns and yellows. They're the industry. They're the Chinese people. They're the Hispanic people. They work hard. They're industry, strong heat. Then you got the white people. They're usually the fucking leaders of the country and shit like that. The fucking, that's racist. I'm just saying that's how the world is kind of how things are, you know. You know, the browns and the yellows are working for the white guy, the boss guy, right? Am I saying anything out of school here? When the last of these came into existence, Weralda breathed his spirit upon her in order that men might be bound to him. As soon as they were fully grown, they took pleasure and delight in the visions of Weralda. Hatred found its way among them. The H412, whatever. Let's go back to finding some more watch stuff. Look down for your watch star and weep. Yeah. They're just saying, they're talking about how things fall apart again from him and watch. Okay, wise Freya. When she had seen her children reach the seventh generation, gave him a text saying, "Let this be your guide, and let them go ill with you." Exalted Freya. When she had thus spoken, the earth shook like the sea of Weralda. The ground of Flyland sunk beneath her feet. The air was dimmed by tears, and when they looked for their mother, she was already risen to her watching star. Okay, I'm trying to get to this watch. If your son wishes for a daughter of theirs, do the same as to your daughter. Whatever, watch over you. They're saying, don't let your daughters get corrupted. Okay, so now volutes and egg and dart in architecture. This is another road. Damn, I could go down a million roads. Let me just get to somewhere else. To watch over the holy lamp. But the lamp they lit themselves, and instead of imbuing the priestess with wisdom and sending them to watch the sick and educate the young, they made them stupid and ignorant and never allowed them to see. Here they're talking about they made a lamp on their own. They didn't go through the process to make a real lamp. They knew there was power with this lamp. So look at these. The appointed priestesses under their own care, who were apparently under the protection of Festa, are first in order to watch over the holy lamp. But that lamp they lit themselves. See, they're saying they didn't go through the right process to light this lamp. And instead of imbuing the priestess with wisdom and then sending them to watch the sick and educate the young, you see how honorable they are? To watch the sick and educate the young, these honorable things. Instead, they made them stupid and ignorant and never allowed them to come out. You see, they try to make this lamp. They're trying to go for false power. They were employed as advisors, but the advice which seemed to come from them was but the repetition and the behest of the priests. See, now these mothers, these glorious, awesome figures are getting corrupted. And they're supposed to give you good advice, but instead of giving you good advice, they're being pressured by like what you would, you know, it's like when you see these guys giving statements, you know, like the guy who runs the border patrol, giving a dumbass statement, like instead of saying what actually happened, he's being pressured by like Trump or whoever, you know, runs Trump to say like, oh no, that was a justified shooting. Like they're just fucking being corrupted. They're being fucking fraudulent. So that's what they're saying here. They were employed as advisors, but the advice which seemed to come from them was but the repetition and behest of the priests. You know, the priests are the bad guys. When Helenia died, we wished to choose another mother, and some of us wished to go to tell his son. Blah blah blah. All right, let me find this other thing. Yeah, here. So they're saying things are going super bad, right? Like almost like at the time we're at now. We just watched someone get murdered in the streets, right? So It was not only in Finda's land that the earth vomited fire, but also in Twixland, Germany. Whole forests were burned one after the other. And when the wind blew from that corridor, our land was covered with ashes. Rivers changed their course, and at their mouths, new islands were formed. So they're saying not only are things falling apart with the people and the governments, like now we're having natural catastrophes that are happening as shit's falling apart. During 3 years, this continued, but at length it ceased and forests became visible. Many countries were submerged. See, there's like great floods. And in other places, land rose above the sea. There's floods, and then other land is just fucking coming up out of nowhere. Weird shit's happening. And the wood was destroyed to the half of Germany. Troops of Finland's people came and settled in the empty places. Our dispersed people were exterminated or made slaves. See, it's bad. Like, this is when it's bad. Like, what could happen to us, you know, once they fully try to pull out this mission, once they kill one of these ICE agents and once they take all the guns and once they bring in martial law, like, it's just things have fallen the fuck apart, you know? People are being exterminated or made slaves, right? But here's the key thing. Then watchfulness was doubly impressed upon us, and time taught us that union is force. You see? They're explaining all this devastation, and I heard someone come in the back, so I'll see who that was in a second. But they're saying that it gets bad, dude. Like, what's about to happen to us? It gets fucking bad. But what, you know, it's a way for these people to learn, all these vaccinated people to learn, and these people arguing left and right politics and shit. They're saying, you dumbasses, you're going to learn now because you're about to get exterminated and slaved the fuck up. And they're saying that now watchfulness, now you're going to be aware to watch out for that. Double time. It will be impressed upon you. And time taught us that union is force. See, we shouldn't be civil war and divided. Union is force. When we're come together, when those ICE agents and those people were there, they, instead of shooting and killing each other, they could have talked and be like, yo, you're an American. I'm an American. Fuck this shit, dude. Fuck that job, right? Put it on camera. We could shake hands and be like, dude, fuck this. We're Americans. You don't have to come here and push us around and pepper spray us. Like, this was an opportunity, right, to do that. That's what I'm saying. But instead of taking that opportunity, they have, because union is force. But instead, they got people divided because those are American on American, not just Fed on Fed. That's American on American. And you shouldn't be doing that because they win when that happens. So people are like, oh, I'm going to kill some ICE. That's still American on American. That still helps them out. Whether you get beat down and shot in the head or you kill them, it's good for them. So it's a win-win. The real key is to communicate. Union is force. Union is force. So what does that mean? Disunion is helplessness, is slavery, is extermination. But the power is in the union of the Americans saying, nah, fuck that, dude. We're not going to kill each other. We're going to come together. What's up, big dog?
What's up, Mr. Brian O'Shea?
How old are you now? I got to ask someone who's
am I?
older than me. Yeah, you in your
What?
60s yet?
I'm 62, bro. I'm
Damn.
getting younger. I'm getting younger by the day.
You look
My
fucking...
dick's getting bigger, too.
That Jew broad you're banging, give her the good stuff, huh? Now, you seem healthy, though, for 62, bro. That's good. Something to that carnivore diet.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing still.
You're going to get Paul on that diet soon enough. That's going to be crazy when that happens. This whole time.
Paul needs to accept the reality of what this world is. That's what he hasn't accepted yet.
I don't know, dude. That dude has a lot of understanding. I wouldn't go.
Yes,
fucking...
I agree. He does. He does. But on some things, he couldn't be further from the truth. And he's harming himself in the process, right?
I think he's still on to something, though. I think he's still on to something. We'll see. He's still on to something with the animal, killing animals things.
Yeah, but
I have been eating meat. I've been eating meat lately, but
that's under the assumption, eating the way he does is assuming that what you're doing is not killing animals. There's nothing further from the truth. It's just you're not doing it with your hands. You're getting other men to do it and condemning those men for doing it for you.
All right, we can't start off. Let's go.
I'm not doing that.
let's-
I wanted to talk more about what you're talking about, but I gotta go into this office for 2 seconds. I'll come back.
all right, no
Leave
problem.
me up. I'll come back. I gotta go in here and bring some paperwork in.
All right. We'll keep
Okay,
you
I'll come
unmuted.
back in a minute.
I'll mute you if I need to. I kind of want to hear what you're talking about. Keep yourself unmuted. I want to hear what's going on. I'll mute you if I need to.
No, I'm leaving the car. I gotta bring in this paperwork into this office. I'll be like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I want to hear you talking. I want to hear it.
I can't go in there like that. I gotta meet a fucking lawyer and all this crap.
Just keep it hidden. Keep it hidden. I want to hear it. No, I'm just
Trying to
playing.
I'm trying to get some fucking shit done with my taxes, and I need a fucking scumbag lawyer to actually put the paperwork in. They won't allow me to put it in myself. Anyways, I'll be back.
All right, no worries. Come back. All right. Let's get this fucking. What the fuck, dog? All right, let's get back to this. All right, where do we leave off? Then watchfulness was doubly impressed upon them. Union is force. Okay, that's where we left off. Let's get back to some more watch. Which they would willingly, when they were well established, the Magyars, or you could consider them like current, like powerful people, like say our government, other governments, Jews, whatever you want to say, Israel, Netanyahu. That's who you could, when I bring up Magi, Magyars, that's who we're thinking of. Trump, Netanyahu, all that type of shit. When they were well established, or priests, the Catholic religion, popes, they're all in that category, okay? When they were well established, the Magyars sought our friendship. They praised our language and customs, our cattle and iron weapons, which they would willingly have exchanged for their gold and silver ornaments. And they always kept their people within their own boundaries, and that outwitted our watchfulness. See, something about that. They always kept their people within their own boundaries, and that outwitted. So they're saying they kept like their people away from us, so we couldn't really maybe see that their people were suffering or see what was going on with their people, and that outwitted. See, they're clever people that outwitted our watchfulness. Like we're trying to be watchful, but things are falling apart. We got outwitted. We couldn't see what was going on with them. There's something there. But I'm trying to find watch. I keep getting distracted by all this other shit. In the walls of the city, read, learn, and watch. See, there's something about this word watch. Read, learn, and watch. What else? Impression was her great watchfulness. She had a cockpit and her banner. The owl watches that the mice shall not devastate the fields. The dog said guards his master and his flock. The owl watches the mice, that the mice shall not devastate the fields. See, this word watch. It's interesting that it's connected to time. Like watchfulness, like you watch, like you're vigilant, you're trying to protect, you're watching out, security, safety, right? But then you watch, like you're watching time. If you watch time, you look up at the sky, the stars. So it's kind of interesting that those words, I don't think it's a coincidence that those words sound the same. Like, what do they call those types of words? They have different meanings, but sound the same. So I'm just continuing to look for watch, our body with arms, and watch over you, to watch over someone, to protect them, to watch over children, right? God watching over you. The word watch is interesting. Let's try to find more. Let's see. Read, learn, and watch. Watchfulness. Watching the shit of cockpit. Blah, blah. Instead of watching on the shores, they put their horses in their sledges and drove off to Scandinavia. Then the Scandinavians were hungry. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone was watch over his own passions as well as the general welfare. Watch over, blah, blah, blah. The watchman, see the watchman on the tower hearing the noise, lighted his torch. The guard had not kept a good watch. See, this is when they're kind of getting overpowered and they got invaded when things were really falling apart. Okay, here we go. So here is a very dramatic thing that I would love to see. Man, I would love to like put on a little play or something. I'm going to be like, become like a gay play putter on her, whatever they call that guy, director. Because I think I'm a gay guy, right? I'm gay, probably. I don't know. Gay guy. It's old gay guy. Whatever. Fucking. So, what the fuck? What am I reading? What am I doing? How did I get to that? Okay. Yeah, I was talking. I wanted, because there's a scene here, a very awesome scene. Like, this could be Hollywood film type shit. Like, this is one of my favorite stuff in this book. Okay, so I've read this before. Okay, so in this scene, they got invaded, right? Shit's going bad. There's a war going on. They're getting fucking, things are going bad, right? The Magi invading, and the mother, they're going after the mother. They want to harm the mother. They want to control the mother. They want to, because the mother could also, she had like prophetic powers. And when she said something, like she would predict the future. So the Magi wanted to get this mother and like use power and force and intimidation. And he wanted to gather all the important people around this one guy who wanted to be king. And he wanted to get to mother, who had a lot of respect, because these people always had respect all around the world. These Phrygian people, whose leader in the community was the mother, and the masculine Weralda was the god. The spirit Weralda. The feminine aspect was the actual government leadership. And these women, so the guy wanted to gather all these important people around and then have the mother force her to say that, I predict that you will rule this place. So I'm setting up the scene for you. So this supposedly actually happened. These are real events, but these could just be metaphors or sensational stories, but whatever. I like them. They're great Hollywood things. So that's the scene. They're on boats. There's war going on. People are fighting. Things are falling apart. And let's find. They get the mother, right? They find the mother. Blah blah blah. Let me find out where they. So what happens is one dirty bastard goes in to try to rape the mother during this war process. I just want to see when she gets hurt. Okay, here it is. So he immediately gave the alarm, but it was too late. Before the guard was ready, there were 2,000 people battering the gate. The struggle did not last long, as the guard had not kept a good watch. They were overwhelmed. While the fight was going on, so the Frisians are getting overwhelmed by these Magi. The good is getting overwhelmed by the bad. While the fight was going on, a rascally Finn, a bad guy, stole into the chamber of the mother, a good person, and would have done violence to her, would have raped her. See, they say it like that, would have done her violence. He's trying to rape her. She resisted him and threw him down, because these are big, strong women. These Fryan Frisian people are fucking strong, even the women and shit. And threw him down against the wall. And when he got up, this coward bastard, she's probably an old lady, he got up and ran his sword through her. And he said, if you will not have me, you shall have my sword, right? If I can't rape you, if you won't have my penis, you'll have my sword. And he fucking shoved it. I don't know where he shoved it into her. I'm guessing her gut. But he could have been more dirty. If you won't have my penis, and he could have shoved it in her fucking, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. And anyways, a Danish soldier, so a Danish guy, a good guy, another big, strong motherfucker, seen this shit. And he came from behind him and clavate his head in two. So he had probably like an axe. And like he heard his fucking honorable mother, this fucking asshole try to rape him, and he just shanked the mother in the battle. He clavate his head in two. So he split his head in two like this. This clavate his head in two. There came from it a stream of black blood and a wreath of blue flame. See, that's interesting. What the fuck is that? A stream of black blood and they're almost like some weird fucking non-human creation. So anyways, back to the Magi, the evil people. The Magi had the mother nursed on his own ship. So they take that mother who just got shanked, the very powerful person, the leader of the good people, and they had her nursed on his ship because he wants her to force her to give a prophecy saying he's going to be leader. So as soon as she was well enough to speak clearly, the Magi told her that she must sail with him and that she should keep her lamp. See that lamp, that very powerful thing that they can't make. They don't even know how it's made, how the lamp stays lit, but it's a powerful thing in the good people's community. That she should keep her lamp and her maidens and should hold a station higher than had ever done before. Moreover, he said that he should ask her in the presence of all his chief men if he would become the ruler of all the country and the people of Phrygia. that she must declare and affirm this, or he would let her die a painful death. Then, when he had gathered all his chiefs around her bed, he asked in a loud voice, Franna, since you are a prophetess, shall I become ruler of all the lands of the people of Phrygia? Franna did as she took no notice of him, but at last she opened her lips and said, my eyes are dim, but the other light that dawns upon my soul, yes, I see it. Hear, Eartha, and rejoice with me. At the time of the submersion of Outland, the first spoke of the jewel stood at the top. So that's that wheel of time. They're talking about how time is changing. After that, it went down. So time, a bunch of years went by, and our freedom with it. So they're saying things were good, but man, things fall apart over time. You know, that's what they're saying. After that, it went down, and our freedom with it. When 2 spokes or 2,000 years shall have rolled down as a 6-spoked wheel, this jewel wheel. It's a very important symbol. Represents time and a bunch of other shit. Shall have rolled down, the sons shall arise who have been bred of the fornication of the princes and priests with the people, and shall witness against their fathers. She's saying something actually true here, but it's not what this guy wants to hear. But she's saying something awesome and true right now. So let's just keep that in mind. She's giving an actual prophetic thing. The sons shall arise who have been bred of the fornication of the. She's saying how we're like, you fuckers ain't gonna win, but he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand what she's saying, but this is what she's saying. Like, you fucking idiot. You ain't going to win, but okay. Who have been bred by the fornication of the princes and priests, the bad guys, with the people, and shall witness against their fathers. So things are bad. Things are bad. They shall all fall by murder, but what they have proclaimed shall endure, and shall bear fruit in the bosoms of the able men, like good seed which is laying in their laps. So all this bullshit happened, but good shit's going to come from it. Yet 1,000 years shall the smoke descend and sink deeper in darkness, and in the blood shed over the wickedness of the princes and the priests. See, things just get bad and bad, like the Iron Age we're in right now. After that, the dawn shall begin to glow, which is probably right now. We're actually probably out of the Iron Age, but we're in a transitional period, entering a Bronze Age. So a dawn shall begin to glow. That's where we're at right now. Like, we're coming out of something, even though it seems fucked up, but it is going to get better day by day, if my theories are correct. And then when they perceive this, the false princes and priests, the bad people, will strive and wrestle against freedom. But freedom, love, and unity will take the people under their protection and rise out of the vile pool. The light, which at first only glimmered, shall gradually become a flame. See, they got that flame, and they're trying to show you. Never let out this flame. We could turn this into a raging inferno of freedom and goodness. You know what I mean? Don't fuck with us. The blood of the bad shall flow over your surface, but you must not absorb it. At last, the poison animal shall eat it and die of it. All the stories that have been written in praise of the princes and priests, the bad people, shall be committed to the flames. Like, fuck those people and their stupid false stories. Thenceforth, your children shall live in peace. See, that's what she said to this dude, but he don't understand it. See, she said that to him, but he don't know what the fuck she said. When she had finished speaking, she sank down. See, she shanked and she's hurt. And she had to muscle herself up to say this shit. She's like, he practically killed this lady, but she's using her strength to say her last words. And the Magi, the bad guy, who had not understood her, shrieked out, I have asked you if I should become master of all the lands of the people of Phrygia, and now you have been speaking to another. See, he yelled at her like in anger. And then she raises herself up. She's kind of pissed and perturbed by this fucking punk, who's trying to intimidate her. This woman, She raises herself up. And she stares at him. And she says, she's supposed to be intimidated, but here's what she says. Before 7 days have passed, your soul shall haunt the tombs with the night birds. And your body shall be at the bottom of the sea. That's all she said, you know what I mean? This guy's looking for her to be intimidated, to say what he wants her to say. She says, you fucking bitch. Before a week, before 7 days from now, you're dead. You're going to be dead in the bottom of the ocean, dumb fuck. And she's saying she's an actual prophet. And she knows this is the truth. So she's going to say the truth because that is what's going to happen. This fucking asshole's going to be dead real soon. And this guy's pissed. He's humiliated in front of all these people that he brought in all these high people. He thought she was gonna make a prophecy. He's gonna be the ruler. So he says, very good, swelling with rage, say that I am coming. Then he said to his executioners, throw this woman overboard. That was the end of the last of the mothers. We do not ask for revenge. Time will provide that. But 1,000 times we will cry with fire, watch, watch, watch. See, that's like a war cry. And we can adopt that war cry to this day. Like, watch, you punk motherfuckers. Like, you want us to be civilly divided. You want us to fight each other. You want us to murk these ICE agents. But we don't ask for revenge. Time will provide that. But 1,000 times we'll cry with fire, watch, watch, watch. Because we know we just have to be watchful now. We can't let these governments and systems, we can't submit, comply, and obey ourselves into what we are currently going through. We have to learn from this. We have to learn from that murder the other day. You have to be vigilant. What will happen? They'll fucking murder us. They'll fucking we have to union as force. We have to not kill each other. We do not ask for revenge. See, a lot of us get bloodthirsty. We want a revenge on that ICE agent for what he did. But time will provide that, right? Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. You understand? I don't know. This shit hits me hard. I don't know, man. I didn't know you made videos. I gotta get back to this chat, see what's going on here.
Sometimes I wonder if it's really the not Mandela effect, but mandala, the snake eating the tail. And
the Ouroboros?
or whatever the fuck it is. That thing. It's like an abusive relationship. The people have it's like, they'll take a lot of battering, and then at some point they'll flip and they'll cut the husband's dick off, a battered wife, right? Let's just say, as an analogy. And sort of humanity is kind of like that, right? I think. So we get battered and battered and battered and battered, and at some point something switches and we become the batterer. So we become worse than them, and we start to kill them. And then all of a sudden, we are them. And then the whole cycle repeats, if you get what I'm saying. At least that's how it looks to me, looking back on the world.
Yeah. Like young Virgil says, you can't get combative, belligerent. The fight is not to fight Jeebus. The fight is not to fight. Jeebus failed when he brought out that whip. Yeah, so they're saying you get violent, you're gonna get violent with you, but there's power. Like, you can defend yourself, but you don't have to. Like, we don't have to seek revenge on these ICE agents, right? We'll let time provide that. Union is force. These are other Americans. So we don't have to go to civil war with other Americans. It is a tricky slope, though. It's like, I don't know. But let's.
It's funny that America, sorry, Brian, America was created specifically to stop these people, right? So these ICE agents, the police, even the way the sheriffs are acting, they're acting no different than hired guns, corporate fucking goons.
Yeah, the words are there, like every man is created equal, but then they had slaves. But see, the problem was they had slaves probably, right? They said the words, every man is equal, but then did they have slaves or what? Or were they actually good when they wrote this shit and didn't have slaves? Because if you have slaves, that's bad, right?
Sure, it is, of course.
But how could they say every man's created equal and then have slaves? Were they good or were they just stupid? They thought they had the right words, but they didn't know how to how could you say that and then have slaves? When slaves is the worst fucking thing, according to this book,
There is a plague on humanity, right? That people don't really understand. Every slave ship was owned by a certain group of people. Every slave auction was owned by a certain group of people. It's not even the people, it's the ideology that brought that slave mentality in, right? It's the book that brought the slaves, created the slaves, white or black. There's just as many
What, the Bible?
Irish slaves as there were black slaves. In the beginning, maybe there was more.
Talking about the Bible?
That's what I'm
What
talking
book?
about. The book.
Christianity, Catholicism.
Christianity, it's maybe an attempt at changing the book, but it, like you said, Jesus failed by beating the money changers, right?
The
Rather than
Jews.
just tell the people stop changing your money, he beat the ones doing the changing, right? But it was the people asking for their money to be changed. It was the people bringing their money there to say, here, change this into something fertile.
Yeah, we do have to
You know,
consider.
it's like where there are sheep, there's going to be wolves. And the sheep will just stand there and stomp their feet while the wolves eat their lambs. That's all they'll do. They'll just stomp their feet.
Yeah, this dude says, this is what's his name? I forgot his, but he said they ain't murdering people in broad daylight. It's just a divide and conquer. It's fake as fuck. Yeah, we got to be careful because if they're releasing AI to us, they already have something 10 years at least in advance that's way more better. So that could easily be. I mean, it could be some sort of AI, and they just want to provoke us into civil war, into shooting ICE. It could be fake. It does seem so. It's like that dude you just emailed me. It's like so fucking like it's like this has to be troll. This has to be fake. They just murdered that guy in the street and they think it's cool. Department of Homeland Security is going to say it's cool, and the guy's clapping. It's like too perfect and too tyrannical. It's just like so bizarre.
Brian, if you notice, ever since all this Minnesota ICE bullshit going on, if you notice, the topic of conversation among the people has changed to this, but it was something else prior to this. So
There's a million ways. Yeah, I mean the Epstein stuff, they could be hiding it, or some people say it's
all of
beyond
it,
the Epstein stuff.
the genocide they're doing in Gaza, they're literally trying to murder 2 to 3 million people. They've already probably got rid of 1 million. So nobody's talking about that anymore. They're talking about this, right? So it's a perfect distraction. It's look at my hand over here, look. While they're
But it seems like
other
every
hand
day
in
it's
your
a new
pocket.
thing. It's not just this incident. There was the other incident with the woman. It's like every day. Oh, and then it's the Epstein file. It's every day. It's like there's some new fucking major fucking release of information of something fucking major.
It's all distractions, in my opinion, from the real issue. Somewhere in the Bible, there's something, the story of Jacob and Esau. I don't know if you know it much, but I can't give it word for word, but I can give you the idea of it. And Jacob takes the blessing from Abraham through trickery, right? And so Esau was the older, Jacob was the younger, and Jacob stole the birthright, right? And at some point in the Bible, it says that Jacob will get on Esau's shoulders, climb onto his neck. But when Esau gets tired, he'll fling him off like a fly, right? And that's what humanity's been doing over and over and over again, flinging Jacob off their shoulders.
Yeah, I guess just Jacob could be a necessary evil because in the good times you could keep Jacob at bay, but then it's showing you if you allow Jacob or Jay or
Whatever, call it whatever you want.
You allow them to fucking corrupt you and take it away, then it's a good thing because it's showing that you're allowing this to happen. You're not as strong and noble as you think. Why is this happening? So it's like a good necessary thing to show you, like, because things fall. People get what is it? Your vigilance goes away. You get complacent. Your watchfulness goes away. You get used to things getting good.
Get comfortable.
Yeah.
That's why
It's-
the mistake that Jesus made in beating the money changers, right? Whether he existed or not, I'm talking about the story. I don't know if he was an actual living person or a god or whatever, but the story is that he beat the money changers, right? When in fact he should have beat the people, not the money changers. The money changers do what they do. The wolves do what they do. They're not good or evil. That's just what they do.
I should have beat his own people, saying, why, how did we get to the point where we allowed them in the temple? Like,
Right.
not beat them that are in the temple, like, you dumbasses.
Right. You dumbasses are taking your money there and trying to get it to be more valuable, trying to create fucking this interest, usury, whatever you want to fucking call it, making your money fertile because it's supposed to be sterile. And the money changers were changing it from sterile to fertile. That's what changing money is. Money's supposed to be sterile. It's supposed to be not
Static.
be static, not be able to reproduce. Usury is money becoming fertile, able to reproduce itself. It's
So
not supposed to
something
be that way.
static, it's not really flowing. Like
Right.
water and banks and stuff like that. It's sort of static, stationary.
Yeah,
But now
just
the
a tool.
flow of money and banks and to control the course of the flow of money.
Right. So who's bringing the money to the banks, to the fucking money changers? It's the people. He beat the wrong ones. Right?
Yeah, like,
I don't know.
which is
Maybe I was right.
understandable. Like, you're pissed, right? Like, you blew the head off the ICE agent, but you should have fucking got pissed off with the people that got us into this business. You took all the jabs. You fucking
Right.
gave it all away with your submitting, complying, and obeying. I don't have to kill this ICE agent. He's doing what the fuck you fucking signed up for, dumb fuck.
That's right.
So let's finish this story. So this woman, right? She told this powerful leader he's gonna end up in the bottom of the sea, and then they threw her into the water, right? So let's see what happens. Let's read a little bit. How it fared afterwards with the Magi, the bad guys. After the murder of the mother, he brought the lamp and the maidens into his own ship, together with all the booty that he chose. Afterwards, he went up to the Flymere because he wished to take the maiden of Meta Blispik or Stavron and install her as mother. But there they were on their guard. So he went to do some shit and people were on guard. The seafaring men of Stavron and Algeria would have gladly have gone to John, but the great fleet was out on a distant voyage. So they proceeded in a small fleet to meet at Blispik and keep themselves concealed. So we don't have to understand this right here, but we're getting to some good shit. The Magi approached Metablisk in broad daylight. Nevertheless, his men boldly stormed the citadel. So these bad guys are still trying to take over shit. But as they landed from the boats, our people sallied. So this is one of the stories that kid from Denmark or wherever, that chubby kid we used to call him, that didn't like the guns and he would come on Paul's broadcast. He knew this story. He brought it up. It's a story of them shooting arrows, like flaming arrows at a boat. But this is when things are still going bad. It's like this is an important part of their story, but in a powerful like win for them. But the person that was leading them in this charge, he was like a corrupted leader. Like when things are bad, the leaders aren't so benevolent. But let's just finish this fucking story. As the Magi approached me to bleach in broad daylight, nevertheless, the bold men stormed the citadel. But as they landed from the boats, our people sallied forth from the creek and shot their arrows with balls of burning turpentine upon the fleet. They were so well aimed that many of the ships were instantly on fire. So the good guys are shooting at the bad guys these balls of flame, these flaming arrows. Those left to guard the ship shot at us, but they could not reach us. When at last a burning ship drifted towards the ship of the Magi, he ordered that the man at the helm to sheer off. But this man was the Dane who had cleft the head of the fin. So you see, we got that ruler that threw the mother into the water, and he's trying to survive, but he's unfortunate because we got a good guy on the boat. So here's what he does. But it was the Dane that was on a boat, and he said, you sent our aeromotor to the bottom of the sea to say that you were coming, because that's what he told her. She goes, you're going to be in the bottom of the sea. And he goes, tell him I'm coming. And they threw her in the water. And he goes, you told our aeromotor, to at the bottom of the sea to say that you were coming. In the bustle of the fight, you might have forgot it, but now I will take care you keep your word. The Magi try to push him off. See, you got this fucking guy, king who wants to be a ruler. He's probably a fucking bitch, dude. He's probably skinny and not strong. And you got this big badass Danish dude. That's what these people are. They were fucking strong and tall and shit. The Magi try to push him off, but the sailor, a real Frisian and strong as an ox, clutched him by the head with both hands and pitched him into the sea. So he just grabbed his fucking little Weasley head, grabbed him by his head and threw him in the water, the king, you know? And but the sailor, real Frisian, strong as an ox, clutched him by his head with both hands and pitched him into the surging billows. Then he hoisted up his brown shield and sailed straight to our fleet. Thus the maidens came unhurt to us, but the lamp was extinguished, and no one knew how that happened. See, that them lamps never get extinguished. They didn't know, but it was because they got in corrupted hands, and they put out the flame that should never go out. When those who on the uninjured ships heard that the Magi was drowned, they sailed away because their crews were Danes. When the fleet was far enough off, our sailors turned and shot their burning arrows at the Finns. When the Finns saw that, they found out they were betrayed and fell into confusion and lost all discipline and order. At this moment, the garrison sallied forth to the citadel, blah, blah, blah. So the point is, like, I don't know. These are like cool little movie scenes to me. These could be acted out. But I love this fucking book. And that was a cool scene, like that dialogue with that mother. You know, tell me I'm going to be the ruler. He's gathered up all these fucking important people, thinking he's got her.
What is this book you're reading?
It's the Aura Linda.
Okay.
So, but yeah. So we got to the watch part. That's what I was looking for. But let's see other watch stuff. See, this is watching over, and I'm trying to say how it's cool how watch has to do with time and watch has to do with looking and observing and protecting. You know what I mean? It's interesting that's a homophone. They have kind of different meanings, but those words are interesting. If it sounds the same, it is the same. So to watch and be perfect, you know, to be vigilant and watch for like the Jays coming in and corrupting things, the Jews. You have to watch out for that, for the money changers. You have to watch out for evil people. Watch out for people that might steal your shit. But watch is also time. Watch also tells time. So there's some sort of connectedness between time, something that tracks time, and something that tracks evilness or something. Am I making any sense? Wish to teach us watchfulness, cheerfulness melted away, but watchfulness, blah, blah, blah. See, I'm just searching for the word watch, and all these different things are coming up. Each watch was 3 hours when they have watched for 7 years. You know what I'm saying? You Italian freak. Remember that Italian freak that was on Paul's the other day? That frickin' slave?
Yeah. He was funny. You know, I was going to say something. I was thinking about something while you're talking about the Jews, this and that. It's not the Jews, first of all. It's other people, but whatever. They call themselves Jews, but they're not. But you know, this whole thing about anti-Semitic, right? You know how that's pumped into people's brains all the time? So just picture this for a second. First of all, that makes no sense, the whole idea. But let's say an Italian blows up a restaurant, you know, to collect the fucking insurance money and, you know, sells everything off the back, then blows it up to collect the insurance money. And you say that's bad. Those fucking damn wops shouldn't do that. Are you anti-Italian? Brian O'Shea?
Fuck, dude. I was reading and listening at the same time.
I said, if you fucking get mad at a wop that blows up a restaurant to take the insurance money, are you anti-Italian? Does that make you anti-Italian?
Right. Like,
if the wops shoot a fucking, I don't know, a mayor of a city to get the fucking garbage contracts because he didn't want to give it, and another mayor is going to give it, so they blow his head off. And you say, hey, that's bad. You shouldn't blow. Are you anti-Italian now?
Right. It's like the Palestinians, they're getting genocided. So what you're
No, it's like everything. The only people you cannot
right.
criticize for
Like they
whatever they
can,
do.
you can feel sorry for them when they're genocided, supposedly, but when they do genocide,
Right. Yeah. You're anti-Semitic.
they're the ones that get the genocide and they only get to feel bad. Only they can be persecuted. Only it's bad to hate them. But they get
Right.
genocide, do whatever. But if you genocide them, it's bad. But I suspect they weren't even genocided. I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy. I'm saying Germany at one point were the best people. And you can say, oh, that's
Yes.
white supremacist and you're a Nazi. But that's what this
Germany-
Orwell book is talking about.
You know that Hitler was Ashkenazi Jew on his mother's side, right?
Yeah, it's probably wasn't even German or whatever. Probably was a Jew.
Hitler did his job to destroy Germany. That was his job. And he was set up
Right.
to do it, and he did it well.
Yeah,
And
he's
it
a
was
piece of
Germany
shit.
because Germans were the most ethical, the most fucking productive, the most fucking
Best weapons.
best weapons, and they abided 110%. The soldiers themselves were fucking total like forgiving, and they would not kill prisoners. You know who was the worst killers of prisoners? Take
Who?
a guess if you think who killed more prisoners in terms of a country, an army, who it was. It was fucking Canadians. Canadians took no prisoners. They killed them all.
Well, it's better than slaving them up, I think, according to the Orlinda. But I hear what you're saying. Like, if you want to know what a country's like, go to their prisons and see how they treat their prisoners.
Right.
And that's why Norway, if you look at how they treat their prisoners, probably Germany too. Probably different than how we treat prisoners here.
Right.
If you want to know how they treat the lowliest of the people in the society, that's how it's not how they treat the people with wealth. It's how they treat the lowliest. That's how you learn about people.
Well, look at the prisoners that there's like 10, 11-year-old kids going to military courts with their faces busted to pieces that are in Israeli jails. And these are 10-year-old kids going to military courts for throwing rocks or just running when they're told to stop. So they go to prison, raped and beaten, and then they get a court date in a military prison, and there's, oh, you got to hang. You're 10 years
Well,
old,
these
but you
ICE
hang.
detention facilities, I heard they're fucking creepy as hell, dude.
I wouldn't
They got
doubt
no
it.
overseeance on them, whatever they're doing to children there. Like packing people in rooms, it's probably similar shit.
I wouldn't doubt a lot of these agents, these ICE agents, are Mossad. I would put money on it.
Or they kind of convert them to that through the training process or whatever, or whatever.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. That's why their faces are covered, because they know the internet will find them, right? And figure them out that they're Mossad agents, right? It's all a fucking joke. Get on the land, grow your own food. That's why they want to get rid of meat, by the way, eh? You know, the reason why they train people to believe that plants are more our natural diet, and that plants are better for you, and that's in the media everywhere, right? And they make meat more and more expensive and less available, is because they know that people can sustain themselves with a couple of sheep, a cow, and some chickens. You could actually live. You can't do that with plants. You're not going to survive. If the lights went out and you didn't have some animals to survive with, you're just not going to survive.
Cattle
Especially
were
when
the sign of value at one
you're
point.
living in this, Brian. Look, what are you going to grow right here? You're going to grow my ass for 8 months. But the deer, they thrive in this. They thrive. They stay fat. So you go out and shoot a deer, you feed your family for 4 months, 6 months, 5 months, depending how many people you got, right? They know that that's the trick, right? They use people's good nature against them. That's what's happening with Paul. He just doesn't know it. Much as I love Paul, he is deceived in this area.
Yeah, but he uses his own discernment to come up with his
That's
conclusion.
not discerning though, because he's avoiding the information that will bring him closer to the truth. If you want to know the truth, you have to look at things that go against your beliefs, not things that go with your beliefs. Follow me? If all you do is research the things that go with your beliefs, you're never going to find the truth. You're only going to reinforce your biases and beliefs. Fucking snow, man. I should have stayed in Florida.
When were you out there?
Last week I got home.
What part of Florida?
Titusville.
Where's
Just
that?
east of Orlando. New Smyrna Beach area.
Also on the East Coast, because Florida has an East and West Coast.
Yeah. Palm Beach.
Yeah, I've been on that area. It's near, they had a flat earth festival like in Flagler Beach. It's near like St. Augustine, whatever you said.
It's a really nice area. I'm actually, I was impressed. Not only with the area, but I was also impressed with the people. The people down there, the area that my son's in is kind of like a blue collar. You know, there was no homeless people, no fucking, there was, I think I saw a cop once. And just, family people.
Your
Really
twin
nice
children
area.
live out there?
I'm sorry?
Your twin children live out there?
No, only my son. My daughter goes out there sometimes. The one that has the YouTube channel. Actually, now she might be moving to the States also because she's actually dating a guy from Georgia. Or Georgia? No. Georgia? Yeah, Georgia.
Is your son dating anyone?
Well, he has a kid. He's got a wife. He's got a little baby.
What does he do for work?
He basically, he's a hustler. He wheels and deals. He'll buy a house, fix it up, sell it. Now he's into boats a lot. He buys these, expensive boats. He's doing one that's going to sell for $500,000. He buys these freshwater boats that are really expensive boats and that need a little bit of work. He puts them back up to 100% standing, changes what needs to be changed. If it needs a new engine, he puts a new engine. If it needs a whatever, he makes them like brand new again and then sells them, makes money.
Did he take the jibbity jab?
No, none of my children did. Are you kidding? They didn't even, my 3 grandchildren have had no shots from birth.
Did they mask up?
No, my daughter, Juliana, the one with the YouTube channel, she went, I forget where she went, I guess Florida, and she came back on the plane. She didn't wear a mask or nothing. As soon as she got back, they gave her a $5,000 fine.
She paid it?
And no, what she did, and it was all Zoom court, right? And I told her, I says, just go on the court by yourself and just do not accept anything anyways, what she did, everybody that was there were there for the same thing. They all had $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $3,000, some $10,000, $12,000 fines. And they all pled guilty for a lesser sentence, like a plea bargain.
Lesser
basically.
fine.
Right. So they all paid whatever, 1,000, whatever. If it was 5, they paid, 1,000, whatever. So they all did that. She was the only one on the Zoom court that said, I am not guilty. Period. That's all she said. I'm not guilty. The judge immediately dismissed her case. The only case that was dismissed.
What does she do for work?
She does YouTube.
Full time?
Pretty much, yeah.
Just donations?
She gets donations. She does some lives occasionally, although she hasn't been doing a lot lately. But she has like sponsors, like companies will sponsor her, like Blue Eddy, these because she does a lot of van lifing and stuff.
People try to get her on OnlyFans?
No, she's not doing OnlyFans, bro.
guess you don't have to get nude, but they get you on the platform anyways, start you off. I don't even have to get nude.
They obviously people are going to try to get her there, right? Obviously, but she's smart enough to understand that's not where she wants to go, right?
Are they identical twins? Wait, they're not identical
No, they're
because one's male, one's female,
fraternal.
right?
Fraternal. They're not identical. No, they're not. They can't be when they're male and female, right? I think. I
I
don't know.
think you're right. But do they still have twin qualities where?
Oh
you know,
yes. Oh yes.
where
Like they are
fucking-
they're very close and very very connected.
Who came out first?
I believe it was John Rui, yeah, the boy. But it was a C-section, so I don't know how much that means anything, but
God, they got you on. They got your wife on that C-section. Huh? That seems like
yeah, bro, we didn't know shit back then. You know, we didn't know fuck all. We didn't have the internet to understand what the fuck was going on. You know, I got lucky myself with jabs because of my migraine headaches. So the kids, they would jab the kids in schools, right? They would have like jab day. And all my cousins, all my relatives, they all got these marks, the jab marks. It looks like a fucking brand on their arms, except me, because I seemed to miss them because I had a migraine, and that happened a couple of times. So I never got the jabs in school, but everybody else did, right? So somehow I got lucky that way. But yeah, my kids got their first uh, vaccines as kids. Mind you, they were I suspect they were different back then. They're not like mRNA gene altering fucking therapy like it is now, right? It's crazy shit what it is now. It's transforming the people. I watch this YouTube channel once in a while. It's an Italian couple that they bought they got one of these $1 houses in Italy, and I think they're on the island of Sicily. I'm not sure, which technically is in Italy, but they had one kid prior to COVID. All right, and this little girl is so perfect, like she's just beautiful, right? Then they get the jabs. He almost dies with some kind of fucking brain aneurysm, and then he gets healed somehow. They did some operation and opened up his fucking brain. I don't know what the hell they did to him, but he survived. Then they had another kid, and the kid that they had after they were jabbed, man, it looks like an alien. It fucking looks like an alien. It doesn't look fucking almost human. I don't know what the fuck. It's weird. The little girl prior to the jab, she's beautiful. She's perfect. She's a perfect little girl. Ah, man, it's crazy. There's some weird shit in there, man.
Right.
That's who Jesus should have been beating. The people taking the jabs, the people wearing the masks, the people changing their money.
Yeah, but should he have even been beat? Should he have been getting violent with anyone?
Well, maybe not, but at least scorned, at least fucking called out, at least fucking made it aware that it is you, it's not them. Wolves do what they do. That's what wolves eat lambs. That's just what wolves do. You know? The fucking money changers change money. That's just what they do. You got to bring them their money. The money's for them to do it. Take the money from them, the money changers go away. Hide the lambs, the wolves go away. They go find they go catch rabbits or fucking something else, dig up mice. You know, you protect your lambs. It's just the way of the world, right? Fuck this weather, man. Holy shit. This is one of the worst. Thank God for global warming, or this would be really bad. I haven't seen snow like this in years.
All right, check this out. So, set this up. So if I go to this, all right, now I'm going to show you something. I'm going to pull up This is called egg and dart. Do you know what egg and dart and volutes are?
Say it one more time.
Do you know what egg and dart motifs or what volute motifs are in architecture?
I think I've heard of something like that, but I'm not sure. I can't say for sure.
All right, so I got on the screen right here. Let me see if I could. So, get this right here.
Hard for me to see this on my phone.
Or it's not even, or it's going to a different page. Let me see. Let me share this. What's this? Okay.
Yeah, the old pillars.
Let me just see what it looks like. Yeah, so if you look right there,
Mm-hmm.
what you're looking at is like egg and dart. You got the spiral. So we'll start with the egg and dart. So right there, you got the egg, and then you call this the dart. A lot of times there's a little arrow, but it's whatever, some little dart right there. It looks like an actual dart or nail right here, but they usually have these eggs that look like almost like a little clitoris with the hood.
Okay.
Kind of. But this is the most prominent motifs. I see it all the time, especially in Old World Glorious. Especially these are on top of like columns a lot of times.
Right.
So let's see if I can back up a little bit and show you like a volute. Let's see if I get a good picture of this.
I'm gonna go inside and see it on my computer. I can see it bigger. My phone, I can't see fuck all.
All right. So here's the egg and dart volute, like a good picture of it right here. So these spirals, though, very, very common. So like I talk about this shit on Reddit in the architecture subreddit. I was like, because someone posted a picture of these that were painted, and they were trying to ask the question about whether they should be painted or not. And then I was like, I told them what it was. I'm like, that's egg and dart volutes, or an egg and dart motifs and volute motifs. You know, the most prolific ones in old world architecture. And I'm like, I think there's symbology to it and meaning and maybe even functionality. I was like, we should sort of think about this and contemplate and figure out what it is. And I get downvoted. Like, why don't you just tell us what it is, what you think it is? Why are you being so pretentious? And I'm just simply fascinated by this shit. And I think there's something to it, like a symbology. Like, why are they choosing this stuff? Why is it so prolific? But man, I got downvoted to hell. But it's just like, it's just a sign of our times, dude. Like, why downvote it to hell? Like, I don't get people, dude. I don't get why they're angry that I bring that up or ask these questions or, you know, sort of prod people to look more into it or to question or to see if it sparks their curiosity. But this one's kind of interesting because if you look at them on the inside, sometimes they got their own, but this spiral. See how it's like a scroll that kind of then scrolls into itself. We were talking about that Ouroboros earlier. So if you were to look at, say, like this point right here in the middle of this circle, say this is the beginning of like creation. This is how the world starts coming out. It starts getting bigger and bigger. And oh my God, we started from something little and the world is expanding and there's so much stuff and it's big and big and big. And then but then it comes over here and you say, oh, it's collapsing into itself. Okay, the world is collapsing into a tight, like almost like a black hole. So it's like it's showing the cycle of time. It's like almost like this is the good times, abundance, like space and freedom. We start out small and we get bigger and bigger and bigger and anything's possible. But then you reach a limit and you got to go back. You got to go back. We're back. Fuck, we're getting smaller. Damn, less freedom. We're getting more constricted. Things are getting tighter. We're getting tighter. Oh my God. Oh, it's worse and worse. And then at the cycle, you see how it's like something like that. It's like a cyclical thing. This would be my interpretation. You know what I mean? And then you got the egg and darts that always accompany it, you know? And we'll go to the Oralinda book for a little bit of information on the egg and dart. What they say about eggs anyways. Let's see. So we'll go back to here.
I see a dualism in that symbol right there.
Yeah, like I was saying, like you got the good times, you got the bad times.
Center. You can start in the center and go either way, to the left, to the right. I don't know, you can call it good and evil or whatever you want, but they're both spirals back to the center, right?
Let's see. So you're talking about the volute here. This say that again?
It's kind of like see like a dualism in that symbol.
Right.
Two
Like I
worlds,
was
you
saying.
know?
Yeah, like I
Yeah.
was saying, like the good times would be over here.
Yeah.
The bad times are over here as it collapses into itself. This would be expanding out of itself. I mean, you could go
Right.
either way, or you could start here. This is expanding out, and this is the collapse in. Then you got these
Yeah.
eggs right here. So what do they say? Let's read what they say the eggs are in the Orlando book. So it's saying, so the priests, just like remember in the Bible when what do they call the guys that were talking to Jesus? The priests. They were called the fuck they call those people.
The
Pharaohs, not Pharaoh, but the Pharisees.
the Pharisees and the Sadducees,
Yeah, they
the
come
ones
to question Jesus, right?
the
So
ones
this
that
is
put him to
similar.
death. Yeah.
So this is the priests, the same type of people coming to question these women, these mothers. And so they let's see. So they say she was once asked, if you are not a witch, this is the priest asking the mother, the bad people asking the good person. If you are not a witch, what is the use of the eggs that you always carry with you? Minerva answered, these eggs are the symbols of Freya's councils, in which our future and that of the whole human race lies concealed. Time will hatch them, and we must watch that no harm comes to them. The priest said, well answered. But what is the use of the dog in your right hand? Helenia replied, does not the shepherd have a sheepdog to keep his flock together? What the dog is to the shepherd, I am in Freya's service. I must watch over Freya's flocks. We understand that very well, said the priest. But tell us what means the owl that always sits upon your head. Is that the light-shunning animal? Wait, is that light-shunning animal a sign of your clear vision? No, answered Helena. He reminds me that there are people on earth who, like him, have their homes in churches and holes, who go about in the twilight, not like him, to deliver us from mice and other plagues, but to invent tricks to steal away the knowledge of other people, in order to take advantage of them and to make slaves of them, and to suck their blood like leeches. Another time they came with a whole troop of people when the plague was in the country and said, we're all making offerings. Well, so that's what she said to the priest. So then another time the priest came with a whole troop of people when the plague was in the country and said, see, when COVID was in the country, and they said, we all make offerings to the God that they may take away the COVID. Will you not help turn away their anger? Or have you yourself brought on the COVID into our land with all your arts? No, said Minerva. I know no gods that do evil. Therefore, I cannot ask them to do better. I only know one good spirit. That is where all does. And as he is good, he never does evil. Where then does evil come from? Asked the priest. All the evil comes from you and the stupidity of the people who let themselves be deceived by you. The priest says, if then your God is so exceedingly good, why does he not turn away the bad? Asked the priest. Helenia answered, Freya has placed us here, and the carrier, that is time, must do the rest. For all calamities there is counsel and remedy to be found, but Oralda wills that we should search it ourselves in order that we may become strong and wise. If we will not do that, he leaves us to our own devices in order that we may experience the results of wise and foolish conduct. Then a prince said, probably a bad person, then a prince said, I should think it best to submit. Very possibly, answered Helenia, for then men would be like sheep, and you and the priest would take care of them, shearing them and leading them into the shambles. This is what our God does not desire. He desires that we should help one another, but that all should be free and that we should help one another, but that all should be free and wise. The priest says, that is also our desire, and therefore, wait, I don't know who's talking here, but let me see. That is also our desire, and therefore our people choose their princes, counts, and counselors, chiefs, and masters among the wisest of the good men, in order that every man shall do his best to be wise and good. Thus doing, we learn ourselves. Okay, she's saying, this is also what our desire. So this is the woman talking. And therefore, our people choose their princes, counts, counselors, chiefs, and masters among the wisest of the good men, in order that every man shall do his best to be wise and good. Thus doing, we learn ourselves and teach the people that being wise and acting wisely can alone lead to holiness. That seems very good judgment, said the priest. But if you mean that the plague is caused by our stupidity, then Helenia will perhaps be so good as to bestow upon us a little of that new light of which she is so proud. Yes, said Helena, but ravens and other birds of prey feed only on dead carrion, whereas the plague feeds not only on carrion, but on bad laws and customs and wicked passions. If you wish the plague to depart from you and not return, you must put away your bad passions and become pure within and without. We admit that advice is good, said the priest, but how shall we induce all the people under our rule to agree with it? Then Helena stood up and said, the sparrows follow the sower, and the people their good princes. Therefore, it becomes you to begin by rendering yourselves pure so that you may look within and without and not be ashamed of your own conduct. Now, instead of purifying the people, you have invented foul festivals in which they have so long reveled that they wallow like swine in the mire to atone for your evil passions. The people began to mock and jeer so that she did not dare to pursue the subject. And one would have thought that they would have called all the people together to drive us out of the land. But no, in place of abusing her, they went about from Halthonish Krekelin to the Alps, proclaiming that it had pleased the Almighty God to send his clever daughter Minerva, surnamed Nihilania, over the sea in a cloud to give the people good counsel, and that all who would listen to her should become rich and happy, and in the end governors of all the kingdoms of the earth. They erected statues to her on all their altars. They announced and sold to the simple people advice that she never given and related miracles that she never had performed. They cunningly made themselves masters of our laws and customs, and by craft and subtlety were able to explain and spread them around. They appointed priestesses under their own care, who were apparently under the protection of Festa, our first Aramota, to watch over the holy lamp. But that lamp they lit themselves, and instead of imbuing the priestess with wisdom and then sending them to watch the sick and educate the young, they made them stupid and ignorant and never allowed them to come out. They were employed as advisors, but the advice which seemed to come from them was but the repetition on behest of the priests. When Nihilania died, we wished to choose another mother, and some of us wished to go to Texlan to look for her, but the priests, who were all powerful among their own people, would not permit it and accused us before all people of being unholy. So you see what they did here? They did what they just, the same thing that they say that happened to Jesus, according to this book. See, they instead of changing, like she's saying, like to become pure, they hijacked her. Instead of like hurting her, they hijacked her. They said, oh, we like you. They used her and they made statues of her and corrupted her shit. You understand? They were clever and conniving. You see how that happened? Like she told them, you should change. Like, I'm giving you advice. You should change and become good. And instead of doing that, they corrupted what they said, oh, this is great. But they really didn't like her. And the same thing they did to Jesus. They, according to this book, wasn't
there something in there about corrupting the children or not teaching the children or something? Or did I?
Yeah, they said, yeah, so they have this lamp, right? But these magi are always trying to get their hands on the lamp because they know it's powerful, but they can't do it themselves. They don't know how it works because it's alchemical, right? And it probably involves a philosopher's stone, because if you put a little bit of the philosopher's stone and mix it with oil, you have an eternal flame, and they don't really know how that works. Like the philosopher's stone is like a very powerful thing in alchemy that can be very healing. So, but these priests, you got to sort of maybe be good to sort of make things like that. Like, you know what I mean? You have an alchemical transmutation from the lead base human being ideas to a golden spiritual God type person. You know, you transmute yourself, not just the physical reality. Like, that's a psychic change, you know, that's probably more important. So they're saying that instead of changing, they wanted to just praise this woman and sort of hijack her. And so what they're saying is they lit the lamp themselves, and instead of imbuing the priestess with wisdom and then sending them to watch the sick and educate the young, instead they made them stupid and ignorant and never allowed them to come out. Where did they talk about the children? Yeah, and educate the young.
Yeah, you just said it. Yeah, you just said it. Like we do today, right? Like, you know, we send our children to fucking public schools. They're reading books. Like, I mean, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell, her father, He owns the company that creates all the books that go into the school system in America, Canada, Australia. His company makes all those books, right? So you give your children up to these demons.
Whose company?
Ghislaine Maxwell's father.
Yeah, I was talking about that. Yeah.
So you give your children to them, and then you complain that they're hurting you, or they're doing things to you, or they're stealing from you, or they're fucking with your children's mind. You're the one that gave them to them. You gave them your children. That's why Jesus didn't he attacked the wrong one.
Yeah. And Jeep says you can't take these stories literally. She's talking about the Wonderland. Yeah, I get it. These might not actually be factual stories. They could be sort of teaching lessons. But either way, it's pretty powerful stuff. Yeah, there's a story of Jesus.
It doesn't matter if they're real or not. The story of Jesus doesn't matter if it's real or not. The Bible doesn't matter. The Old Testament doesn't matter if it's real or not. It's the ideas in them that matter, and how we interpret them, and how we use them in our lives, right? How we incorporate them in our lives. That's what matters.
All right, listen to this. These are the three principles upon which these laws were founded. Everybody knows that it requires the necessaries of life, and if he cannot obtain them, he does not know how to preserve his life. So they're saying like a man, right? Like a man should, what's a necessary of life? Maybe some shelter, some food, some work, shit like that. So like he's saying, everyone knows they require these things, and if he cannot obtain them, he does not know how to preserve. So they're saying it's not good.
Yeah, don't forget sex, by the way.
Yeah. If you can't have sex, that goes along to it, right? Like if you don't have a home or a fucking food, you're probably not gonna be able to get a girl, probably not gonna be able to have sex, which is necessary, right? 2, all men have a natural desire to have children, and if it is not satisfied, they are not aware of what evil may spring from it. So see, and they even want them to like be married by age 25. So like, see what they're saying? What are they hinting at here? That you become like a pedophile maybe or something, or gay person, or some evil that can spring from it. That's what I'm interpreting from it,
That's highly plausible.
And they say 3, every man knows that he wishes to live free and undisturbed, and that others wish the same thing. To secure this, these laws and regulations are made. The people of Finda, the bad people, have also their rules and regulations, but these are not made according to what is just, only for the advantage of priests and princes, the bad guys. Therefore, their states are full of disputes and murder. Okay, 1, if any man falls into a state of destitution, his case must be brought before the count by the maidens, because a high-minded Frisian cannot bear to do that to himself. So you see what they're saying? So if anyone falls into a state sort of like what I'm in, you know what I mean? Like, I was staying in my car, but my car got towed, so now I'm even in a more fucked up situation. But it's like, if anyone falls into a state of what Brian O'Shea's currently in, they're saying that the women, like, I don't go ask for help, because a high-minded Frisian can't bear to do that, because you're supposed to be able to take care of yourself. You're supposed to be able to provide for yourself as a man. You're supposed to be able to figure it out. See, like they said in this number 1, and if any man falls into a state of destitution, oh no, that the other one was this one. Everybody knows that he requires the necessaries of life, and if he cannot obtain them, he does not know how to preserve his life. So that's what they're saying. As a man, you should be able to obtain these necessities. So I could do a better job, self-admittedly, by my current situation. But they're saying that I'm not even supposed to go ask for help. The maidens, like these like governmental women, these like honorable women, they're supposed to go ask for me, because I can't bear to do that to myself. I'm supposed to be able to figure out myself, to do it myself. That I can't even bear to ask for help like that.
But you have the power, O'Shea. I think maybe that's what you're missing. I think you don't realize that you have the power. You
I
are the
think it's a, I
value.
think it's a worthy. I think it's a worthiness thing, like, or it's a comfortability thing. When you come from like unsafe, chaotic conditions,
Yeah.
and if you don't feel worthy of safe, the insecurity and comfortability, so it's kind of wrapped up in that. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
If a man becomes poor because he will not work, he must be sent out of the country, because the cowardly and lazy are troublesome and ill disposed. Therefore, they ought to be got rid of. You see? So if I'm saying I'm not working enough, maybe I'm in the position I'm in, will not work. I mean, you could say, oh, there's not work out there, but,
Well, that's the
I should be able
problem.
to figure it
It's
out,
what you say. That's the problem. It's what you say to yourself. It's what you're seeing. It's what you're envisioning as your life. That's what you're creating. You're creating what you see and what you believe. Change what you see and change what you believe, and you will create that.
Like, look at
I
your
know
son.
it's
Like, I'm like, oh, there's not work out there. But look how your son found his own work, finds his own
right.
path. He don't work for someone. He finds his
No,
own
he
place.
doesn't work.
He
None of
figures it
my
out.
kids do. None of my kids have a job in the traditional sense. They all have their own little business, you know. Like Juliana, the youngest, she does YouTube. Technically, okay, you're tied into YouTube. You could say that, but she's free to do what she wants with that, right? No one's telling her what to do. My son does mostly buying and selling of various things, like land. He even did a helicopter. He bought a smashed helicopter, right? For, I don't know, 20 grand or something. And he put 100 grand into it and sold it for $500,000, you know?
Yeah.
So he's creating his, and anybody can do that. Have you ever heard the red paperclip story?
No.
It's a true story, and it's I believe there's a site now called, it's a trading site where people trade stuff. There's no selling of stuff, it's just trading. And this guy started with a red paper, all he had was a red paperclip. He didn't have nothing to his name. And he took a red paperclip and he traded all the way up to getting a house with just a red paperclip.
Oh, he made like a good trade. Like, oh, does
Yeah,
anyone
like
want this red paperclip? And someone's like,
yeah, I'll give you a
even if
pen
they're
for it.
fucking around, or if they really want it, they're like, I'll give you this, which is probably more valuable than it,
Right, right. And
Or
then
maybe they realize, man, this guy's maybe he's only got a paperclip. Why is he offering that? I'll hook him up. I'll give him
right,
this cool painting,
right. Or I think his first trade for the paperclip was a pen, like a nice pen. Someone gave him a pen for the paperclip, right? Probably out of the goodness of their hearts, oh, this poor guy's fucking got nothing. Here, take my pen. Okay, I'll give you for this paperclip. But he actually brought it all the way up and chronicled the journey. And it's a book now, I believe. He wrote a book about it, where he traded up to having his own house.
Right.
You know, so you have the power, you have the value in you. Become the value, and see yourself as the value, and you will create what you see and what you think, right? I know it worked like that for myself, because I told you, a couple of years ago, around when Paul showed up, I was kind of I was at a crossroads in my life. I was at like fucking, a point where I was just kind of waiting for the end. And today I'm literally feel like I just started my life. I feel like I'm at the beginning. I feel like I got the whole world ahead of me. And even prior to Paul, it was like, I made money in my life. I bought land, whatever, but it was always a struggle. It was a struggle to make, a struggle to keep, everything. It was always a struggle until I changed how I thought about it. And now it just flows to me in weird ways sometimes. Just I turn around and it's just there.
And look how
You know?
they say this. So that if any man becomes poor because he will not work, he must be sent out of the country. So to get rid of him. Like, they're not like, oh, I'll take care of him and these poor
Right.
homeless. And because
Right.
see how they added cowardly? Because you could say,
Right.
oh, they're lazy, but they added cowardly.
Yes, it is cowardly. I was
Because
a
the
coward.
cowardly and lazy are troublesome and ill disposed. Therefore, they ought to be got rid of. See, if you said that today, they'd be like, how dare you, this poor homeless person? We need to help them get their drugs and provide them with clothes. And just, they're entitled to everything and don't have to do anything and could just steal from us. But we could just keep feeding them and helping them get their drugs and fuck, you know what I mean?
I mean, I'm not opposed I'll be straight with you. I'm not opposed to helping people that are in trouble, right? But not free handouts. Guidance,
Right. Like if
helping
you're
them.
pushing a car, you'll help someone who's already pushing a car. But
Right.
if they're sitting in the car, you're not gonna fucking walk up and
Right.
try to help them push it while they're sitting in it.
Right.
That literally happened to me recently, bro. Like
Oh, yeah.
I'm pushing the car, and then that's when they start getting out of their cars. Women,
Right.
men, they all
Because they
start
see
helping.
it's God helps those who helps themselves.
Yeah.
It's that whole thing, right? That whole idea. God helps those who help themselves. It's
So
like
three.
if you make a mess of your place, right? Like for a long time, my property was, I mean, I've cleaned up a lot, but there's a lot of shit I still got to get rid of. Like, and my property became like everybody's junkyard. Everybody took their junk here because I was treating it like a junkyard. So everybody else treated it like a junkyard. But if I didn't treat it that way, I kept it nice, people would actually help me keep it nice.
Gotcha.
You know?
So 3. Every young man ought to seek a bride and be married at 5 and 20. So they're saying, we want you married at 5, and they're deadly serious about it. They want you married by the age of 25. Otherwise, it's a fucking problem, like a big problem. Like, see how that's interesting. See how they do that? We want you to be married by the age of 25. Because watch
that's probably good. I don't think that's a bad thing that people, in the old days, people got married and had children much younger.
What are they pushing now? What are they pushing now? Oh, I'm in my 30s. A woman's in her 30s. Oh, now maybe I'll try to have a child. And it's like, they're pushing that bullshit. Whereas, because that way you could fuck with the population, because a lot of times they probably won't even. Because if you're married young, you'll have more children, or there's a chance if you wait till your 30s, you won't even have children.
That's right. Yeah.
4.
Plus, you don't recover like a woman that has a child at 16, 17, 18, 19 in those years in the teens will completely recover from the trauma of giving birth. Her body will completely recover as if it never happened.
And they
but
say,
she has them at 30, 40, the body doesn't recover the same.
And there's also a higher chance for things like Down syndrome or some complicated,
problems,
weird things. And
yes.
All right. So now look what they say. 4. If a young man is not married at 5 and 20, which is 25, he must be driven from his home, and the younger men must avoid him. If then he will not marry, he must be declared dead and leave the country, so that he may not give offense. See how serious they are about this? And you ask yourself why?
Yeah, they're not fucking with it.
Because let's go back to the number 2. I think it was up here. Wait, where is it? This one. All men have a natural desire to have children, and if it's not satisfied, they are not aware what evil may spring from it. So you see, you got these older guys, like a creepy old fucking gay guy like me. That's if I gotta call a spade, a lot of these things I'd be fucked in this community. You know what I mean? With my current condition, I'd be fucked. So it's like,
well, you'd be sucking a lot of dicks. That's all. I mean, you might be doing that now. I don't know.
Right. That's what I was about to say. So, he must be driven from his home, and the younger men must avoid him. Yeah, because like you got this creepy guy. He's not married. He's probably trying to be gay with you, or what? Why? If then he will not marry, so they say avoid him. They want to driven from his home, but then it looks like they still give him a chance. Like, okay, try to get married still, okay, but then they say, okay, if then he will not marry, he must be declared dead and leave the country, so they may not give offense. So like, damn,
he'll corrupt the young men.
Right. Like make them think it's okay, like they do today. They make it's okay to wait and not have kids and maybe not have kids at all. Like that's bullshit.
I told the story about what happened to me when I was young. Like, I mean, you've heard the story that I was molested by a woman, right, as a kid. And but later on, when I was like 13 or 14, I used to hang out at this taxidermist place. It was still a good friend of mine. I wanted to learn taxidermy, stuffing animals. And so next door there was a hairdresser that they knew each other, they were friends, whatever. And this guy used to offer me money. He was a queer, and he used to offer me money to suck my dick, right? And it's like,
Sounds like good
what's that?
win-win. No, it's
Well,
fine.
like,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, back then, the last time he offered, I think it was like something like $500. And back then, you're talking about the early
With
70s.
inflation, it's like 1,500, $2,000.
Oh my
or something.
God. With $500, I could have bought a decent car, right? But I was saying, because we were talking about it on OTWs with some, I don't know, some transgender guy named Melanie. And what about if I resisted it because I had already experienced a woman, right? So I maintained that heterosexuality in my brain because I was desensitized to pussy. What if it was a man that molested me? I would have been
Yeah.
desensitized to cock, and I would have said,
Well,
"Sure,
here's the thing.
I'll take your
Here's the thing.
$500 to suck my dick." And today I might have been
At what
gay.
age were each of those instances?
Well, the first one with the woman, I was like, it started when I was like 9, and it
How old was
ended.
she?
I don't know. She was like in her 30s, I think.
Jesus, some fucking creep.
And she used to be
Did she
my
think she
horse.
was a creep? Did she know she was a creep?
I don't know. She was my horse.
Did you have a beard at the age of 9, though? Were you one of those Italians with a fucking full beard at age 9?
No, bro. No. I wasn't like that. I was actually a really, I don't know, soft, blonde-haired kid. I had blonde hair when I was a kid. But no,
And then
she
what
was
age
like,
with the guy when you accepted that $500 and got the
I
blowjob?
didn't accept it.
Oh, my bad. I got it. At what age was that?
I was like 13, 14. This was just after she finished with me.
Did
Then
he
I
give a
get this
good
guy.
blowjob? Or was blowjobs from men better than blowjobs from women? Because do you think a
I
man
never-
would know how to
I
give
never-
a man? Do you think you could give a blowjob better than a woman because you know what I'm? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like a man knows what a good blowjob would feel like, so he could potentially be better than a woman at giving a blowjob.
Well, I don't know, and I don't want to find out, but that's besides the point.
I may or may not have the answer there.
I think
But
a
anyways.
blowjob is a blowjob no matter where it comes from, but I'd rather not have it from a fucking stubbly bearded scumbag.
What if it's
like
a
you.
smooth-faced Hispanic man? But let's not go there.
Or
That
Native
has nothing to
American.
do with me.
A
Don't worry
Native
about that.
American with no fucking beard and long hair.
You know how those Hispanic twinks can look. But anyways, that's not about me. Let's keep going here. So Salted Cedar says, Brian, do you need help to get your car out? Well, my car is donezo,
Fuck.
but I do have a deal with the supervisor at the impound. If no one claims my car by the 20th of February, because, you know, he's like, we're destroying it and everything in it. So he's like, hey, if no one's claiming it, you got your paperwork in there. He's like, look, no, we're just going to get destroyed anyway. So you come by the day before we destroy it, bring your expired driver's license in, and I'm going to let you in that car for 15 minutes to get whatever you want out of it. Now, my car is on its last leg anyways, and I could make moves from now till then to potentially have it deemed a false, an unlawful tow. And then what would happen is I might end up having to pay $100 to a tow company to tow it out of there for me to put it on the street out in front of the place or whatever. So then I could do whatever.
Why
I would
don't
have
you
it
put
towed.
it? What about the idea of putting it into litigation, serving them?
Yeah,
Not
I
the
mean, that could be a
police.
thing too. Like if they destroyed it, I was thinking about that because at one point I thought it was destroyed, but they happened to extend it. So I had to sort of make peace. I'm like, fuck, I lost all my shit. So it's weird when you make peace with it and like, damn, should I sue them? Should I litigate? Should I, just do experiment in that world of litigation so I could get my feet wet in it? But
I mean, you could do it yourself. I mean, if you keep it simple and to the point, like
yeah, I
don't
could
get
just for the
don't
just
get
for the
into all their
experience.
legalese bullshit. Just get into
Yeah, because
it
he's
as
trying
a,
to tell me, I'm like, there has to be, I couldn't come up with the word at the time, but it's due process. Like, you guys can't just take my car and have no recourse. Because I'm trying to tell them, I'm like, I'm trying to dispute this. I'm like, I need numbers. They need citation numbers. And they're like, oh no, they did you a solid. They didn't even give you a citation. Well, I'm like, this has to be disputed. And he goes, well, it had no plate. There's nothing to dispute. He's like, they would just call over to me and ask me, and I would tell them, yeah, it had no plate. I'm like, dude, you can't be the one taking it and the one deciding that was lawful. Like there's got to be an independent third party thing. And that's when he's like, eventually like, well, we're not trying to steal your shit. I'm not trying to take your shit. And look, you come by on the 20th, the thing's getting destroyed.
Brian,
You come by with your thing.
Brian, I would bet you fucking balls to nuts that if you went and did the research on how to actually serve proper litigation papers, and you went to this tow company and served them with the correct, you know, paperwork that they have to go to court for, that they can't, I'm giving them a cease and desist type order where, not to destroy my property, and you put it on record and you serve them. I bet you balls to nuts they're going to just turn around and drop your car off and let you have it.
Right, because there's a woman who like works with homeless people out here, and she's already been through this process. The process used to be able to just call up and get things
Right.
handled, but they ended that process, and now you got to go
You gotta
indoors to a
serve them.
building to set up a dispute. But either way, now it's being controlled by the department, the DOTI, the Denver Department of Transportation or whatever.
Doesn't
Department of
matter.
Transportation.
I would cut them right out of the deal because your car had no plates. I wouldn't even involve them. I would go straight to the tow company. They're a private organization. They're not
Well, it's an
government.
impound sheriff's. It's a sheriff's impound.
A sheriff's impound. Well, even better. They're supposed to be for the people. They're supposed to protect the people's rights. Right? And you got no due process. Your car wasn't plated to the state. It wasn't registered to the king. They
Right.
have
I'm
no
saying
claim.
through their, like, say I went through their appeal process, the one that this woman uses, like through Dottie or whatever. And if it fails, then I could probably go to litigation, but I might even be able to do it through like whatever their channels even. But if it fails,
I would attempt it.
there's probably some sort of litigation, like you're saying, beyond that. Maybe.
Just even for the learning process, like what I'm doing right now, because look, I'm paying property taxes. Okay. I know property taxes are slavery. I
don't
get
know,
it.
you just went mute. But
Sorry. Am I still there?
Salted to you says, what if it's in mom got a bounces in him? Yeah, the problem is I sign a title, so it's called unclean title. And then also in Vegas,
Hold on. You signed the title. What the fuck does that mean?
like my mom had the title in her name, and then she signed it and I signed it. Like, as you know,
And you gave that to the DMV?
No, I never got it registered after that. I just like did that. Like I got her
so then
title.
it's not finished. The process isn't finished. It's same like as if you go and get married, and people do this, like men do this a lot with women to rip them off, is they fucking go and get married to them. They sign all the paperwork, but then they don't bring it in for the proper
Right, but they're trying to. I brought that thing in there, and they're saying it's an unclean title. But like another thing is that when I got arrested in Vegas and got my car towed, and everyone donated to help me get it out. This was the first time that happened. This was when Paul, I had the phone out the window, and Paul was talking to him.
Right.
And I got arrested, and then everyone sort of donated to help me get it out, and I showed up with the money, and they were giving me issues with the paperwork, and then there was some sort of notarized guy. She's like, here, she called up this dude. She's like, this guy might be out. But she called him up. He showed up, and he did something in his phone where he made a temporary registration in Vegas for like 30 days, and I was obligated to like get it registered in that time, and that at least helped me get it out of the impound, right?
Right.
For the paperwork purposes, whatever. But he's like,
followed through.
And yeah, never followed through. And then this guy's like, hey, this title's not even in your mom's name. And I'm kind of acting like I don't know what's going on. But I really didn't know exactly what was going on, because I kind of didn't know exactly that guy did that, or forgot. He told me or whatever, but it was coming up, and it was coming back memory. Oh yeah, he did say something about a 30-day, blah, blah.
Yeah,
but anyways,
all it would take, in my opinion, and don't take my opinion as anything, I don't know shit about shit, but it just logically, to me, it would mean that if you made a proper notice and you a claim to that vehicle, and you gave them proper notice, this vehicle with this fucking number in the windshield, what do you call it, the fucking VIN number, I'm making claim that is mine. It's not registered to any entity. No corporate body owns it. I'm making a claim, and I'm giving you notice. And then from that point,
yeah, but check it out. Check it out. When because I did that and then didn't follow through, it somehow went back to a holding company, which I guess was the original holding company before my mom paid off the car and got the title herself, through the bank or a holding company, when she initially financed it or whatever. So it's interesting
Well,
that it went back to a holding company and not
you
back
can
to my
serve.
mom. You know what I mean?
You could serve the holding company. You could serve both of them. The tow people. You can make the claim to both of them first of all, and serve them litigation at the same time. Both of them. And I bet you any fucking money they're going to open the gate. You're going to put your car outside with the keys in it and say, "Whoever takes it, takes it." You just got to be there. They might not even
Yeah,
fucking.
because I do get intimidated by these guys, and I actually thought my
Yeah, I
shit
know.
was
I
actually thought my shit was destroyed at this point.
Right.
So but and it's like it's weird. It's like I procrastinate, and then maybe I get on the weed, and it's like I want to blame the weed, but it's like my own shit, why do I procrastinate? Why do I fear these guys? Why do I get intimidated by these guys? And to be honest with you, it's happening in other things. Like one time I was sleeping in my car in Chicago, and this gangbanger was getting chased by other gangbangers, and he got rear-ended, and he smashed into my car when I was sleeping, bro. I probably should have died. I don't know how the fuck, I broke my rib and shit. I don't know, like, because my head, he had a big giant Lincoln, this big Lincoln car, and he's doing gangbanging, drug shit at night, whatever, up to nonsense. And I'm just sleeping because like my car died of gas at the time, and I glided it dead on into a parking spot, right? And I was like a block away from my mom's house, and like I didn't want to sleep in my mom's house because like toxic shit. So I slept out of my car. I had this Pontiac Vibe at the time that I actually, when I had 6 years sober, I like bought it. I was making payments on it. I kept it real clean, but then
So
my
you've been
life
living in
kind
a
of
vehicle. You've been living in a vehicle for a lot of your life.
well, this was
Is
would
that
have been the
is that a
years of
true
like
statement?
2012. So this would have been about, that's like what, 14 years ago. So
When's
yeah,
the
that was when I
last time-
initially, I think, started doing shit like that. Cause I looked up, how do you sleep in your car? They're like, get you a sleeping bag and you'll be all right. And blah, blah. And so that's what I did. I like bought a sleeping bag or whatever the fuck it was. Or
How long has it been since you lived like in four walls, like a house, a apartment, whatever, a teepee? I don't know.
Well, when I lived with my mom, like way too much of my life, that Jezebel spirit, like been
Right.
around her. I have her
Right.
mannerisms,
Yeah.
so the only time I can remember, the first time I really got my first apartment was, I think I was in my 30s, because like I got sober and I got into poker and I became a poker dealer and a poker player and I was making good money. So I finally like bought or got my own like studio apartment. For the first time in my life, I was like in my 30s. So let's see, I was probably, I was like, say 2004, 2005. I think my clean date was 2005. So by 2007, I think I got that apartment, 2007, 2008. So I would have been how old then? I'm born in 74, 84, 94, 2004. So I'd have been 30 in 04. So right around the age of 30, let's see, so 04 is 30s. Yeah, so I was in my early 30s, mid 30s, whatever.
How long
Where I
did you stay
finally
there?
got like my first apartment, I think, because I can't remember.
How long did you stay in that?
So I did that for about a year and a half, probably, and then I had a girlfriend, and I started to like not. I left the poker dealing, which was good money, to do full-time poker playing because I kind of won a decent tournament and sort of just started playing and playing and playing. But then I got this girlfriend and I was spending so much time at her house. So we're just like, hey, she's like, why don't you just live with me? Why don't you get rid of your studio? So I did that and I was living with her, but I wasn't making the type of money I had been, but I was still like playing poker on the computer at her place. And, but then, yeah, I don't think I've had my own. Well, from there, then I met up with some other poker players in Arizona and we lived together. We rented a house. It was actually, dude, look at this. In the year, this would have been like 09, 010. Yeah, 2009, 2010, 2011, basic shit. Or 2009, 2010. 2011, whatever, 2010, let's just whatever. But I was in Arizona. We rented a house with a tennis court, a 3-bedroom like house, a nice fucking house for $1,200 a month. And my rent was like 300 to, was it 300 or $400 a month? So I think that he paid 500 for the bigger room, and I made it paid 400 for the smaller room. Because one guy had the master bedroom, and the two of us had the smaller one. So it was 4, 4, and 5. What does that come out to? 8. He has like $1,300 a month, something like that. We paid. And they played poker professionally as well. So that was kind of, and they rented an office. So we also had an office that they rented. They let me use. They gave me a key to the office. So I had the home, I had the office, and one time, and my money would go up and down, right? My money would go up and down. They would see my spending habits based on whether I was winning tournaments or not. And one day they sat me down, and these guys like to drink and shit. And I was sober, and I was going on like 5, 6 years sober at this time. From like 2005, I got sober. And I'm playing, and poker was a thing. It helped me motivate to get sober because I'm like, man, I know I could do well at poker. And I don't want weed or alcohol to be a crutch to say, oh, you couldn't succeed at poker. So I go, dude, just get sober and try to do poker. And and I think I have bipolar too, dude, because there were some other poker players who had bipolar. And what happens is when you're in your manic phase, you can make a lot of money, but then you get in your depressive phase and you fuck it all up. But anyways, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, but you're missing one element of what you're talking about, and that's the fact that poker is the second largest addiction. Gambling is a bigger addiction than fucking.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a total person who's completely healthy in every way, like it is a game of skill and you can like do it. But like when you're someone like me who has addictive things and there's components to it of like adrenaline rushes and things that like where you could substitute one addiction for another.
Right.
But one of the things I want to mention is I tell this story, I've told it a bunch, but like these guys like to drink. So one night they're out drinking, and so a lot of times I'd be their designated driver because I'm a sober guy, straight edge guy. And I'd pick them up from bars and shit. You know, these guys were successful too as poker players. I looked up to them. They made real good money, and sometimes they would help me out, and I could have took better advantage of it. Like, but anyways, one day they sat me down, they were drinking at the bar, and they're like, dude, look, we think if you just put the hours in, like you'd be fine, dude. Cause like sometimes my money would get low and they'd have to like back me and I'd have to build my bankroll back up and they'd see how I'm living. And they just, one day they're like, dude, like we think if you just put the hours in, you'd be fine. And then like, for some reason, the next day or whatever it was, I just like went to that office from the morning. I forced myself to get up, set the alarm, whatever, went there in the morning, came home in the evening. I was putting in like 14-hour days. That's all I did. Fucking woke up, went to work, came home, putting in the hours in, right? And I was super duper successful. Like I did that for probably like 3 weeks and I made boatloads of money, dude. I was fighting for like tournament player of the month, like where they give you an extra, they give you even more money because you're the number one tournament player on the top poker site in the world. You know what I mean? I was going to be the number one player in the world for that month, basically. And, but I became third. I didn't get it. I took third that month. But I worked my ass off, dude. Like, and it showed me, like, bro, if you put the work in, and I surprised myself, dude, to the point where I was like crying. I remember I was listening to the song by Eminem on the way home. It's called Airplanes in the Night Sky. I think it's with Kid Cudi or something, or J. Cole. And I was just dominating these tournaments to the point where I was winning all these tournaments and making all this money. I came home and my buddies go, hey, what'd you do today? Because like every day something big was going on. They go, what'd you do today? I go, I just won the $11 rebuy for 13 grand. They're like, bullshit. I go look it up. Dude ran to the computer. He's like, get the fuck out of here. This guy won another tournament. Because like a day before that, I won a $50 tournament for like 16 grand. But I had investors, so I had to actually pay half that off. Because my buddies were telling me, like, bro, you don't got the bankroll to be paying $50 tournaments. And he goes, you just sell the action at a premium and do it right. Serve your bankroll. Look out for your bankroll. And I did it. And I sold the action and you present your poker graph and people invest in you. And it was actually a cool feeling, bro. I actually paid these people out. People invested in me. One guy's like, man, I had $25 my name. This was so cool watching you and so cool making money with you, bro. Because you like help people out and then they're rooting for you. Like these people that invest in you, they're in the comments going, let's go. This is fucking awesome. So anyways, I won a $50 tournament for like 16 grand. And I won like all these other tournaments, bro. I was just kicking ass, dude. And the point is, but then I stopped again, dude. I did that. And then I took all that money and started overspending and buying clothes and different food and different furniture. And my guys were telling me that, like, dude, fuck, dude, like, look at you.
That's the masochistic wish to suffer.
Hmm.
You know, because what you described is you know, you put in the work, you did the thing, you got the rewards. That's true for everything.
And then I'm not worthy. I got to sabotage it, right? I got to
Right.
tear it down somehow.
It's the masochistic wish
Because
to
I can't be
suffer.
that smart. It can't be this easy. I
Right.
can't just put in
Yeah,
work. I'm
I
not.
gotta break
I'm a
I gotta
fucking
break this
loser, dude.
down.
Everyone tells me I'm a loser. I'm Brian O'Shea. I'm a looch. I'm a mooch. I'm a leech. I'll
Yeah,
smoke all your
I
weed. I'll eat all your food. Don't let him
that's
come in the
right.
house. He's gonna eat our food and smoke our weed and sniff our cocaine.
I'm the
Don't let
guy
him
that lives with
around.
I'm the guy that lives with my mother till he's 30 and has her put suppositories in his
Yeah,
ass.
I'm a loser. Brian's a loser.
Right. You're creating that. And I know because I was there for a while. I mean, I was, you know, I think for me it kind of it changed as I was, you know, getting older after splitting up with my ex and my kids are growing and I'm seeing my life just fucking change in a direction that I never expected it to go. And you just kind of give up on it and say, yeah, well, this is what I deserve. Maybe I created a lot of it, right?
Yeah.
Until, like I said, I chose to actually turn it around. And it's like, it has not been, it has
You're
never been
62 years
better.
old, right? So there could be like you could be embarrassed about that or humiliated, like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm 62 and I'm only realizing it now. Like, this is
Yeah.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like, you
But
know what I mean?
I keep that at bay because that creeps in. That does creep in. That idea creeps in that, well, how the fuck did I not figure this out till now? You know? But I immediately, I don't give it any power, right? I just let it go. I know it's going to creep in sometimes, but I just let it go because I feel young. I feel actually better today than I did in my 30s. Like literally, I mean, I feel better today. And I don't get migraine headaches. I used to, you could set your clock to my headaches in the past. They were so fucking bad that, you know, I was like out of commission for fucking 26, 27 hours at a time. It's just locked in a dark room, covered with a bandana and cold water on my head and eyes, you know, suffering. There was times I contemplated fucking blowing my head off. They were so bad. And I don't get them anymore. And I attribute it all to eating the human diet, the correct human diet, which is, like it or not, it is animal products. We've, I don't know about evolution, but our bodies designed that way. So the minute I started doing that and I started seeing changes and I lost fucking, in 2 months, I lost like, my belly was gone. I had this fucking big ass fat bastard belly. Within 2 months, it was gone. Within 3 months, I was off all medications. Doctors put me on pre-diabetic medications. Within 3 months, I was off of those, and they wanted to put me on statins and high blood pressure shit. My doctor did all my tests, and he said, "Holy fuck, everything is 100% perfect." So, you know, that helps a lot when you feel good. You know what I mean? When you feel good, you actually, life becomes more enjoyable to live. And so then I even changed my mental state where I started seeing, wait a minute, why am I making money such a fucking, uh, uh, I don't know, like a cross. Money was like a cross to bear. You know, I knew I had to carry it, but it was killing me, you know, and it was hard to keep, hard to get, everything. And I changed it all. I changed how I felt about it. And like I said, it all changed. But I did work too, right?
Right. All right.
I,
We go ahead.
without money, I turned my house into 3 full-on apartments and rented them all out. And built tiny houses and rented them out too. So I got money coming in every month, like I'm being slapped with money every month. You
Nice.
know, I could sit on my ass and the money comes in.
Nice. Which
Right.
should
But I
be,
had to
which at
work.
your age, it should be kind of like that.
Yes, but I had to work towards that, right?
Right. Let's
Because I
finish.
built I did everything with no money, right? I literally built 2 additions.
The red paperclip.
Yeah, the red paperclip, exactly. Bit by bit, I alchemized it all into something that was. And the first thing I did is visualize it.
Because you're the value in this situation, right? You have the
Yeah, I had the
skills
power
to
all along. I just didn't know. Same with you, Brian. You have the power. You really need to direct your thoughts, because your thoughts create everything. If your thoughts are a certain way in a certain
yeah.
direction,
In,
first of all, I had to decide what I wanted to begin with.
in the beginning was the word. Do you know what a thought is? How people
Yeah,
think? They think in words.
yeah, that's right. That's right. I'll give you just a little thing that happened, right? Because now I believe it strongly that I could will something to happen with my words. I literally can will it.
Like even if you're like cutting someone down, but not saying it out loud, you're with them and you're like, look at this piece of shit. Like you're being
Right.
negative, right?
That's right.
Or you could be like, man, this guy, if he would kind of put in the work like I did, like, man, I hope this guy, man, I root for this guy. I
Yes.
want him to put in the work. Like if you positive.
And other people have the power to change your. What is it? There's a Jungian thing about that where you have the the conscious unconscious and you have the collective unconscious. So how you see yourself and act, other people see you and they create your story for you by the way they see you,
Right.
because
But
you're
it's like
acting.
the way people, the energy they give off, like people that can be abused or like a woman,
Right.
like she doesn't know her full value, right? She dates all these dumb fucking men. But like
She's
people
creating
pick
it.
up, like, or people could rob you or people could use you because
Right.
you'll tell people how to treat you. You teach people how to
Exactly.
treat you, right?
Exactly.
Like you'll teach them that you have bad self dialogue. Like you'll start talking shit about yourself in front of them. Then you teach them to talk shit to just abuse you, like the way you abuse yourself with your own dialogue.
Yeah. The other day, I'll give you a little example of this. It was like minus 30 over here, really, really cold. And last year, I had issues with my water system, right? My water system was freezing. It fucking, not even that cold, it would freeze. I wouldn't have water in the house. Anyways, I spent a lot of time and I fixed all the system, changed all the pipes, ran new lines, all this fucking shit. And I had no problems all year. I went away to Florida, not even thinking about whether the pipes would freeze or not, right? I come home like a day or two after I get home. My mother and I believe me, my mother has had a lot of power. Not anymore. I don't give her power anymore. But she calls me not to, it's not like she's purposely trying to create something in my, but she calls. Oh, I just was thinking, I was worrying if your pipes are gonna freeze, right? Bro, within less than 4 hours, my fucking water went out. I go, what the fuck? All this time, everything's been perfect. Now the water froze. Oh my God. It was like, so I ran out to the pump house because I have a little heater to keep the house warm so that the water doesn't freeze. The fucking heater died. A brand new heater. It just died. And I attribute that to my mother's will to create for me. And when she said it, I allowed it in for a second, right? I allowed it in. Luckily, I changed it. I switched my head around and I said, no, wait a minute. I went out, I checked, I put the new heater in, and within like half an hour, the water was back. And luckily, the whole line, because if the water's not coming through, the whole lines can freeze. Then you got days of work to unthaw them, right? To defrost them. But I got it back within like in half an hour because I changed. And I told her, I said, listen, in Italian, we call it malocchio, bad eye. All right. It's a very strong thing in the Italian culture, right? You don't want to let somebody give you the malocchio, the bad eye, right? Because they bring you bad luck. And I told her, I says, Mom, malocchio is not just from the fucking people that don't love you. It's even from the people that love you.
Yeah, there's probably something. I was thinking about you and your parents, like, the fact that you're kind of figuring stuff out at 62. They probably, and I don't know how they became how they are, but they probably they probably have these things that we all deal with, these toxic
Yes.
things, these
Yeah.
abusive things, and even if it's subconscious on their part or whatever the fuck, like they don't even know what they're doing. Or
Yeah, they were never trained otherwise. They were never taught otherwise, right? They were the same fucking bullshit that they were given, they passed down.
all right,
You know?
let's pick up where we left off.
Do your
So
thing, do
3,
your thing.
every young man ought to seek a bride and be married at age 25 and 20, right? If he's not, blah, 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 we did this. Okay, here we go. Yeah, 4. If a young man is not married at 5 and 20, he must be driven off his home, and the younger men must avoid him. If he will not marry, he must be declared dead and leave the country so that he may not give offense. 5. If a man is impotent, he must openly declare that no one has anything to fear from him. Then he may come or go where he likes. You know what they're saying on that one? This one's interesting. Like, hold on, let me pull it up. Anyway, so they're saying if a guy's impotent, it's cool that, you know what I mean? He could kind of be around. He's not going to like try to fuck our wives and shit, right? Is the whole thing here. If a man is impotent, he must openly declare that no one has anything to fear from him. What are they saying? Fear what? Fear of fucking the wives, right? Then he may come and go where he likes. He's impotent. You can't fuck, maybe,
Fucking
right? That's
the
what that means.
wives or the kids.
Or good point. I didn't even. Or the other gay guy, or other men, right? Or fucking yeah. So
Yeah, like
that's
Brian O'Shea.
like me, yeah.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
6. So yeah, but I taught you that it's okay to say that. I'm like, yeah, haha, funny, yeah.
See?
All right.
See?
But then see, it's a double. So if I get mad, it means it's true. No. 6. If after that he commits see now, okay, if I say, oh, I'm impotent, no one has anything, and then I start fucking people's wives, they're like, look, if after that he commits any act of incontinence, I like the way they phrase this shit. They're not saying if he goes and fucks someone, then he must flee away. If he
They're
does
saying
not,
if he shits himself, incontinence.
see, we got to look up that word incontinence now.
It's basically, yeah, if he shits or pisses himself.
But that's not what they're saying. Because it follows what they just said. If he declares himself impotent, right? No one has anything to fear, right? He'd come and go. But after he declared that, and he commits any act of incontinence, okay,
Oh,
so we're not talking about
yeah.
shitting himself, then he must flee away. If he does not, he
I
may
guess
be given
blowing
over
your
to the.
load. I guess blowing your load could be incontinent, right?
Yeah. It's coming out one orifice, a different orifice, but then he must flee away. If he does not, he may be given over to the vengeance of those whom he had offended, and no one may aid him. So, like a husband could do, you know what I mean? You fucked my wife, I'm do what I want to. 7. Anyone who commits a theft shall restore it threefold. For a second offense, he shall be sent to the tin mines. See, the tin mines was Britain. They say Britain was what Britain says today. Okay, Britain was then what Britain says today that they did to Australia. Meaning Britain says they sent all their prisoners to Australia, and that's how Australia was formed, right? But this book is saying that the word Britain means that Britain was a place where you sent prisoners, because the tin mines, that's where Britain comes from. So they say, anyone who commits a theft shall restore it threefold. For a second offense, he shall be sent to the tin mines, which were in Britain, the tin mines. The person robbed may forgive him if he pleases, but for a third offense, no one shall protect him. You see what they're saying? They give you like 3 strikes. Like, okay, you did a theft. Okay, we caught you. You restore it threefold. Second time, you got to go to basically like what's a jail, you know? And then if it happens a third time, you come back from that jail, the person robbed may forgive you, but if they don't, no one shall. So that means like you could be killed. Like anything goes is what I'm getting from this. Like you steal for the third time. Because that's what they wanted it to be known throughout the land. They were respected. They don't steal. They're the honorable good ones. They don't fuck with it. Even if their own people play around, they're going to play around with them. They don't play. You understand what I'm saying, Lube?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like these are ideas that could be. I mean, they could be viable in a true community, but we're not a community anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, because that's what you see in this book from their greatest to the worst. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, can we go right into this, or is this something that maybe in the future? Like, can we go right into communal, or is this something maybe farther in the future? Because like even with Paul, like trying to get a community together, like is how would we do it like this, or should we do it a different way? And maybe down in the future, it could be more like that when sort of the wheel of time goes and things are different. So I see what you're saying, like, but
it's like the movie. If you build it, they will come.
yeah, we were just talking about that. All right, so now the next thing, Lou, is these rules are made for angry people. Is where we're at. So me and you should probably listen to this.
Well, I'm not angry anymore. I was for many years.
Well, maybe you can relate to this then. Let's see what it says. These rules are made for angry people. 1, if a man in a passion or out of ill will breaks another's limb or puts an eye out or a tooth, he must pay whatever the injured man demands. See, that's crazy. Like, what if the guy demands everything? So he said, I don't know, but maybe an honorable man wouldn't demand. He would, I don't know. But he says, whatever the injured man demands. If he cannot pay, he must suffer the same injury as he has done to the other. If he refuses this, so he says, okay, I can't pay you. And the guy's like, all right, I'm gonna crack you and I'm gonna fuck you up the way you fucked me up.
An eye for an eye.
Yeah. And then the guy goes, man, fuck, dude, I don't want to get hit in the eye and lose my eye. So he says, no, I don't want that. And the guy goes, all right, if you refuse this, he must appeal to the burgmaid. That's that woman, that mother, that female government person, good person. He must appeal to the burgmaid in order to be sent to work in the iron or tin mines until he can until he has expiated his crime under the general law. So yeah, like he could avoid going to jail, just get the same, eye for an eye type shit, tooth for a tooth. But yeah, it's interesting. 2, if a man is so wicked as to kill a Frisian, the great good people, German, Dutch, Norway, those type of people. If a man is so wicked to kill a Frisian, he must forfeit his own life. So that means, he must be like forfeit his own life. Life for a life, I guess, right? So, but if the burgmaid can send him to the tin mines for his life before he is taken, she may do so. So they're saying, if you kill someone, the people have a right to kill you. But if the government sort of gets you before the angry mob does, we could send you to life in prison, basically, right? Is what they're saying there.
Yeah, but isn't that, I mean, in some ways, I'm not, don't take this wrong. I am not a man of violence by any means, although I know I am capable of it, right? And isn't it, I mean, if someone fucks with my daughter, my violent side's coming out. I mean, I don't know how else to put that, right? But I'm going to deal with them, depending on what they do.
You went to prison for that exact scenario.
No, it's not, a little different, but anyways. Yeah, I mean, it's like that. That's why every man should be fucking openly armed. Every man in every land needs to be openly armed.
Yeah, but they're saying here, when they're saying he killed a Frisian, they're saying a wicked man killed a good, honorable man. Therefore, he must forfeit his own life.
Well, is that not correct? Is that wrong?
No, they're saying this is good.
Yeah, that's what I mean, I don't know. Well, what do you think? Is it wrong? Is it right?
I mean,
you're basically advocating for the death penalty. Now, in today's world, In today's world, I wouldn't advocate for it because 90% of the people in prison are innocent, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, once again, we're talking about different times, like
Yeah.
this exact time, or because we're talking. See, things haven't completely fallen apart for these people. They still have these laws. People still follow this shit, but it fell apart to the point where it's Germany is what it is now. Denmark is what it is now.
Right.
Denmark just
right.
agreed with what the fucking Homeland Security said. So this is what I'm saying. They're way fucking gone from all this shit.
Yeah, they're
So
way gone. Yeah.
So
That
right
was
now,
that was
today, if
Hitler's
a wicked
job.
man, how could a wicked man kill a good man? Where are the good men?
Yeah.
So it's a different time. So we could have that discussion. But in general, I mean, if a wicked person kills a good, honorable man, he must forfeit his own life. That sounds about right to me. But if the government official can like get a hold of the guy before like the say you killed someone killed you, a wicked guy, you know, in your state right now, you're doing good and you're on the good path. Or I'm not saying like whatever.
Yeah.
Some wicked deviant fuck breaks in your house and kills you. Your son finds out about it.
Right.
And he wants to go get vengeance.
I don't know
I
I don't know if you can call that vengeance, to be honest, though. I don't know. I mean, if you want to follow the Christian Bible, maybe yes, it's vengeance, you know, like turn the other cheek and all that shit, right?
Or you could just call it law, or you could just say it's the thing to do, like what we do. Like, yeah, you're a wicked drug addict idiot. You killed my father because you stole fucking $20 out of his pants or whatever, you fucking idiot. Yeah, we're just gonna kill you. I'm gonna hunt you down and kill you. Like, no problem. Big deal. You could look at it like that, or you could say, vengeance is mine, says the Lord, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But like, I don't know. We're in a weird time right now. It's a different time. There's a lot of crazy shit. Like there's a lot of wickedness. So it's like,
it's because the good people are unarmed, Brian, in my opinion. So the bad people thrive. They become exponentially more successful in their ugliness because the good people are unarmed. They're rendered
yeah, but you could have been
defenseless.
sleeping, like, you know what I mean? Or you could, whatever.
They're rendered defenseless, right? And they're
Well,
even
that's what they want to do. They want to take it all right now. They want to go for the arms.
yeah, well, I mean, right now, this piece of shit in Canada just put I don't know, they just banned something like 5,000 different makes of rifles and guns, right? And thank God for once, most Canadians are saying, no, I'm not bringing them in, right? So nobody's brought them in yet. And there's like there's an amnesty period for people to actually turn these guns in.
That's fucking wild. It's like,
oh yeah,
turn in your gold. Turn in your gold.
Yeah, like, and people did it, right?
And
But
the
now
guns might as well be gold. They're more valuable than gold.
it's more valuable
Guns and
than
bullets
gold,
were so
for sure.
valuable during COVID and shit.
Well, I thank God that a lot of Canadians, I think probably enough Canadians, are not complying, that it may be just overturned. Same like our gun registry, right? In the
They talk
early
about this in this book too. When you give up your arms, that's a bad move because
That's right. That's right. But that's where we are, basically, because even if people have arms, they're not going to carry them around openly because the cops are going to shoot the fuckers. They're going to fucking they killed that guy after they took his gun.
They killed a 12-year-old boy with a fucking toy gun a few years ago.
Right. I remember that. The kid playing with a fucking BB gun, they shot him.
They
to death.
instantly killed him.
Just fucking got out and started fucking laying into him. I mean, it's like, yeah. I mean,
all right.
The people have accepted the chains of their own enslavement. They love their servitude. Yeah, okay, yeah, guns are bad. Take all my guns. Who's going to have the guns? The government's going to have the guns. The police, the real criminals have the guns now, you dumb fucks.
Yeah, it's easier to fucking go to war with someone who doesn't have weapons.
Of course.
All right, 3. If the prisoner can prove by proper witnesses that the death was accidental, he may go free. But if it happens a second time, he must go to the tin mines in order to avoid any unseemly hatred if it happens a second time. Then, well, see, the second time they don't kill him, they send him to the tin mines. But like, so he's saying, "Oh, we were working. I dropped the boulder fell, hit him in the head, and then it happens. Oh man, and another boulder hit this. All right, dude, you got to go to jail, dude. Another boulder hit a guy. Fuck that, dude. You're going to jail. I guess I see this one because they're both trying to say it was an accident. Oh, if another accident happens, they're like, fuck that, dude. Okay, one accident. You get one accident.
You get one free killing. You get one free death.
Oh, but they're saying, but that's only with proper witnesses. So it is an actual accident. But if it happens a second time, even with the witnesses, it was an accident, then you got to go to the tin mines because even though it was an actual accident, but you still, because like they say, in order to avoid any unseemly hatred or vengeance, because it's like, nah, fuck that, dude. He killed an accident, because the people, they don't want the people. They say it's better for one person to suffer than the group. Whereas Socrates says it's better to suffer an injustice than to commit an injustice. But in this world, like I said, a different kind of time, they almost say, man, it's better for one innocent person to kind of be harmed than a bunch of fucking people. I don't know, though. It could be a question thing there. All right. These are the rules concerning bastards. So angry people, bastards. Let's see what this says. 1, if any man sets fire to another's house, he is no Frisian. He is a bastard. If he is caught in the act, he must be thrown into the fire. And wherever he may flee, he shall never be secure from the avenging justice. So they're saying if you burn down. So look at this. If you kill someone, they're like, nah, well, if the government catches you first.
One more chance.
Yeah, but look at this. But there's something to this. Look how much importance they put on having a house and no one fucking with it.
Yeah.
Look at this. See how they compared to now, how they look at people with houses but if you have a house, that's an important thing for a man. You don't fuck with a man's house.
Shelter is fucking second only to fucking water.
Yeah, like land. The house is probably coincides with the land. Like you don't fuck with someone's land, their house, their property, because that's an important thing. Their family's there. They say burn it down. So look at him. He says if he caught an act, he must be thrown into the fire. Like they're not they're not like, oh, we're gonna have justice and go through a court and fucking pour this poor guy. Why did he do it? They're like, no, put him right in the fucking fire. That's crazy. And then wherever he may flee, like if he flees, he shall never be secure from the. They're like, hunt that motherfucker down and get him. So that's kind of interesting, man. Like I said, it's a little bit of a different time, right? They were sort of a higher time probably, but I like a lot of this stuff. All right, 2.
Well, I mean, it could go back to something like that so quickly, it wouldn't even be funny. I mean, look at Afghanistan. I mean,
no, but that's not a bad thing. That's not like a.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying it could be a good thing. Like, you go to Afghanistan now, it's one of the most peaceful places. Everybody's carrying a fucking an AK around, right? Everybody's got some kind of weapon slung over their shoulder, right? And they're some of the most peaceful people.
Yeah, it's like prison, dude. Like if you're rude and fucking a dickhead in prison, they say the maximum security is no one's rude, everyone's cursed. Oh, thank you. Excuse me. Oh, my bad.
Right.
Like no one's like, hey, bitch, you fucking bitch. Because even if you make a dumb joke, that could be your life.
That's your life. Same with the Wild West. You know, they talk about the Wild West. It was fucking chaos. Everybody had guns. They were shooting people in the street. Bullshit. It was yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. After you. You know, it was very polite because everybody had 2 pistols on their side. And you fucking talk shit, you're gonna get you're gonna say, okay, let's go out back 10 paces, buddy.
Right. And then the thing about that 10 paces is it was about showing up. Because a lot of times the way that worked is, oh, you fucker stepped on my shoe and
the coward fucked off.
Well, here it's like the thing was showing up. I was like, I challenge you to duel. Then it's like, everyone's like, and then you have to accept. But even if you're a bitch, or even if you're kind of like have a bitch in you where you're not the best shot and you're scared, you show up anyways. Because what happens is you start taking the paces. And then probably when you get to 8 or 9, one person's going to go, all right, let's just talk about it. We don't actually have to turn around and shoot each other. You showed up. You stepped
Yeah,
on my
maybe.
shoe. We're going to talk about it like men. That's usually how I think those things worked out. But the fact was you showed up and you were willing to do it. And
Yes,
say
but
you
there,
knew you were a better shot than the guy, and you knew he was kind of a bitch, but you were happy. You were kind of give him props because he showed up.
showed
But
up.
when he
Yeah.
gets to 9, and he's scared as fuck to turn around, you let him off the hook. All right. Stop.
But
Let's just talk.
there's also plenty of
You're cutting out. You're muted. You left. I'm gonna take over till you come back. Can't hear you. Keep hitting your mute button or something. All right. Number 2. No true vision shall speak ill of the faults of his neighbors. See, look at this shit. All this gossip. What do we do all day? Talk shit on each other. They're saying no true vision shall speak ill of his neighbors. Look at all these neighbors that quarrel and fight and try to fuck each other over that we got going on today. No true vision shall speak ill of the faults of his neighbors. If any man injures himself but does no harm to others, he must be his own judge. So that's what they're saying. If someone's at home snorting their coke, hurting their health by smoking all the weed and eating all the food, he's hurting himself. So just fucking, he's his own judge. He's gonna die from fucking heart disease, like my fat ass. But if he becomes so bad that he's dangerous to others, so he's drinking at home, but now he's starting to go outside and slap people around, they're like, fuck, dude, or threaten to slap him. They're like, fuck, dude, you're dangerous now, dude. You're getting drunk and blacking out and fucking getting in arguments. But if he becomes so bad that he's dangerous to others, they must bring it before the count. So bring it before, the leaders, the government type people, the woman, mother. But if instead of going to the count, a man accuses another behind his back, he must be put on the pillory in the market. So a pillory is when they put your head and your arms in a contraption and they put you right in a public place and you're sitting there with your head and your arms and you got to be humiliated. You're sitting there stuck with your head and your arms in a wooden thing and everyone gets to walk by and like, look at this fucking asshole. What did he do? So they say, instead of going so that's saying if you talk behind someone's back, instead of going like, hey, it'd be like, oh, you're a snitch. But this is, like I said, different times, different type of government. It's all honorable shit. They don't want you talking. They don't want a backbiter talking behind someone's back. Like dudes causing problems. You go to the honorable count, the government. And so they say, but, must bring it before the count. But instead of going to the count, a man accused another behind his back, he must be put on the pillory in the market and then sent out of the country. But not to the tin mines, because even there, a backbiter is to be feared. Look at this. Look how fucking important they think this is, to not talk shit behind people's back and be a backbiter like that. You see this? And they say you can't even go to prison because they're like, fuck that. We don't like people, these fucking moose type people, the backbiters. We don't want you even in prison because you're going to look at this shit, dude. Look how far we are. Look at all these videos to make videos of other people, talk shit about other people. But I guess they're talking about guys doing more criminal shit, I guess. This is kind of a strange one. So the guy's kind of doing crimes. He's so bad, he's becoming dangerous to others. Bring it before the, but instead of going to the count, a man accuses behind his back. So behind his back. Like he's going around saying, like getting in people's ear, like, yeah, that guy's a piece of shit. He's dangerous to people. See, even if it's true, they're saying he went behind the back, though. The guy could be dangerous, but he did it behind the back. So very interesting stuff. So even in prison, they don't like people fucking talking shit like to other people. But prisons today are known for that. People gossiping and whispering behind people's backs. But that's how this devilish shit is, right? Like corruption. Like that's what they do today. They whisper with propaganda. Oh, this guy's fucked up. These people are fucked up. They don't like none of that shit, dude. Deviant behavior. 3. If any man should prove a traitor and show to our enemies the path leading to our places of refuge, or creep into them by night, he must be the offspring of Finda, those magi, those bad people. He must be burnt. Damn. So I guess they got these like secret places that a lot of other people don't know about. You know, they keep them to themselves, and foreign people don't get to know these special places. But if someone's fucking around and showing enemies the really sacred places, is Lou Bass still talking to himself? Lou Bass, your volume's no good, dude. I don't know if you need to leave and come back or what. Lou Bass has been having a conversation with me the whole time. Doesn't know his audio is no good. Let's see. Maybe I just can't hear him. Let me check these comments out. Where are all the good men? If you find them, let a girl motherfucking know. You're a girl now, huge. We keep to ourselves mostly. So G's a good man, even though he's pro property tax. I'm never going to let you live that down, G. You're cursed for that. I'm backbiting. I'm taking you to the count, though, maybe. I don't know. Hi, G. Let's see. Good to see you. Blah, blah, blah. This is great stuff. Yeah, everyone's in competition. It's sad, even family members, they think we are competing and acquiring fiat. Like, what if we all lived off the land and did what was true and right? Food and water would be free, and gold, silver would be at 10K, 100K. Interesting. Yeah, talking behind people's backs isn't good, man. At least Snafu does it in the open. Laughing my ass said, yes, I'm not. No, I'm not. Fuck all taxes. Nah, you were. You did say that, well, someone's got to help pay for the roads. I'm not, but you do pay taxes. I think you do pay taxes. You pay property taxes, G. If you own property, you pay those taxes. You don't like fight it and go to court. You don't civilly disobey, G. Come on. Huge is a woman. Kali is, I believe. Kelly is her name, I believe. Huge. Yeah, Huge is fucking with me, a troll.
Brian, am I still here?
You just showed back up.
Oh, fuck. I got a phone call. One of my tenants has some issues I gotta go deal with. They can wait. Because I fucking already was there 3 times. And it's his own fault, so I don't know. I got a guy that lives... Huh?
Hold on, let me just finish what I was doing here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's see. G said, I think we should all take care of our own everything. I don't use the services either. I got an exemption on property taxes. Interesting.
Who got an exemption on property taxes?
G, because at one point he was saying he doesn't mind because it helps pay for the roads and this, and I called him out on it. But now he's saying that's not the case. Now he has an exemption.
What kind of exemption, Mr. G Spot? Fucking he probably doesn't know where the fucking G Spot is.
Yeah, Jackie, he doesn't know where the G Spot is.
Yeah.
That was classic.
What exemption do you got, motherfucker?
So yeah, I do donate some per year, but at least I own my. See now, see how he backslide. He just goes from I pay no taxes. Look at he goes. No, I'm not. Look what he said here. Look at he goes from no, I'm not. Fuck all taxes to. So yeah, I do donate some per year, but at least I own my own house. But he doesn't own his own house because he pays some of the property taxes every year, which means he's renting it from the government.
Shit here. There's some
God,
bullshit.
this guy flip flopping. Jeez, these people. What is he, a bastard? Which one of these laws is he breaking right now?
I don't know, man, but he definitely doesn't know where the G Spot is.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe he thinks the G Spot's in his asshole. That's why he takes fucking cocks in his ass.
All
Well,
right.
that is true though. A man's G spot is in his asshole.
But look at this one that you missed, though, dude. Like, no true vision shall speak of the ill, the faults of his neighbors. If any man injures himself, but does not harm others, he must be his own judge. But if he becomes so bad that he is dangerous to others, they must bring it before the count. But if instead of going to the count, a man accuses another behind his back, he must be put on the pillory in the market, which means like humiliated, and then sent out of the country, but not to the prison, tin mines, because even there a backbiter is to be feared. But you see this? You see how intense they are with this shit? They're not talking behind someone's back. And what do we do? What is our society today? Oh, do nothing but talking behind people's backs, right?
Oh fuck, it's crazy.
So
The other day, talking about talking behind people's backs. The day my water froze and I had to fix it. I had to change the little heater, and I got into the house. It was like 11:30, almost 12 at night. Usually, I'm asleep by that time, and so I go on, turn the computer on to see if there's anybody on, and Tarek was on, right? And Tarek with what's that guy's name? The rat blood guy. Um, yeah, rat blood. That's what he's called or something. He's got the fucking stainless steel vagina. I don't know. He's got fucking stainless steel in his balls or his asshole. I don't know. And that's what they were doing. They were just talking shit about everybody. And then they were Tarek was calling everybody's a cocksucker. Oh, Paul's just a cocksucker. And this guy's a cocksucker. And Snafu's a cocksucker. Everybody's a cocksucker. So I put in a little, I wrote in the chat, I said, hey, the fuck is wrong with cocksuckers? Everybody likes their cock sucked once in a while. Oh, that fucking set him off. Man, see, they sent Lubas after me now. I don't even know these people. They sent Lubas. See, they're fucking gang stalking me. These people are fucking nuts.
what's up, G?
What up, fuckers?
Explain the Lubass
Gee,
your tax
you know,
situation.
you gotta stop taking cocks in your ass, okay?
That's you, Lou.
Yeah. No, it's Brian O'Shea, actually.
I'm
Oh,
old
shit.
and gay and homeless.
Cocaine? Gay shit?
Yeah. So, G, explain yourself.
What?
Do you pay property taxes?
Yeah, what is this bullshit? You're flopping all over the map with what you were talking
Yeah,
about.
he
No, I
flip
said,
flopped three
said,
One
times in
minute
3
you're
comments.
fucking not paying property tax. The next minute you're fucking pay a little bit when you feel like it. The next minute you don't own your house. Which
no,
is
I
it?
said no, I'm against it. That's what the no was for. But yeah, I do pay some, and I just got it lowered. Like, got a little, I guess the exemption
Thought you
is
got an
the wrong
exemption.
word.
Made it seem
It's not
like
an
you pay
exemption.
nothing.
That's why I came up here, because it's not an exemption. It's I don't know how you call that. They just lowered it.
For what?
I don't
They
know,
don't
dude.
just
The
lower your
system's all
property.
fucked up, dude. They like they say if you come in there and uh, put your
You're
signature on this
scared they're going to take
paper,
your
it's a
shit.
little bit lower than normal or whatever is what it is.
There's only a
And
couple of ways to get, I mean, far that I've found, at least here. I don't know, maybe there it's different. One
yeah,
is I got almost 80% of my taxes dropped because I have a farm. So they give like a
yeah,
farm rebate.
yeah, they do. It
Uh,
was called Lou. It was called like a homestead thing, or I don't know. They do weird shit. And then I talked to them about like, hey, can I put it in a trust? Would that do anything? They're like, no, we have people try that all the time. It doesn't work. So, I mean, maybe there is people that slip through and put an affidavit in and get it done. I would love to know how to do that. That'd be
Another one
great.
is military,
But
apparently
dude,
apparently.
yeah, the system's crazy, bro. I just got fucking mail today for fucking interest on my money that's in a bank account. They're taxing our fucking interest on our money in the
Well,
bank
why
account
you
too.
have your money in a bank account, dumbass?
Well, I have different reasons for right now, but it yeah, moving around and stuff. But yeah, it's just crazy, man. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, number
Like
one
I want to
is
get on a piece of property and be off taxes completely, or on a piece of property that is extremely low, at least put it in a trust to find out if that it's possible. But I mean, if you're in a city, you're in any town, dude, they're gonna. I mean, I don't know what
how
to say
much
about
money do
that.
you got to invest?
Probably. I don't know how to. I don't want to talk about it.
Rough idea. What, 20, 50, 100 grand? Give me a rough ballpark, because I'll tell you
Did you
where
see what? Did you see what Silver just did?
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, I'm doing pretty. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty
Well,
good. I got a couple investments that have done very well.
Panama is a good place because you can still buy land pretty damn cheap, and there's no property tax. Period.
Yeah,
There is no property tax,
I
and
just
you
see.
can carry a gun wherever you go. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I
You
consider
buy
some
a
other
little
countries.
island in Panama, which I'm seriously considering doing. Actually, right now I don't have that kind of money, but 20, 25 grand, you can buy an island in like there's an area down there where it's what's it called again? San Blas? San Blas, I think it's called. And there's like thousands and thousands of little islands that are owned by family members. Sometimes they don't even know that they own them, and they sell them for real cheap.
Huh,
All right,
that's pretty
let's go in
interesting.
and out of this conversation. Let's get back to this text, and we could get back to this conversation, but we'll weave it in and out. Whatever we're talking about now, I want to get back to this text for a second.
Lou,
We
are
can
you
get back to what we're talking about. Huh?
I was going to ask Lou if he's buying an island or what that was for.
I'm considering it.
Really?
I want to get something. I don't know. Maybe Florida too, because there's some really nice properties for cheap in Florida. I found.
Yeah, I'm trying to move south too, man. I can't stand the cold weather. I don't know how
Yeah,
you
I
guys do
want
it up in
something.
Canada.
Yeah, I want something where someplace where I can go for the winter and not have to deal with this shit anymore. I
Right.
mean, I
Yeah,
like a little bit, but not too much.
I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
look up the weather in Odessa, Delaware, because I visited that place, and I don't know. You ever visit a place and there's just something special about it? You can't quite put your finger on it. Just
Yeah.
feels.
Where's
Oh
Odessa?
yeah.
You're talking about the state of Delaware,
Yeah,
and there's a town called Odessa. Where is
I
Delaware?
believe. Let me see. Weather, Odessa, Delaware.
Where is it? Like in terms of
Uh,
on the land? Is it east, west, south? I
Yeah,
don't
it's
even know.
near like Washington D.C., New Jersey, Philly.
Oh,
Um,
it's on the east side.
yeah, east.
Okay.
Because I went over there because I had this message on this winter solstice of 2021 when Jupiter and Saturn were conjunct. I had this message in the morning. It told me I'm the baddest thing east of the Mason-Dixon line, and I didn't know the Mason-Dixon line had an east. I thought it was because it's the line that separates the North from the South in the Civil War. But there is an east part, and it's right by Delaware. Delaware, it goes up through Delaware, and there's an east-west part there. So I went over there to see if I had any special feeling that would make that statement true, and I didn't really. Nothing stood out too much, but I still think about that. I still think there might be something that I don't know why it would tell me I'm the baddest thing. And I think it was east. It could have been. Sometimes I say maybe it was west, and I'm the baddest thing west of them. I don't know.
Delaware, don't they, isn't that one of the states in the east there that has like fairly open gun laws in terms of like constitutional carry and all that?
Probably, but they have the most Fortune 5 companies, all the Fortune 5, major Fortune 500 companies in this one single building in Delaware for tax purposes, I guess, is the address of where they're registered. It's some weird fucking anomaly, fucking tax loophole. But it looks like it's cold out there right now. I just wanted
Well,
to see.
yeah, it's cold for sure. Like they're
Yeah.
like New Hampshire,
Yeah,
near
you
New
you really want to
Hampshire.
live out there in the cold, man, on the East
I mean,
Coast?
it's not as cold as up
Do you
here.
know what?
Go ahead.
He froze or something.
It's
New
not as
Hampshire.
cold as like
So there
New
might be some.
York or things.
You're cutting in and out, Brian.
Oh, am I?
What'd you
Yeah.
say?
New Hampshire, their state motto is "Live free or die."
Yes,
Oh yeah, dude, I've heard that.
New Hampshire has a big movement, which has been going on for years, where they're trying to basically not secede, but somehow turn the state into the freest state in the nation. It's called the Free State Project or something.
Yeah, that's interesting. But man, the weather kind of gets me. I don't know if I could live. I don't really like living in Northern Illinois. It's not fun, dude. You're inside 5 months out of the year, pretty much.
Maybe you could
Well,
have
it's not as bad as
two
here or New
properties,
York.
Yeah, you almost Yeah, I'm kind of with what Lou was saying. You almost have to, if you have enough fiat or whatever, you almost have to have two properties if you want to be happy. Unless you've like
Illinois has the most fertile land in the nation.
really,
Yes,
Yep.
Illinois, definitely.
yeah, that's why we have so much corn and beans, a lot
They
of
have some of
farming.
the highest populations of deer and
And the
turkey.
Irish, it's populated by Irish farmers, dominated by Irish farmers, like old school, old,
Yep,
like hundreds of years, generations, like from hundreds of years ago, like a
Irish and
century.
Dutch. They're Dutch too. There's a lot of Dutch where I'm from, O'Shea.
Yeah, the Dutch are the
I'm
people with
Irish
the
and
Soren
Dutch.
Linda book type shit. And that's why I suspect in New Hampshire with that live, because the motto of the Dutch people is rather dead than slave, which is
Yeah.
also live free or die. So I wonder if there's,
I'm Irish, Dutch, and German.
yeah, I mean, well, the Irish, see, I'm all Irish, but I don't know if the Irish are that good. There's this Celt people, the Celts, there was this, we might be descendants from the Celtic, because there might be like an offshoot from these Frisian people where it was kind of bad, which became the Celts. But I'm not quite sure. But yeah, Germany, Dutch, Norway, free. I keep saying it: Norway, Dutch, Netherlands, Sweden type shit. They're the best, the best. And I hope Irish is in there, maybe. But
Bro, O'Shea, if I was you, man, I would probably try to find somebody with a piece of property like Lou or Rocky. Fuck, Rocky just said on the stream the other day he'd let somebody come out on his land and squat. He said, or sit there as long as they want. He said,
yeah, but I'm looking. I think the most important thing is work up. Like I need to be like working
Bro,
all the
yeah,
like
he
I
would
need to be
have
like
work.
productive, dude. I don't need to be like squat, like sitting on someone's
Yeah,
land. I
but
need
that's
to
the
like,
thing, O'Shea. Once you get on a piece of land, there's unlimited possibilities. There's work everywhere you turn. You could cut down trees. You could build a fucking a living quarters. You could help out him in certain ways. You could help out their neighbors.
yeah. And then the thing is, it's like even if I would say I wasn't even getting paid for that shit, but in the long
Right.
term, since I'm investing in this land, maybe I get to own some land. You know, it's like a indentured servant type shit, but maybe in a positive way. Like, yeah, you
Yeah, I
stick
mean,
with
you got to
me. You
find a way
start
to
off
come.
with me. You help me out. Later
Yeah,
on, I'm gonna die. You're gonna die, but we could pass this down to hopefully maybe you'll have some children. If not, you know what I mean? Like, type shit where you get a piece, you get something for yourself, and we pass this shit down and
yeah.
If I'm not
shit like that.
mistaken, indentured servitude started voluntarily. If I'm not mistaken,
Right. There's something kind of positive, but like you
We
got
all,
nothing going on.
yeah, we
So
all
just like,
yeah,
hey,
I mean,
where
we
you
all
make up.
serve each other. If you're in a community and you talk and you coexist, you all serve each other. Service is service. You know what I mean? It's just value provided to another person. And why wouldn't you want to fucking do that, man? It feels weird not providing any value to anyone around you. To me,
and we got to get back to like after dinner, there's like a piano in the place. We could entertain. I could try a little stand-up comedy. I could try a new joke. I could sing a song. You could paint a picture. Like people used to be very creative and it was very
Yeah, that's
common.
when
Every
the
house had a piano. The reason I'm bringing this up is like I'm just thinking of these communities, and we could kind of like because we don't have to go to get entertained. Like people used to do it in house with your family. Like the women used to be known for being good at cooking, great at singing. Someone could sing something awesome, have a great voice. You know what I mean? Like my grandfather used to play the fucking violin. We'd have everyone else. He's sitting there, 80 fucking 90 years old, playing playing the harmonica, singing some Irish song, and everyone's, what the fuck? Where's all that shit?
I
Why do
have
we have all this
I have
concert?
home movies, like 8. What do you call it? Super 8 home
Not the
movies.
harmonica, the accordion. Go
I
ahead.
used to play the accordion when I was a little kid. I don't remember anything about it now, but I have home movies of us in this little fucking tiny basement kitchen where
Yeah,
everybody's there and everybody's
yeah.
singing and drinking and playing instruments. And I used to
Used to
play the
be
fucking
common.
accordion.
It's not.
Yeah.
I think it's part of this control mechanism. All that shit's gone.
Well, I think as long as there are devices and internet and all that shit,
yeah,
I think it's probably
yeah,
going to stay
Yeah,
gone.
that'll help take us away from that. Instead of everyone on their own individual phone, we have
Yeah.
dinner, and then we entertain each other. Hey, what do you got? I'm doing, you know what I mean? Whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah,
I'm
screen.
building something even. Hey, let's go out in the backyard. This guy's learning with bricks. Let's show what he did with his bricks and his mortar. He's learning. We could inspect it even. You're doing good. Just keep at it, but you're fucking up. But you keep at it. I mean, you're getting better anyways. You know what I mean? Like anything
dude,
artistic.
it's like me, man. You got like a lot of interests and a lot of things you want to do. We're the same in that facet. You got to kind of like find something you really love and really want to go at and focus on one or two things, you know what I mean, instead of like five. Like, because I do the same thing, dude. I fucking branch off. I want to play poker. I want to fucking gamble. I want to trade. I want to invest. I want to fucking, do this, that, the third, 10 different things at once. You got to kind of like, you got to focus your
You'd be
energy.
surprised though. You get one of these little communities, like, hey,
Same
one
way.
night you're playing poker, one night some of the guys you learn and trade, and you got a few properties around, and whatever. All these different little interests can maybe even be sort of satiated in the right scenario. But
Yeah, man. All I know is I want to get the fuck out of where I am right here.
I feel that.
I'm gonna make a serious, concerted effort to sell this place this year.
I fucking
And if
hate
I have
when
to
I'm
lower
in
the
this
price a little bit, I'm gonna lower it if I have to.
all right, let's end this segment that I was reading on. We'll get back to what we're talking about. So I already read this one, but I didn't read the full thing. So 3. You mad I cut you off, Lou?
No, man.
Hello?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
All right. 3. If any man should prove a traitor and show to our enemies the paths leading to our places of refuge, or creep into them by night, he must be the offspring of Finda, the bad people. He must be burnt. The sailors must take his mother and all his relations to a desolate island, and there scatter his ashes in order that no poisonous herbs may spring from them. The maidens may curse his name in all the states in order that no child may be called by his name, and that his ancestors may repudiate him. See, they don't take shit lightly. Like murder, it was an accident, but you show a path to our refuge, you fucking look what they do. They go all out. Take you to a desolate island, take the name from it. They're like, this is horrible. Like the importance they put on things, like, which makes sense, the enemies, the path, so they must have some places of refuge that are like sacred and maybe for their celebrations. I think someone just got here. Let me see. I'm pretty sure this is Paul.
Where are you living, Brian, since you don't have your car?
What are you asking? What are you fucking? I'm living, dude.
No, I mean, you don't have to give me a fucking address. I'm just saying.
What do you think? How many options can there be? What I'm doing?
I don't know.
Union Station, bro. That place is actually pretty nice, Brian. I like it there.
It doesn't. You got to be out of there at midnight. Is that Paul enslaved?
What do you mean?
We're going to Panama.
Yeah.
The new plan.
Well, then you better get on it quick.
I can just hear that fucking Van Halen song, Panama.
Lou, why don't you throw in with us? I mean, we kind of fell back.
Listen, I'm
mainly
kind
me,
of
but
not sure. I don't know. Like, I like Florida, but it's a little bit too fucking, I don't know. I
Too
like
many
the
people.
area my son's at, but the rest of Florida is just fucking a bunch of tourist bullshit. I don't know. But I want to find some place where there's no fucking property tax. And Panama is one of those places. You buy something, you actually own it. I mean,
Yeah,
that
that'd be
makes sense to
amazing.
me.
yeah.
Right?
Awesome.
And you can get land pretty cheap down there. And you got fucking summer basically. Well, you could choose. You could have a more tropical on the lowlands and the islands and
What? Then
all
you gotta
those
fly back
areas,
to Canada?
or you could go up a little higher because they got mountains, and in the winter it doesn't get snow, but it gets cooler, and then it's warm again, and it's different temperatures based on elevation, which is nice too.
Dude, if we just kill one of these slaves on here and bury them on our property, we can say that we have a cemetery. And then
But there's
that
no
book that
property
Brian's
taxes
reading
already.
says, yeah, the book
Why does
Brian's
it
reading
have to
says we got
volunteer?
one throwaway, right? As an accident,
I finally did something for the community.
Yeah.
You guys get to kill me.
Yeah, Ryan, will you be our sacrifice for this community? we're gonna
What's this
accidentally
person
kill
saying?
you and bury you on property to get exemption.
What's this person saying? Look in chat. They're saying, Lou, before you buy land down here, I guess he's in Panama. Look up what?
His
Hisadovacate?
advocates.
Disadvocate? I don't fucking
His
know how to say it.
advocates.
His advocates. Whatever the fuck that means. What is that?
I don't know.
Come up on panel, fuckface, and tell us what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'd love to know too. I was curious.
If you
I'm
live in
about to look it
Panama, I
up.
want to know.
What's
I mean,
going
I
on,
wouldn't
Jackie?
buy anything like anywhere unless I go stay there for a few months and I get to know the place, I get to know the people, I get to really get a sense of the place, right? Whether it's fucking America or Panama or fucking Africa for that matter. I'd want to spend some time there, but what the fuck is this his advocates fucking shit? He's nothing to do with Panama. Oh,
It's
what are you
like some kind of
talking about?
business.
I don't know what the fuck these people are talking about.
Doesn't matter, dude. Look it up later. Who cares? Or she'll probably fucking type in there. All right, I'll just fucking Google it, dude. What the fuck? His advocates. Must be like some. His advocates is a private and unincorporated membership association recognized as a church ministry. Let's see.
With a monthly fee and fucking da 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 da.
Well, that's another way to go about it. Is
Yeah.
a religious organization.
Yeah, you can get loyal titles as a church where you don't pay property tax.
But you pay them $50 a month.
I think that's here too. You can do that here too, but I just don't want to go that way.
Oops. Yeah,
I mean, at this point, I'm committed to selling and getting the fuck out of here anyway. I might keep some land up north. Like if shit really hits the fan, I'm in a good area up north where I can actually get away from any serious issues. And the rest's got to go. I'm done with it. I'll give my kids their inheritance now. Give them all a piece. Say, here, I'm spending the rest. Go fuck yourselves.
All right, let's officially end this paragraph so we could finish this segment that we were on.
I want to know how much I'm in for on the Lou Bass inheritance.
Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
I'm the best child so far, Lou. I helped you out of your extreme obese laden depression. You've already admitted that earlier.
Yes, I was. But
that more for you than anyone.
Yeah, that was also a little bit of COVID was crept into my soul back then too. But not just that, other shit too. But yes, you did. You were an influence on me deciding to change directions. I have to be. What's true is true. That's it.
You were Paul,
right? You should adopt me. You should have adopted me.
I have adopted you already, you dumb fucking bitch.
Give me 2 or 3 names like John Michael Corleone over there, and pencil me in for some inheritance, man. Yeah, I've considered moving to a different country, but then I guess the fear part of me is like, the fuck am I doing? I'm gonna leave America where I'm born, which is like I don't even feel at home here, and I'm gonna go live on a foreign land with foreigners. I mean,
well, the only thing you got to do is you got to try it first. I wouldn't move anywhere unless I lived there for at least a couple months, if not more, 3-4 months. You have to really get a sense of the people, the place, of the laws, of the blah, 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 whatever's generally accepted. A lot of these other places, it's not just America that has a spirit for freedom. A lot of the other places some places are even more stronger spirit for freedom than America. I mean, America's become such a big fucking pussy. It's out of control.
Is there any chance like Iran or some crazy place? Like so,
bro, I was just telling you, Afghanistan. I was watching some guy that goes all through all these kind of countries, And he was going all through the Afghanistan, all these little places. There's no more war. Everybody's got a fucking AK on their shoulder. They're barbecuing. They're fucking having big gatherings of people. They
Because
invite you in. They're
I suspect, yeah,
friendly.
if you show up, dude, and you're just like, man, I'm so disenfranchised. And you're scared. Like, I don't even know if you guys are gonna accept me. You might be so surprised. They would totally accept you. They'd be like, wow, dude, you
Well,
fucking
that's
took.
what this guy found. He found he was never felt more welcome than any other countries, like some of these countries.
Because some of them, it's part of their cultures, like the visitor or the stranger, like come into my house, show them
Yeah.
hospitality. Here's some food. Like
Yeah.
even better, they'll offer you the better, even if they might not have much. They'll offer you like the best piece of little meat,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, and like probably something to that stuff.
We get a
But
little brainwashed thinking that we're in the Western world and that we're the most free. Possibly we're the most enslaved.
I mean, after this latest thing in Minneapolis, bro, like straight. I mean, you might, the girl a couple days before that, okay, she drove the car, maybe doesn't, but this one is just.
What do you mean maybe? The fucking guy, they had a policy of
Well,
jumping in
dude,
front of vehicles. They have a they
but
have
that's happened. That happened to a kid, dude.
Yeah.
That happened to
They'll
a kid
jump
from
in
my
front of a
neighborhood, bro.
vehicle
He
just
stole his parents' car. He was doing drugs, and like they had came up on him in a forest preserve, and the kid just went to drive away, and the cop fucking shot him. He's shooting in the door as the car's already
right.
past him. He murdered the
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah,
Like,
Lucius making shit up too about like firearms ownership. I don't like the term firearm, but
What do you mean?
just for point of conversation, they're like, oh well, you need permits and it takes 6 months and you're limited to
Where?
what you can have. Panama.
Yeah, I know, but the people actually, most of the people do not follow all that bullshit. I mean, okay,
Panama.
like I said, I would have to go
Right.
there.
So given the
experience
opportunity, let's not just stay here, group together, and not follow code. Let's go to a foreign land and do it. I mean,
Well, the problem there, I suspect, maybe I'm wrong. The problem there is that if it's true that most of the people do not follow these statutes, policies, codes, or they call them laws, whatever they call them, then you have a supportive base. Where in America, everybody's fucking chicken shit right out. They wouldn't do it. They just don't do it. They just follow every little fucking rule.
yeah, well, you don't know that, man. And I'm sure everything and anything exists. You just have to find the location.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm sure
I
there's a
haven't been.
location where the cops and everybody's pretty much agreed. We're not going to do certain things because it's pathetic and not what we're supposed to be, right?
Yeah, that's very possible. Like even when I was down in Florida, there was my son's friends down there. They have these swamp boats. You know those boats with an airplane engine on them, and they fly over the swamps. And it's like you're flying in an airplane over
Airboat,
it's
yeah.
airboat. It's like, and they just go out and they got all their fucking guns and they're fucking shooting shit. They're fucking just none of it's technically legal, but they're all doing it. So yeah, they do in some areas, and then they all pull in. Everybody's got these fucking airboats. They all pull into this little in the middle of nowhere fucking swamp. There's a restaurant and there's bands playing and there's like fucking 100 people there, all getting together, all talking, totally different lifestyle. It's crazy, you know, like real down south kind of cool people.
now with this Orlinda book in my German, now is any of those places a possible? Germany, Denmark, Denmark, Netherlands, any of those an option? Or are those off limits? Like,
I mean, who knows? Like I said, Brian, you have to go there to really know whether it's America, whether it's wherever. You have to experience the people, the fucking the leadership, whatever that is. You have to experience
I mean,
it.
they used to be great. They're all slaved up like basically everywhere else. Like we had that kid on from Denmark or whatever. He's all glad there's no guns and blah blah blah. But
Yeah, that's crazy shit to me. I definitely want wherever I go, I want to be packing. That's it.
fudge packing. All right, let me Let me read this last paragraph and finish this segment we're on. War had come to an end, but famine came in its place. There were 3 men who each stole a sack of corn from different owners, but they were all caught. The first owner brought his thief to the judge, and the maidens said everywhere that he had done right. The second owner took the corn away from his thief and let him go in peace. The maidens said he had done well. The third owner went to the thief's house, and when he saw what misery was there, he went and brought a wagon load of necessaries to relieve their distress. Freya's maidens came around him and wrote his deed in the eternal book and wiped out all his sins. This was reported to the Aramoter, and she had it made known over the whole country. So we just finished off that little segment we're on. But that's one of my favorite stories, that with the corn right there, whether, true story or not, we get the gist of that one. I bring that story up all the time. It's one of my favorite stories. But we don't have to talk about that. We could get back to whatever we're talking about or go wherever. Or we could keep going through the book, whatever.
And this is all from the Orlinda book?
Yeah, the Orlinda book. The German, keep saying it, German, Dutch, Netherlands, probably Sweden, fucking's up in there. The best. They're the best. That's white supremacy, right? They're the best. It's not just something natural in nature. Something about the white skin, blue eyes is white supremacy, right? Just because I have white skin and blue eyes, I'm a racist. I say the German, and I think there's something great about that area. I mean, they went everywhere though. There was like he just said, he has a huge Dutch. G was just saying he has a huge Dutch community where he's at or whatever it is. So they got around the world, but I suspect there's something about those places even to this day. And if you look, like they said, if you want to know what a country's like, look at their prisons. Look how they treat the lowliest of the people. And in those areas, it might be too much extreme now. Like in Sweden, they fucking with immigration and people know their prison system isn't rough. So if you do while out and go to commit crimes, like it's not going to be that bad, even if you get caught. But the rehabilitation aspect of it, or the humanity aspect of it, with some of these places, like it's kind of like you get to leave prison and go work and shit like that, and go to school, so you come out better than worse, because it seems like in our system, you got to be very resilient and very dedicated to making progress in there, and not getting caught in any fuckery. It seems to come out of our prison systems with any hope or to be better off. You know what I mean?
You come out worse. It's punitive rather than rehabilitative.
Then they get the free slave labor, which people get interested in. It's for-profit prisons.
Yeah,
which is fucking crazy.
That's mind-blowing. That is the epitome of fucking slavery.
Bro, they're on Facebook right now posting pictures of ICE agents with Jesus.
What's that?
As if they're on Facebook posting ICE agents with pictures of Jesus, like AI Jesus hanging with ICE agents. Like that's what Jesus wanted. He wants ICE agents and people regulated with code and being brought to jail.
The ICE agent clapped. They got an angle of the guy clapping when they smoked. The most recent, the guy clapped.
It's Donald Trump patting an ICE agent on the back, and on the other side, it's Jesus patting him on the back.
Oh God.
We are literally, there's some trouble coming. When you're on a world or in a civilization, so to speak, that now is deifying ICE, right, and saying that Jesus is working hand in hand with them, we're in trouble, people.
Wow.
But it's weird. It's
people making fun. People making fun, like these fucking conservatards or whatever the fuck you call them, republicards, making fun of the girl that was fucking shot, or this guy that was recently fucking executed. And they're like making fun of them, like fuck around and find out. Like fuck off.
But let's put brass tacks. That they both were probably vaccinated. The guy's a VA nurse. He's probably injected a bunch of people with vaccines. Like I'm not saying they deserve anything, but at the same time, they're most likely vaccinated, right?
Well, Brian, let's be real. 80, probably more. let's say I'll say 80 just to be generous. 80% of the fucking world is vaccinated.
Yeah. I was looking up statistics recently. It's creepy as hell, bro. Like Australia's, they're like 99% of those motherfuckers over there. Some places it's crazy high.
Canada's very high too, fucking vaccination rates. The only benefit that Canada has is that they have such a large land mass and such a small population that apparently the kill rate is based on the size of the land and the population density. So the larger the land, the smaller the population density, the lower the kill rate is. So most of the people got saline.
Yeah, and there's a possibility that that it was some sort of AI this latest murder, right? I mean, we can't exclude that possibility, right? Because they could have way more advanced AI than whatever they're letting us dabble with. You know what I mean? And they're probably just letting us dabble with it so that, you know, for some sort of data, or maybe we could do it better, just to help them, maybe take it away from us or slow it down, which seems like what happened when they first gave it to us, sort of all in place, but now they're like crunching in on it. Like maybe there is a power and they're limiting your power with it. They want to see what we do with it. Like the government and Department of Defense could do one thing with it. They want to see what we do with it. Maybe it could help them improve what they do with it. But yeah.
They know the people can always find a way, right? To make things either figure things out or make things work better.
It's like murders, dude. If you really wanted to solve cold case murders or any murder, just put it online. These fuckers are awesome detectives. They'll do way better. They'll solve anything and everything, dude. You put any fucking crime, give them some fucking data to search through and give them some access to cameras and shit. They'll fucking find everyone and anyone, dude. Which obviously with all the surveillance they could, but they just don't for some reason, or not that I.
Do you see what they did with that actor, the actor that was in the Transformers movie? The guy put up like a flag or something. It was something, something conservative or liberal related, right? I don't remember exactly what, but he put up a flag against the Republican thing, and it was in some really isolated area. And the fucking autists online found out where it was from the most minuscule of information that this thing put out. They found it and took the flag down. Like they can figure out anything online if you put it out there.
Yeah, man. With all these murders that go down in this, like the rap world and the gang culture of like Chicago and other places, there's like these little subreddits where they talk about it. Like there'll be a shooting and then people will just start talking about it. People are like, oh, you're police. But when they try to figure shit out, like for instance, one of those guys from one rap group, his name was Takeoff, and he got killed in like Texas. And the people were like looking at different angles and they're trying to figure out what happened, who shot here. But they were genius with it, dude. They figure shit out. They're like, well, look how this guy's walking. Well, you can tell it's the timing here. Well, that's actually spliced and like they're fucking genius, dude. Oh, they always end up figuring it out.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They call them autists because they're so into the minutia of the information that they can analyze it so detailed with the smallest amount of info. They can pull out the answers to all kinds of shit.
And some people have different street smart and things, you know. They'll be like, hey, look what that guy's. No, you're missing it, bro. They're like, watch, see what's going on, right? Like they'll see things or they know things that's like where we can't see when they're figuring shit out. Like,
who the fuck is ripping through my fucking property? Oh, fuck. It's my neighbor. He came to plow me out. Came fucking ripping through. I didn't realize. What the fuck? Sorry.
All right, let me read one. I know we got Paul here. I don't know what he wants to do. He could do whatever he wants. But we could read another paragraph here. Or we could do whatever we want, whatever you guys want. But,
I'm not jerking you off, okay, Brian?
All right.
All right, just let's get that clear.
All right. But like that guy when you were what? How old were you when that guy offered?
I was like 13 or something, 13, 14.
23? No, but all right. What is written hereunder is inscribed on the walls at Warrenburg. See plate I. All right. What appears at the top is the signs of the jewel. All right, so I guess we got to look at a plate here. Where's the plates? Fuck, we got no plates to look at. Well, whatever. The jewel's a 6-spoked wheel. What appears at the top is the signs of the jewel. That is the first symbol of Woralda, also of the origin or the beginning from which time is derived. This is the Croder, which must always go round with the jewel. According to this model, Freya formed the set hand which she used to write her texts. And sometimes I wonder, dude, because they have this thing called texts, which is their laws. And I wonder if it has anything to do with Texas at sometimes. Like, did they come here and set up shop here? But whatever, dude. That's just different shit. But she used to write her texts. The texts are basically the laws. They write on the walls of the citadels. The laws. When Fasta was Aramotor, she made a running hand of it. The Witkening, that is the Sea King Godfried the Old, made separate numbers for the set hand and for the runic hand. It is therefore not too much that we celebrate it once a year. We may be, or maybe I should have this on the screen. I'm reading this shit. It should be like this. All right. All right. Get back to this. Winning King, Sea King Godfried made old separate numbers for the set hand and for the runic hand. It is therefore not too much that we celebrate it once a year. We may be eternally thankful to Uralda that he allowed his spirit to exercise such an influence over our forefathers. In her time, Finda also invented a mode of writing, but that was so high flown and full of flourishes that her descendants have soon lost it. So Finda is like where the bad people come from. Kind of like our government officials and priests, and Netanyahu and Trump would be like the Finda type people. So they had this high floating language, because they're whatever. Afterwards, they learned our writing. That is the Finns, the Thyers, the Krekelenders. I think the Krekelenders might be Italians, but anyways. But they did not know that it was taken from the jewel. See, the jewel, the 6-spoked wheel, is where all letters come from. The English alphabet comes from there, and this old Frisian language too. Like Germanic shit, it's all tied in. Taken from the jewel, and most, therefore, always be written around like the sun. Furthermore, they wish that their writing should be illegible by other people because they always had matters to conceal. So they're talking about the Finda people right here. They're talking about, see, they want to be sneaky, right? They want to hide shit. Jack Talcott doesn't like this type stuff. Furthermore, they wish that the writing should be illegible by other people, right? Like, so Latin, the priests only could speak Latin. So that type of shit, I think, is probably tied into this. The people can't read the books, so the priests have got to interpret them from, because they always had matters to conceal. In doing this, they acted very unwisely because their children could only with great difficulty read the writings of their predecessors, whereas our most ancient writings are as easy to read as those that were written yesterday. Here's a specimen of the blah, blah, blah. So, and have you guys heard Pig Latin? Like Pig Latin, when I was a kid, was you would like take the first part of a word and put it in the back, and you would talk to your friend like ixnay, ipsay, dupsay, and you would just say a sentence. It was Pig Latin.
Yeah, you take the first letter, you put it at the back, and you add an A or something.
Something like that, yeah. And so according to this book, there was originally one language. And if you were to try to be deceitful or try to cheat someone, you would stumble and blush. You would blush in your cheeks, and you would stumble and stammer over your words because there was something about the language. It was a God's language. Like, I think the whole world, there's only one language. And it was like somehow within that language, you couldn't really be deceitful without it being obvious. So the story is that these priests, they wanted to fuck around with like the young girls and boys and shit and or fuck each other or do whatever fuck. And they wanted to be able to communicate. So they created this second language so that they could start to speak like commit these acts without being obvious to everyone else. And, you know, I just I thought it was synchronistic that the pig Latin, like these are fucking pigs. They want to fuck your kids. They want to fuck the young girls. They want to fuck each other in the ass. Pig Latin. You know what I mean? That could be an actual variant of when that shit started. Like they want to conceal. They want to be slick and creepy. You know what I mean? So they want to invent these other languages so that they could be creeps. So
It always comes down to sex, Brian.
the Catholic Church,
You mean the Jesuits, the Jewish converts?
Jesuits. The Jesuits were the CIA of the Vatican, the secret ninja group, probably the Mossad of the Vatican.
Well, the Vatican is the old world order. It's been taken over for 500 years or something.
Yeah, it's weird that like J.D. Vance or something recently showed up to visit the Pope and then he died like 2 days later.
Who died? Pope?
Pope, yeah. And then the
when
Pope
he died,
is now is a guy from Chicago.
Yeah, right.
That's who took over after the White House visited the Vatican, and then the guy dies a couple days later. Coincidence?
Maybe.
Any route you want to go down, Paul, or do you want? Because otherwise, I'm going to keep probably reading out of this book.
No, I'm off the clock, man. I'm just hanging.
All right, cool. We can always try to pick your brain while you're
Where
here.
are you? And you're still in Arizona?
Yeah.
What, you're on the land, your friend's land?
Yeah.
With your trailer?
Yeah.
How's that working out?
You know, it's a place to be for the time being, but I do kind of want to move forward, right? I just don't want to rush into just anything. Yeah, man, land's pretty expensive. We have a decent budget with all of us, and you know, stuff that's available is not where I would prefer it to be. You know, but I also have kind of a pretty stringent criteria as far as location goes and weather and all that.
Yeah, Paul had asked me in my travels, like what part of U.S. has sort of like moderate weather. I've been thinking about that ever since to give a more concise answer or something that well, I still ain't got anything. I mean, I still don't have much right now, but I don't know. I brought up that Odessa, Delaware. Like it doesn't have it in terms of weather, but there's a certain feeling about certain places. Like it just feels like home, like somewhere I could call home. Like something about based on the houses and the energy, and it's like the porch. It seemed like, I don't know. Place
You're
where you
thinking
can
about weather, the Carolinas have really nice weather. They have a little bit of winter, but it's nothing major. It's not like everything dies off. They could still graze cattle in the middle of the winter.
Maybe some hurricane issues near the coast, huh?
Yeah, but I don't think it's all that bad.
Because I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina for quite a few months. Spent a few weeks in South Carolina. Charleston, South Carolina.
Georgia is another nice temperate, like.
Now, Mobile, Alabama, I had a great feeling from these black women in this little restaurant. I think it was Mobile, Alabama. But I only briefly was there for like a day or two, maybe only a few hours. But I had a great feeling. There's a bunch of black people in some restaurant. I don't know. It was just good vibes. Black women. I was like, man, I would like to date one of these sort of thick black women out here. They seem, I don't know what it was about it. Good vibes.
Even the panhandle of Florida, that goes up near the Mississippi and there. I've never been there, so I don't know for sure, but I've heard that the climate is really, really good. Like they have a little bit of winter, but not winter like you would call winter here, or New York or something. It just gets a little cooler. It gives you a respite from the heat, right?
Yeah, the Panhandle's right there, Alabama. You got Louisiana right there.
Yeah,
you got Georgia, the Carolinas, like all.
There's a give and take with everything, right? Because then you're going to have to deal with uncomfortable humidity. what it seems to be.
Bugs,
Right?
mosquitoes, and Florida's known
Everything
for.
has a
trade-off.
its pros and its cons.
All right. I'm going to read a paragraph or two. This stands inscribed upon all citadels. Before the bad time came, our country was the most beautiful in the world. The sun rose higher, and there was seldom frost. The trees and shrubs produced various fruits which are now lost. In the fields, we had not only barley, oats, and rye, but wheat, which shone like gold, and which could be baked in the sun's rays. The years were not counted, for one was as happy as another. On one side, we were bounded by Wiralda's sea, on which no one but us might or could sail. On the other side, we were hedged in by the broad Twixland, Tuschenland, Dutchland, I think that's Germany, through which the Finda people, the bad people, dared not come on account of the thick forests and wild beasts. Eastward, our boundary went to the extremity of the East Sea, and westward to the Mediterranean Sea, so that besides the small rivers, we had 12 large rivers given us by Wiralda, the god, to keep our land moist and to show our seafaring men the way to the sea. The banks of these rivers were at one time entirely inhabited by our people, as well as the banks of the Rhine from one end to the other. That Rhine is still a well-known river out in Europe over there that way. Opposite Denmark and Jutland, we had colonies and a bergmaid, which would be like a female mother type thing, I think. Thence we obtained copper and iron, as well as tar and pitch and some other necessities. Opposite to which we had Britain, which was like a prison type place, formerly Westland, in her tin mines. That's what they had tin mines, which were like prison. You go to work in the tin mines. That's where that's where it comes from. Britain was the land of the exiles, which Britain said Australia was at one point. They sent all the prisoners, but it was actually Britain, according to this book. Britain was the land of the exiles, who with the help of their bergmaid had gone away to save their lives. But in order that they might not come back, they were tattooed with a bee on their forehead. That's interesting, because I think they actually found a body or a mummy, a very well-preserved mummy that had a bee on it, which I think meant banished. When you were banished from these good people, when you got banished from the Oralinda Frisian people, the good society, you got tattooed with a bee and you had to go. You had to go to like Britain or go wherever. You had to get out of there. They tattooed with a bee on their forehead, the banished with a red dye, and other criminals with blue. Moreover, our sailors and merchants had many factories among the distant Krekelanders and in Lydia. In Lydia, Libya, the people are black. As our country was so great and extensive, we had many different names. So the Lydia, Libya people, they're different from the Frisians, okay? Frisians are white, but whatever. Those who were settled to the east of Denmark were called Jutland, because they often did nothing else other than look for amber, Jutland, on the shore. Those who lived in the islands were called Letten, because they lived an isolated life. All those who lived between Denmark and the Sandville, now the Schvelt, were called Sturloins, pilots, Zeekämpers, naval men, and Anglermen, fishermen. The Anglermen were men who fished in the sea, who were so named because they used lines and hooks instead of nets. From there to the nearest part of the Krekeland, the inhabitants were called Kedhemmers because they had never went to sea but remained ashore. Those who were settled in the higher marshes bounded by the Twistland, Germany, were called Saxmen because they were always armed against the wild beasts and the savage Britons. Besides these, we had names Landsetin, natives of the land, Marsetin, natives of the fens, and Wood or Hootsetin, natives of the woods. I want to keep going, but if you guys aren't feeling this, let me know. I just want to keep going. You guys know I love this fucking book. How the Bad Time Came. During the whole summer, the sun had been hid behind the clouds as if unwilling to look upon the earth. There was a perpetual calm, and the damp mist hung like a wet sail over the houses and the marshes. The air was heavy and oppressive, and in men's hearts was neither joy nor cheerfulness. In the midst of this stillness, the earth began to tremble as if she was dying. The mountains opened to vomit forth fire and flames. Some sank into the bosom of the earth, and in other places, mountains rose out of the plain. Altland, called by the seafaring people Atland, disappeared. So that could be Atlantis. They suspect they're talking about Atlantis, that place that got flooded, Atlantis. Atland disappeared. and the wild waves rose so high over the hill and dale that everything was buried in the sea. Many people were swallowed up by the earth, and others who had escaped the fire perished in the water. It was not only Finda's land, the bad people, priests type shit. It was not only Finda's land that the earth vomited fire, but also in Twixland, Germany. Whole forests were burned one after the other, and when the wind blew from that quarter, our land was covered with ashes. Rivers changed their course, and at their mouths, new islands were formed of sand and drift. 3 years this continued, but at length it ceased, and forests became visible. Many countries were submerged, and in other places land rose above the sea, and the wood was destroyed through the half of the Twistland, Germany. Troops of Finda's people came and settled in the empty places. Our dispersed people were exterminated or made slaves. Then watchfulness was doubly impressed upon us, and time taught us that union is force. See, they keep bringing that up. Union is force. Like this, that's that thing with civil war is perfect for our tyrannical enemies. You know what I mean? Union is force. Our dispersed people were exterminated or made slaves. So yeah, so we're basically in the bad times right now. But then they say watchfulness was doubly impressed upon us, and time taught us that union is force. See, you go through these bad times, you watch the ICE agents kill people, and hopefully you wakes you up and realize, no, you got to be watchful. You got to be fucking careful, man, of this whole submit, complying, obeying bullshit. It's going to be doubly impressed upon you not to do that shit. And time taught us that union is force. Fuck civil war. We got to be united. Right? You guys here?
We're listening to you, Brian O'Shea.
Fuck it. I'm gonna keep reading then. Fuck it. I love this shit.
We're listening.
I don't know what you guys
Yeah,
think.
I'm listening too, but I'm getting ready because I gotta go fucking help.
You guys listen. You don't understand what any of this means, but
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm
I'm
trying
listening.
to
That's
follow.
what someone tells you. You're not making any sense. You're kind of a weird fucking scumbag, but I'm listening.
No, see, that's your shit. That's all your shit.
Yeah,
that's not
you.
us. We're not sitting around thinking you're a scumbag and a low life and you drink your own urine and all that. We put that out of our mind.
I'm
We're here
taking
with
it
you.
in and trying to see how it applies to whatever it is I believe is going on. I don't know. And at the same time, I'm getting ready.
They're talking about the bad times. They're talking about how they go from good people to bad times, just like America, right? Our Constitution, that shit sounds pretty good. Whatever the fuck that was, maybe something good was going on, but now somehow we're in bad times. But I don't know.
Right.
It's
Just trust that we're focusing on your material or what you're presenting and not you. Like, just you can accept that. No, you know, you got
the last thing
this
you
hang
wanna
up.
focus on is Brian. No, I'm just kidding, Brian.
Yeah, I just get paranoid.
Hello?
My God, this guy reads like an idiot. What an asshole.
This is a guy who goes on stage, by the way, does comedy. God bless him. I don't know how the hell he does it. He's got to be torture, right? With this subconscious that he's got.
Yeah, but that can be funny too.
Well, in a way, I think that's what gives his energy and edge on stage is almost his awkward, paranoid, sort of fearful, like, you know, he's off put by the audience, right? Like he's like, it's a great, I tell him it's a great bit non-bit, right? He's got something on stage, man.
People love that shit. If he would keep on it, I think he'd fucking hit it at some point.
I told him that he's got to work the material.
Yeah, this just ain't the town for that. I can't do open mics here. That I can't deal with the scumbags at these open mics. I kill it at the club every time. I do well at the actual any town I'm in. I do well at the actual club.
That can't be the attitude, Brian. You can't blame the venue and the audience for you not doing comedy. If you're going to do comedy and you're going to be, you know, like you're going to know it like the back of your hand, you know. And again, I'm not saying that I've been the greatest at keeping up that energy, but you know, it'd be like me saying I'm not going to do a broadcast because there's 10 retards who show up every day and they're going to dictate my experience.
Dude, it's just some places there's such fucking awful people, dude. But they treat me like shit. Some places they just, dude, I am the
but that might be you. Like you just did it here, right? So you have to kind of question. I'm not gaslighting you like you're not right. I'm just saying you better question yourself 2 or 3 times and try to get out of your head, because there's a good chance you take something and you make it into that. Like, how are they treating you like shit? This is where he tells me they like smacked him in the head and, and threw him out back.
Dude, they fucking catfished me, and then they made a post on it on Facebook. Hey, we catfished him. Oh yeah, hundreds of people. Oh yeah, I don't like that dude. Fucking, where is that guy? Yeah, that guy. Good job. You catfished him.
Yeah, Brian, that's the walk, dude. Not for nothing, but you know how many people show up to my fucking channel? Is the first one even? Like nobody knew, just old people, like just people who are just there to hate on me and tell me I'm a horrible person and I'm getting people arrested and I should be dealt with, right? These people wish death upon me. They wish imprisonment on me. You know, I mean, it sucks. You know, we all want to be sort of revered or loved or even just tolerated to some extent. But then the other side of it is, do you really? Like, I get that it can wear on you and it can be a lot at times, but I think there is part of you that almost, you know, you get off on it. You enjoy the, you know, you're into the tests and challenges of the right. Like that's part of what being a comedian is, in a way, is sort of a sadomasochistic crazy person who, you know, uses the venue to try to make sense of it all, right? Or just point out how ridiculous life is at times. So
it's also his mask, I think, too. He uses it as a way of plausible deniability almost. So I'm just a retard, see?
Well, of course.
I do that too sometimes, right?
Listen, if you analyze comedy, like, see, I have a mind that overanalyzes at times or wants to know, and it's the worst thing ever for prosperity, because it's like, if you analyze comedy enough, you'll just stop doing it, because you'll be like, what's the point? You know, beyond the comedy, it's just a coping mechanism for whatever's inside of me. I should probably get down to that and work with that instead of just, like you said, creating an identity around comedy when the comedy is usually there for some other stuff. It's just people go 10, 20 years or forever without ever looking at the other stuff. And part of the reason they do that is, I believe, what I just said, that they know if they look there and something changes, they're not going to be as in love with comedy anymore. But they might be more in love with themselves or their life, or not. You know, I mean, it could go the other way. But yeah, man, I think that, you know, unless we're just getting too deep and too Freudian, and it's not all that deep, I think that a large portion, if not all people who are into comedy, and just comedians especially, have a lot of shit. You know, they have a lot of pain and a lot of stuff that they don't understand or confuses them or scares them, or they didn't work it out. And yeah, they use that identity as a way to cope or to take power back over it, right? Like, I'm in charge now. For this next 20 minutes, the world is whatever I say it is. Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe that's just me, because I've noticed that. I've done a lot of this reflection on myself, and I see parallels to other people, because I think we're all very similar in a lot of these things that we do, you know, and why we do them. The difference is whether we're honest with ourselves and each other on a deeper level. So I think comedy helps us do that. Go ahead.
Yeah, the last time I was on stage, like, I got on stage and I was in a bar that sometimes it goes well, or sometimes people pay attention. It's like this dive bar, but right outside the bar, there's hookers walking the streets. But it's kind of, you know, on the east side of Colfax there. But I kind of fuck with the vibe in the bar. It's like a dive bar, but sometimes it's fun. But the last time I was there, for the first time, it was a packed bar, but all the people were having individual conversations while I was on stage, like loudly looking at each other, talking loudly. Everyone, like, no one, only the handful of comics, the other comics over there, were not doing that, or even doing it as well, whatever. But
yeah, it's a nightmare, but that's what makes you at some point, right? If you keep doing what you're doing and you stay consistent, then one day when you're at a venue and you're getting actually paid a substantial amount, you know, or it's more regular, right? You command a different kind of audience and a different kind of value. You realize that's part of what makes you, man. You know, you got to go through hell to get to heaven in a way. But I can imagine it's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. So then I get off and I'm kind of fucking pissed because, like, you know, I like to do well, or I like for that not to happen at least. And but then one of the guys, he's kind of like a nerdy dude. He runs a mic. He runs this one other shitty mic that no one really shows up to at some fucking yuppie bar in town. And I think that he doesn't like me and no one says hi to me. And so I got all this shit in my head. When I walk in the bar, everyone's just like, ugh, there, or they just ignore me. Or I just think everyone fucking hates me.
Shay, aren't you from fucking Chicago, man? You should be used to this by now, right? Like
that's where that's where it originally happened, where I like went on Facebook and I was like, you guys fucking on the north side, like you guys are just clicked up, and then dude, it was all down. Like I'm getting
how you doing? Nobody gives a fuck how you doing. They're definitely not gonna ask. And if you come walking up, everything is look at this guy, you know.
So anyways, I get off stage. And then this other kid goes up, and the same thing's happening. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna watch this guy bomb now. No one's gonna do well because I'm like, no one's gonna do well. But the bar's gonna be talking as well. So this guy gets up there and he starts shitting on, like, he starts roasting me. He says something about homeless because now they're like, no, I'm homeless or whatever. They suspect it. And he's like, yeah, Brian's the type of old homeless guy and this and that. And he goes, he's most likely to stab. He's the most likely to stab anyone in this bar or something like that. And when he got off stage, you know, he's talking to these other comics that are ignoring me, and he's like laughing, and I don't know, this shit could be in my head, but I'm like, he's fucking talking about me, and he's laughing about how he roasted me and this and shit. So I went up to him and I gave him a knuckle, and I was like, good set, man. And he's like, oh, thanks. And he went to like turn away from me and ignore me. And then I was like, but you know you're a giant pussy, right? And then like I'm in his face, and I'm like, you know that, right? And he's like trying to give and like in hindsight, he's like, why? Or like he's confused. And I'm like, because like you guys off stage, like you guys, like it's cool on stage if you get laughs, but off stage you guys treat me like shit. And I'm like, you just know you're a giant pussy, right? And then he just laughs, look at his phone. But in hindsight, and based on this conversation with you guys, and that since that was the last time I performed comedy, I think I could potentially try to get on stage tonight, and I could even potentially apologize to that guy because I could be so in my head. Like, it doesn't matter. Even if they roast me, who gives a fuck? Like, I just
you put yourself out there as that, and then it becomes part of the content of the experience, and then you regret it because on some level you must regret that being part of your story. Because if you didn't have an issue with it and it didn't have power over you, well then what's the difference if people repeat the shit you're telling them?
See, that's a great point. See, I don't know. I just because I'm like, oh, I'm getting so close to getting a fight with these guys, slapping them, blah blah blah. But because I'm missing,
you got to be really strong-minded to do comedy on a level where you're the one giving everyone material about you. You know what I mean? Like you have to really be okay. Yeah, you got to really be okay with yourself and your life, regardless of where it's at on whatever scale of success you're going to set for today, right? You know, you almost have to be really thankful that what you do is going to cause you to become a really good person or really fuck yourself while you do it, right? Because you have to be really thankful and grateful and just accepting and faithful that you're where you need to be, and where you're going is where you're meant to go. And if you just put the time in, you'll get some results. Right. And the rest of it just doesn't matter, man. Like, again, you're giving them everything that they're saying about you, and they're going to that to try to be funny. Right. So you're their material. You're the most powerful person in the room. See, this is all about perspective. It's really the perspective you choose to take. And I'm not saying you got to bullshit yourself, but on some level, that's what he's saying indirectly. That you and your story is the most interesting or powerful in the room, that his material and the way he's going to make a living tonight is going to be based on you. I mean, that's kind of the dark side or the philosophical side of the comedy. If his life was interesting and exciting and he had something going for himself or some good material, he wouldn't need to bring you up. And you broadcast all that shit, right? And on some level, if you're going to do that, well, then take power over it, man. Let it liberate you. Like, yeah, I'm all these things, and then I have more in me and with me as well. You know, everybody's got the pros and the cons, right?
Yeah.
See, instead of you, and again, like, instead of you getting into your own mind and being your own philosopher and reminding yourself of these certain things, you get in your mind and start going, yeah, that guy's talking about me. Yeah, that guy said I'm a loser, and everyone here thinks I'm a loser, and blah blah blah.
And
right?
you're
Like,
the one creating it. Remember what we were talking about earlier, Moshe?
Yeah. Like I teach them.
Yeah, you create it. You teach people how to treat you.
Because it all started from something, from somewhere. Because sometimes in comedy you could look a different way. Like I could look different. Sometimes I have done that. I've changed my appearance. I had the long hair and a beard, and I got a haircut, and I trimmed my beard, and I even like kind of like put a suit type thing on, and everyone radically treated me different in Chicago. Like when I entered the room like that, like I looked way different. I think I was like healthy. I was like maybe more attractive. And for some reason, just that alone, they stopped treating me like shit a little bit. And I was taking comedy very seriously, and I was doing well in these rooms, and they stopped. And it seems like in that day anyways, they didn't treat me like shit, which whatever that's worth. But there's this old bitch, this old comedian bitch that really treats me like shit. But like, and she'll even try to roast me or like, because what happens is I'll get off stage and they'll have some fucking comment about me, some derogatory fucking, he's most likely to fucking stab or most likely to do some criminal fucking deviant act. Like they'll shit on me in some way. Like, and it comes from also like, it stemmed when I first got in town when I called that kid a faggot. And then he tried to fight me, and then it got around, oh, he said the word faggot, and then I have this faggot thing in my joke, and they're like, oh, he's fucking he's anti fucking
he's anti everything.
Yeah, like he's a fucking asshole. They say like, yeah, dude, like people were telling me like, we heard what you did. Like people they're like, but in this town, when you get a bad name, like you're never gonna get work. Like people were telling me, and I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I'll be funny anyways. Like I had just came from Vegas where they treated me good. I'm like, I'm fucking funny. I'll just be funny.
Yeah, but bro, isn't that what comedy is in a way? Is like you're basically suiting up every day to go, give me your worst. You know, like isn't that what it is? It's almost like a spiritual walk, right? Like you're like everybody's gonna test everybody on where they're at. And if you can't take it, you know, or find the fun in it or get over it, then it owns you. You know, so I'm just saying, man, that there's potentially a way, and I know it's challenging, and because it's challenging, it's probably valuable and rewarding. That's usually how life works. But there's probably something that could make you way better in how you carry yourself and how you live your life hidden in these moments. Because who really gives a fuck what Sally at the Comedy Store? Like I know it's easy to say that because I like, believe it or not, I'm the same way. People make comments and whatever, and I do go over in my head at times, or I think about them and I consider, is it true or not? Right. So, I mean, is that a blessing or a curse? People are throwing shit at you to reflect and let you look at who and what you are and how you're living. It's up to you what you do with that. You know, it really is. And that's the thing is oftentimes I think it just doesn't feel like that to us, right? Because you could take all that and if it creates an emotion in you, you could use that emotion to do another bit, right? That emotion, that energy can go right back into your work instead of just fucking festering on you and in you, right? Because again, you're giving them everything they're saying about you, and they must find you to be interesting or entertaining, even if it's from the dark side of things. You're doing your job. Like, aren't we there to entertain? Aren't we there to be interesting, to provoke an emotion, to even to be an escape for people, to like get away from the world? So, yeah, man. I mean, you know, there is something to be said for there being power or honor in everything that we want to deny or don't like, right? There's an opportunity there.
Yeah, because I'm walking in like a homeless. I'm a homeless guy who doesn't have a lot. TaskRabbit isn't fucking booming. There's no jobs coming in on fucking. So like,
don't forget you drink your own.
Okay, so what does that really make you feel?
Like,
it gets you angry, and folks will say anger is a secondary emotion, so there's something beyond that. But if it gets you angry, then there's your energy to do your comedy. You know, there's a lot of times when people say you do a great broadcast and you're so passionate. Well, there's a fine line between me being passionate and it being rooted in some kind of anger, right? Or discontent. and I can analyze that and just be honest about it, or I can just take it and I can inject it right into whatever the fuck I'm talking about that I think is important anyway, right? Or matters on some level, or it's entertaining. So
Right. Because I think what I was getting at is like, if I felt better about myself walking into that room, like I'd almost be impervious to whatever the fuck, and they wouldn't be saying that because I'm putting that out there, like you're saying. Like, I'll be on stage, like, yeah, I got a car up front, because the whole thing is I live in my fucking car. I don't have a lot. Like, that's why it's funny that, like, yeah, like you're saying, I'm doing it. I'm telling them what I am, a homeless guy that's weird, would be weird to hang around with. And then when they fucking roast me about it, I want to be sensitive about it. Like,
yeah, well, then they're revealing to you that you must not like it. So I guess you got to change it. Or they're revealing to you that the way you've chosen to live, you don't think is acceptable because of what other people think. So you got to free yourself from that perspective. You know?
Yeah.
The other problem that we do is we're always analyzing the future and the past and present to decide how everything's going to go, and then building a wall for ourselves where it's like, if your story takes a turn at any point, whether it does or it doesn't, right? Because ultimately you got to go somewhere and do something. So you get to decide that. Nobody really gets to decide that for you. But if your life takes a turn and all of a sudden you're headlining and you're getting paid regularly to do what you love to do, maybe you do a special, right? And it becomes a quote unquote bigger thing in your life, right? It becomes something more than what it was to some extent. Then isn't that almost part of the whole story, right? Like, isn't that what makes the whole I'm homeless and this, that, and the third worth it? And I'm not saying it has to be that way, right? Because it's like, dude, I could tell you when I went to the tent and I had less in certain ways, and it'll sound like I'm trying to be highbrow or it's cliche, right? But like, there is something to be said for less is more. You're more hungry, you're more inspired, you are more passionate, you tend to be more active, right? Because you got to do what you got to do to get it done for right now and the immediate future. The more people have, the more it owns them, man. It is true. The more complacent we get, the less hungry and inspired we are at times. The more we're in our own head, worrying about trying to manage whatever we have, right? More money, more problems. It's a song for a reason.
It's like my car got towed. My family was helping me out with the hotel for a little bit, but it felt like in the hotel, I was getting nothing done. I was fucking stressed out. I'm like, oh my God, they're spending all this money on this fucking hotel. I got to do something. Every day's just going by, and it was just miserable until it finally ended. And I was back to sort of like not being in the hotel and having to figure out that I felt alive and like free. It was something weird about it. I was like trapped in that fucking hotel and stressed out about the amount of money they're paying. And I wasn't really getting much done. And like, I don't know. It's like almost like gamblers talk about when they go broke, there's something free about it. Like they lose everything. And it's like, there's some positive cleansing spiritual thing about that. Like, yeah.
Sorry, Brian, but I have to say that what's cleansing about it is that it's fulfilled your wish to suffer. It's fulfilled it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. See, I don't deserve to have anything. That's why now I lost everything. I feel better. This is what I deserve.
Yeah, that could be that too.
Like you're creating that for yourself, bro. I mean, whatever it is, we create it.
Like even I thought they destroyed my car, like because it was set to be destroyed, and like I thought it was destroyed and all my shit in it was destroyed. But then I called them up a couple days after it was supposed to be destroyed. They're like, no, we extended it, So at least I could get my shit out of it, or I could have a chance to get the car out, I guess, if I want, but that's where we're at with it. But like at the time when I thought it was destroyed, I don't know. I was like, oh, maybe I'm freer. I could go anywhere I want. I could just travel, and I don't have this burden of this, whatever junk I'm lugging around in that car and whatever bags I'm lugging around. Like I didn't have much. I only had a couple bags. I'm like, I could get rid of whatever extra bags I have with me, and I could just be more free to just, I don't know, go anywhere. And then they're like, where do I want to go? I could just go. I don't have all these possessions lugging around in this shitty car and just like one bag, maybe a backpack and some other bag, and that's it, and just go. But I don't know. It's probably multiple things, but yeah, I guess I could have been productive when I was in that hotel, but I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I had a bunch of work at initially. Like there's a bunch of, like Paul was saying, like I'm making good money, $50 an hour, shoveling the snow. There was plenty of work. And then that went away and I fucking.
Why'd that go away?
Well, the snow, there was no more snow. And plus fucking, I did a job for this girl. I mean, it doesn't matter that she's black, but it was. And I walk in her apartment and it's fucking disgusting. Okay, my car is disgusting. Her apartment was disgusting. She was disgusting. And I'm like, fuck, dude. Like I wanted to just leave, but I was like,
that's when I told her, listen, there's only room for one disgusting person in this relationship. I gotta go.
So it was a task rabbit job. I walk into her place. It's fucking gross. And I should have, like a normal person would be like, no, I'm just fucking leaving. There could be bed bugs here. It's fucking gross. Fuck this shit. You're gross. Because I'm saying she's gross because, like, if she was like, oh, hey, hi, sorry, my place is gross. Like, watch yourself there. But she was like, like you do that. And she wasn't even acknowledging her place is disgusting. She's like,
well, not only that, as you pointed out, she's black. I mean, doesn't that say it all? I mean, come on.
Yeah, and then we didn't want to help me lift anything. Like it's a giant piece of furniture. I'm like, how do you expect me to get this down the cart? She's like looking at me like, oh, and don't rip it. Like I'm grabbing the thing by myself and like the Velcro. Like, don't rip it. And that's when I just I'm like, fuck this, dude. That was after an hour. I had itchy shit on my skin. The second you have itchy shit,
that's
dude,
when you got to see. You see, this is where you got to see what it's really about, right? And just cut through everything and go. Let's just be honest with ourselves and each other. This isn't about the furniture. This is some kind of reverse reparations thing, isn't it? Where you just want to like torture me and make me do shit and feel empowered, right? Because there's a good chance that's what's going on there. She's black, as you pointed out. Gross. She's angry. She's tired of white people with privilege, and you're the perfect person to help her work that out.
And black guys don't suck pussy, so that's probably what you want.
Right. Well, at least they don't admit to it. I suspect they might. They just don't admit to it.
Yeah. So the TaskRabbit support is messed up to where I think her latest whatever incident, because I haven't had work since.
Wait, let me get this straight though. So there's only two things for you to do: shovel snow and move angry black women's furniture.
Yeah,
those are the only two openings on TaskRabbit all of Colorado.
Yeah, I could try to find another job, I guess. But I was TaskRabbit.
Are you hoarse now from screaming like a mental patient at that event yesterday?
Yeah, that's what it's from.
That's great.
The 12-year-old kid at that event liked it. I don't think many others did, but
yeah,
the cops did swarm me. I wasn't paranoid. They fucking got in their cars and they came after me.
Yeah, because they're too grown and mature. They're doing grown, mature stuff like following all the rules put down, paying to use their own shit. You know the list, right? So how dare you try to break up the monotony of their boring insanity that's also disempowering, by just doing something different. How dare you do something different than what we all already been told to do around here?
Yeah.
And I blame them. Like, who leaves the house to go to a lobby somewhere to watch a football game? Like, you dressed up and put on makeup and all this crap. Like, they all had accessories. And this is the time of it. Everyone's got accessories, hats and fucking rings and straps. And they got all their shit bundled up together, hanging off themselves to go down and watch TV at a fucking lobby. Who does that? And just stare at the TV and then cheer together. Like there was zero social interaction.
O'Shea, did you ever think about teaching people how to fucking play poker? I mean, those who can't do.
Did you ever think about teaching people how to scream like a mental patient? Because you're pretty good at it.
Why?
Well, that is actually an exercise. Like people that like Timmy, his mentor gave him the exercise. He's like, Timmy's like going through it. He couldn't figure out what to do with his career, and he had this like mentor. And the mentor Timmy's in college at the time, and his mentor goes, "Where are you at?" And he goes, "I'm in a library or something." And he goes, "I want you to stand on a table and just yell at the top of your lungs." Timmy's like, what? And so there's some exercise and Timmy does it, and I don't know, some positive experience for him because Timmy was all nervous and he's like, well, see what? How bad was that?
Right. You got it. That's the old, you got to get out of the box, man. Everybody gets that intuition at some point that you fear is closing in. It's eating you up. You know, you got to expand your comfort zone. And the way you do that is by mitigating your care for how other people receive you, you know, all in one moment. That's a way you can practice it. So this is my point. You're like a fucking on the way to self-mastery and becoming a world famous comedian. And these people are going to look down on you when they're the ones who went to the fucking lobby of wherever that was to watch a football game and not even interact. These people are dead already. It's all over for them. They're done.
Creepy about they're all cheering in unison. It just seemed like such slave.
I don't even think these are real human beings. I mean, it's illegal, or I'd already started cutting these people open to see what's going on in there. You know, and not even like on a violent level, like wanting harm to them. I gotta know, like, where are they coming from? Who's making these models?
He's digging up graves.
Yeah, I'm really starting to think that the majority of people we interact with are not actual real people. They're just some kind of like. I never see any of these people like, okay, I'll give you an example. There's a lot of these, but I'm just going to give you one right now. Have you ever seen anyone in any of these neighborhoods getting groceries? Like every time you go to the supermarket, there's obese people in there. There's people rolling around. And I'm thinking that maybe it's all a scam. They're all just extras because I never see anybody getting groceries. Like they never leave the house. They never come back in with groceries. You're there all the time. I don't live around anyone now, but when I did, I've never seen any of these people get groceries. Anyone else noticing that?
If you
never see them coming in with like 20 bags of groceries and like the stuff's in there. If you go, sometimes it's in there. If you go check, I've been to people's house. There's nothing even in the fridge. There's nothing there. And I go, what are you guys, how is this working? What are you guys living off of? And come to think of it, I've never seen you get groceries. What's happening? No one has answers to these questions.
Yeah, they could be like a soulless, spiritless, homunculi, lab-built fake human thing. Like I guess they could pull that off with whatever technology type shit they have. Like they just create life forms, but they're really kind of soulless. So they're easily like submit, comply, and obey, or they're not even really that real. They're some sort of weird AI avatar. Like you could see them, but I don't know. I see what you're saying, like, but it probably has to do with more than the soul. Like the Georgia Guidestone says 500 million is the number. Like we might be actually at 500 million with souls, and then everything else is some sort of soulless, lab created, submit, comply, and obey being. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. To your point,
I think Asian people, like I'm not being racist, but I think Asian people are potentially not actual humans.
Submit, comply, and obey creations in a lab.
I never see Asian people like at like anywhere out and about doing anything. Like you'll pass them sometimes, like they're there, like they walk past you, but they're never like at the places that I'm going, like to do things and get things.
So there's this Chinese restaurant out here that I would go to every day at one point. And then I went in there one time, probably the last time or something, and they were all laughing really loud.
Well, they were laughing at you. One thing we know is that you have that effect on people. Wherever you go, the whole room laughs at you. They point and laugh.
I was kind of going through my weed addiction. I was eating a lot, and my big old belly. Maybe this t-shirt really accentuates my belly too. And they brought up Buddha. We're talking in Chinese and laughing and saying Buddha.
Oh,
and
look at you,
I'm in my head going, you motherfuckers! And so laughing at me, calling me
what
fat.
You buying, O'Shea? You sleep in car, drink urine. That's funny. We laugh at that.
I think they're like, I suspect they're fucking with my food. Like I'd be eating it, and I'd be like, the way this like, is that fit? Or is that just how the fucking, I'd be all paranoid.
This is like a movie in the making. You might have to write this movie where like you decided to become a comedian and now you're just a funny guy. And everywhere you go, people laugh at you, but like you never actually get to live anymore. Right? Like it's like some kind of comedy curse. That's what we could even call it. The comedy curse. What happens when a man decides to become funny? A little too funny. And then we just show clips of you just getting pointed at and laughed at everywhere you go. And you would think it'd be a fun existence, but it's terrible.
Yeah, I did it
Chinese
the other day.
people.
When I was with a group of people, like this guy, like he's like, I asked him his name, and I think he's giving me false names. And then he starts laughing. Then another guy starts laughing. I'm like, you guys are like, I'm feeling shame and embarrassment. Like, it's just one of those things. Like, and then that makes them laugh more. Like, oh, see, because I'm so gullible, you're giving me this false shit, and I'm just. And then everyone's like, laugh. But I didn't mind it because a laugh is a laugh. But there is something to that about being the butt of the joke, and being okay with it, I guess. I mean, in my current condition, and like, I should be the butt of the joke, I guess.
Again, you're this presumption that because everyone around you is nervously laughing while their vaccines kick in and they go out of their mind, that they're all laughing at you. I mean, do you ever ask these people, what are you laughing at? Like, you know, maybe you take a poll from now on. Hey, sorry to interrupt a good time, but can I just ask, what are you laughing at?
Even at the comedy club, like when I do my jokes, I'm like,
Is
they're
it
not laughing at the
possible
jokes. They're
that
laughing 'cause I'm a
voice that you're
retard.
using?
They're
That
laughing
Mickey
at me.
Mouse voice you got going lately?
There's definitely a joke in that.
Like literally, I'll say the joke and then do the card, and we're like, he's just so retarded. We're laughing at that, but I think they're laughing at my jokes, and then it's just building on itself. I say another retarded thing that's so they don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about.
In the middle of the fucking, in the middle of your set, Brian, you pull out a bunch of papers on a clipboard and you start handing them out with fucking a bunch of questions of what's funny, and they got to check it.
This is why he's a horrible comedian. Like it's all right there for him, but he's got to go to the next level because it's like this is another bit right here. The curse of comedy, like
This
that's
is a
his
good
next
one.
bit.
Yeah,
He's
that's a good
complaining to the audience why everywhere he goes, people are laughing at him, and then they laugh, and then he goes, "See, you're doing it now."
Yeah, and then you hand out all these papers with questionnaires on it about what they're laughing about.
Right. He's got a whole another 10, 15, 20-minute bit here that he's sailing over because he's worried about, I guess, how that
That's just what I
feels.
wanna
And
know.
it's like,
Are
if
you
that's the
laughing
case,
at me?
get to the bottom of it.
Jokes box combination.
And then there's a box for all the above, right? Is it me? Is it the jokes? Is it life in general?
At the end of the day, like,
Do I smell bad?
right. Do you know I'm homeless? Do you suspect I'm homeless? Like,
right.
Did you think I was a homeless person when I walked on stage or by the time I got
Yeah, I think that's what this is. You
Right.
just may need more data to know conclusively what's going on here and maybe like adjust for that. Like if you get back 10 forms in a row where they're like, you smell like urine and you look like a homeless hippie, then maybe you think about cutting your hair again.
You
know,
send
going
out all
like,
these papers. When they're done, you collect them all and you pick and you just have like you read a few of them, and some of them have special notes on them, you know, and you just read them out. That would be so funny.
Yeah, you can have a anything else you'd like to add box.
Yeah.
I mean, you realize how ridiculous this is, right? And ironic that you decided to become a comedian and you're annoyed that people are laughing around you.
That is funny. Why are people laughing at me?
Yeah, like this would be Brian O'Shea no matter what. If he became a porn star and people are always trying to fuck him, he'd be like, these people are always trying to fuck me. What does this mean about me? Why am
Dude,
I
it's
so
like
worthless?
my childhood, they would make fun of me, dude. Like,
Listen,
one time
nobody
I was
knows
sitting on
you
the
have
porch-
a little penis. You keep
I was sitting
telling
on the
these
front
people.
porch, and there was a rip in my pants. I didn't know it. I was a young kid, and my ball sack was hanging out, and everyone's laughing and laughing. And I didn't know what was going on. And then that became a story. They tell it every Christmas dinner and Thanksgiving. Oh, I
How
remember
come
Brian
that
was-
isn't in your fucking routine? This story.
I don't know. I probably at some point. It was
Why
in
isn't
there,
that
but, like,
in your fucking routine? Like, come on, you just said like, oh my god.
But my family would always be
That's
laughing at
Brian
me and making
O'Shea's new
fun of me.
special. What's so funny?
Dude, my brothers and sisters would, because I had pale skin, they'd turn the lights off and go, look, he's glowing in the dark. And then everyone would be laughing and laughing and laughing.
Bro, this has got to be your routine. Like, get on it. Sorry, I'm
dude. And then my brother, my brother's like 18 years old or something, or maybe even a little older, and I'm like 13, 14, and I'm working for the first time, making like $3.50 an hour, and I would keep my money in a drawer in the basement. And I come down, and my brother's in the basement with his like wife, or his baby mama or whatever, like, but they had been breaking up, and I guess they got back together this day. And there was pizza and beer on the table, right? And I go in my drawer to look for my money, and I notice like $50 missing. And I say something, and my brother's like embarrassed because he stole my $50 to buy pizza and beer, and then have his baby mama over. And he said something like, "Oh, he's an asshole." Like, because for like questioning where my money is that he just stole from me. And then the girl goes,
Yeah, how dare you?
Yeah, the girl liked me though. This girl liked me. I think, well, that's the impression I have, that she liked me. But then she goes, "Oh, don't do that. Don't call him an asshole. Why are you doing that?" But like, and then I walked upstairs kind of like with my head down, like feeling bad about myself. But like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. My older brother, who's supposed to be looking out for me, steals his 13-year-old brother's own. Like, I'm working like a full-time job, making $3.50 an hour at a pizza place as a fucking 13-year-old. He's stealing my fucking money. It's just another thing. Like, oh, I'm an asshole for calling him out. Like they would just do shit. Like, I'm not only making fun of me, but things like that. Like,
yeah, but this should be your fucking show, Brian. All these stories, put them all down on paper, study them, remember them, add if you need to, or subtract if you need to, and make a show out of it. Like, that's funny shit.
I'm telling you, that's a great title, right? You can have like Everybody Hates Chris. You can have a whole series. What's so funny?
Yeah, what's so fucking funny? Why are you laughing at me?
Dude, no, what is funny about though, I go on a date with a girl, I take my mom's car, whether with permission or without. I go to a date, I come back. The next day, my mom goes to use the car and the clutch ain't working and she's pissed. So she comes in the basement, "You motherfucker, the clutch ain't working. I can't go to where I'm going." And I'm just eating and ignoring her. I'm eating whatever I'm eating, ignoring her. She picks up the plate, bashes it on my knee, and a big chunk of the plate sticks in my chest, and it's like bong, like sticking out of my chest. I'm like, "You crazy bitch." I go fucking running upstairs to the bathroom, yank it out. She's all like, "Oh, fuck, I kind of fucked up there." But like, and the reason she did it was, I'm knowing in hindsight, she was jealous. She's such a Jezebel. She wanted me ancestrally to only be the one with, like, she don't want no new girl fighting for time and attention. Like, dude, it's creepy shit. And then I couldn't even fucking do football. I told my coach, I'm like, I got this crazy wound. He's like, looks at it. He's like, "Jesus Christ, did you get stabbed? What is that?" I'm like, I bumped into a wall. And he's like, he didn't believe me, but he's like, "Dude, you might need to get that stitched up. What the fuck is that?" And then by the time I went to the doctor, like, you took too long. It's kind of healing up on its own already. It did need stitches for sure, but
bro, all these
I just love how in Brian's stories, every woman wants to fuck him, including his mom. like,
you could do the suppository story. I mean, you could do it all.
And then my brothers, you know those foldable couch? You know how you pull a bed out of a couch?
Okay.
Not really. I mean, you maybe the magic is your actual calling. If you can turn a bed into a couch.
Well, you know those type of couches that are fucking beds?
Yeah,
whatever.
Well, anyways, they would put me in there. They go, "I'll lay in the bed," and then they close it up, and then you're crushed. It's fucking panicking, like you're like, you can't fucking live. They're all laughing. We got him in the fucking stuck in the fucking thing. It's like traumatizing.
Got him with the old bed couch routine, huh?
But then I did it. My mom would babysit all these kids, and then I would do all these things they did to me to them. I stuffed them in the couch, and it's like, Jesus Christ.
You're basically just picking. You basically have a handful of moments throughout your life that were somewhat awkward or uncomfortable, and you're like, "This is the basis of what theory exactly?" Like, where does you said that to say what? Like, where does this go?
I don't know. You guys are like, "Oh, these stories are good." So I'm just.
I think this new voice character is great. By the way,
yeah, keep that.
I think this is really going to help with the everyone laughing at you shit.
Yeah, keep that voice.
Yeah.
That's got to be part of the show.
Why are you laughing at my voice?
Because it's a concerned voice, right? It's concerned and concerning. People are less likely to laugh at that, I feel like. More likely to say, "Are you okay? Is everything okay with you?"
Yeah, but that's a good
I'm 51
part.
years old.
What?
I'm gonna be
Are you
52
all right?
years old. What the fuck?
Do you need some help?
That's what one of the comics said one time. They were roasting me. He goes, "Yeah, sometimes I feel bad about myself. I look at O'Shea. He goes, you lost in life. You know it's over. You're 50 years old. You're sleeping in your car. You failed." He goes, that was his theme. He goes, "You're a failure in life. You know, you're a failure when you're like Brian O'Shea. You're 51 years old. You live in your car. You're a failure." That was their joke. And people like it. They laughed at it. They laughed. They looked at me. Yeah, laughing.
It's like the second poll and first poll.
What's up,
I don't know.
Landry?
It's up to you, bro.
What's up with me, man? What's up with you?
I got your
Oh,
voice.
see, Landry's honing in on your new bit. See, he sees there's a lot of potential for it.
I'm here for acting class.
Well, I already broke all the ice. Where do you want to move it to?
Hey, if you're gonna terraform, can you mute up?
Oh, sorry, I'm still alive. Okay,
Oh
sorry.
yeah, you're retarded. We know.
Shut
yeah.
up,
We got it.
bitch. You fucking fat cow.
Oh, I like that lube ass.
Not that
I knew
Salty
Lou
Peter.
was.
Did you hear that last thing that she said?
Yeah, Brian, what's up with you cutting out and just freezing every so often? You don't have
The new StreamYard issue. It's like
Is
it saves
it?
memory when you leave a
you
tab.
probably don't have enough upload. Got to get more upload.
I have a gaming laptop. I have full bars on internet. Like, oh, do I have too many tabs? Is it all these fucking tabs?
Yeah, it's
Using
those
RAM?
gaming tabs you have open. You got to close those for more RAM and memory. A lot of gaming going on over
Less
there.
gaming, more ramming.
Yeah.
Because even when I play chess on this computer, which has to be use the least fucking energy, sometimes my computer goes haywire, and because I think it's all these tabs I have open, they fucking use them.
All right, so let's get back to it. Let's get down to it. What's your core subconscious fear here? Make it conscious that you're not loved, you're not liked, your life's a joke. You're basically Jack Talcott if he lived in his car and didn't have Live Without Fear and a bunch of other stuff going for him.
Yeah,
What's
like the fear is like I fucked up. Like this weed addiction when it got me, and all these years I wasted smoking all this weed and not being productive, and then being homeless at my age, and fucking I don't know, dude. Like
Right
embarrassing and humiliation of it.
Right, but so does that not motivate you at all in the now to like change that?
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm like I'm probably gonna end up going on stage tonight because I'm like, well, fuck it, dude. Like I could apologize to that kid, and like it's not about them. Like people have always told me this, but like it's just in certain cities, the open mics like can just be toxic and shit. But who gives a fuck? Like if I'm the butt of the
Aren't
joke,
you in
they wanna
really good
roast me.
shape, all things considered?
I'm good, like healthy.
Yeah, bro. You walk around town carrying laptops and shit. You walk
Yeah,
for
I
hours all
actually-
around. You pick shit up, put it down. I mean,
Yeah, I
you-
mean,
you seem fairly youthful, right? Like, isn't that something you could be kind of thankful and grateful for? That I almost died of obesity recently and have constant pain, and you're like almost twice my age and running around town with laptops and having sex with who'd you have sex with? You almost had sex with
no, I'm not having
Dr.
sex with
Evil.
anyone. I haven't had sex with anyone in a long time.
What was the
How
guy,
long? How
Lord
long?
Evil?
The what?
How long has it been?
Who the fuck did I fuck?
He was
last? I don't even know
32.
who I fucked last or when it was. Wasn't in this town. I've been in this town a year and a half.
Well, I mean, it's that new voice bit you're perfecting. It's throwing people off, I'm sure, right? Like,
When the fuck
try
did I
that
get
again.
laid?
Try
Was
that
it?
again.
I think it was in Vegas. I think it was the girl.
How much did it cost?
No, I don't pay for sex. Maybe some back in the day, some what do they call it? Happy endings. But it was never good.
How does that work?
Like, you
Tell us
leave
more.
a happy
Tell me
ending
how that
massage
works.
parlor like feeling like walk of shame to the car. Do I got warts on my dick now from this weird
I get a
bitch?
feeling you
Is it
walked
just
in
hand?
feeling shame.
That's true.
Yeah,
But is
combination.
it hand only? Because I want to know. I've never seen these things in real life. So what do they do? How do they get to the happy ending?
Yeah, I mean, they're probably down for full blown. Like one of them I actually liked. Like I wanted to kiss. I was like, you're cute. I want to fuck.
But the
And
other
she's like,
ones
you
you
got a
didn't want.
condom? I was kissing her and shit, I think.
Yeah, they're down for full blown AIDS. That's what they're down for. And apparently so are you to some extent.
I was with one official prostitute in Costa Rica. I wasn't even going to do it. But then I didn't even, that's a whole story in itself.
Did you
I
say
didn't even
Costa
ejaculate
Rica?
with her. Costa Rica, because Costa Rica is known. You could go to Costa Rica and you go to a certain place like this hotel. It's like kind of nice.
How do you wind up in all these places?
Poker. There's poker.
You say
tournaments out there.
Poker.
Well, why are you not doing more of that?
I saw you saw now. When I was going to try to get back into poker, all the
I wanna get you
gambling. Oh my
excited.
God, you were so against it.
Well,
I
so
was trying to
I'm your
tell you.
daddy or something? People are really taking this "I'm your daddy" thing a little too
Well,
seriously
I'm just
online,
saying,
right?
I would take if you gave me advice or had an opinion, I would, okay, maybe there's
What else
something
would you
to it.
take?
Huh?
What else would you take? You take his advice and
Good one. I get what you're saying. Gay.
Thank you.
Get it.
good one, gay.
Gay. Yeah, Costa Rica. I didn't even ejaculate with this chick. She was young
didn't-
too.
You
She
didn't
was black
ejaculate her?
skinned. She was Costa Rican but black. And she wanted me to fuck her raw dog, I think. And I'm like, I'm scared. She's like, scared of what? I was just like, I'm like, don't use you're a prostitute. I'm like, why do you want me to raw dog you? She's like, oh, well, I don't know if she's trying to say I use condoms with other people or something. I don't know.
That's funny.
I
Just
think she
you.
wanted me to knock her up and marry her. Like she actually like, I don't know. She's like, oh, a white guy from America, poker player.
Yes, I
That
am
actually-
a prostitute, but let me remind you, you drink your own urine and live in your car.
That actually did happen though.
How dare you
Is that
insult
Costa
a
Rica as
woman?
well? I think it was Costa Rica. Or, yeah, it had to be because what are the
This
where
shows you're a horrible person because
Could've
you
been
just
Aruba.
said you basically almost cried and had like a midlife crisis because someone laughed at the shit you told them about you. And you told this young prostitute that she was gross and basically didn't deserve to live.
Well, she wanted me to raw dog her, thinking I was like, I questioned her on that. I was like, I'm scared of diseases, and like you're confused. I'm like, you're a prostitute. Why do you want me to raw dog you? Like, I should be scared of, right? And she was confused why I would think she
So you're basically like the prostitute of comedy, where like how you use her to feel less guilty and shameful, they're doing it to you. Same way. Right? Like you're more concerned about you fucking her than she is about you fucking her. That made you feel good. First time in a while. Like she's the threat in the room. She's the grosser one. The tables have turned, madam. Fucked up,
And
Brian.
then I'm in Aruba, and I think it was my birthday, and we go to a strip club with some other poker players, and they're like, okay, we're gonna hook Brian up with this, and we're gonna try to get this stripper. So anyways, somehow I get the stripper's number.
You're a Make-A-Wish kid now.
Yeah, I get the stripper's number, and she comes to the hotel, but I don't know. Like I'm thinking it's just a normal date. I don't have to pay extra or whatever. And then they try to film me. They set up a hidden camera, but I found it. They took my camcorder and they set it up, and I could tell because they were like laughing and they were going out to drink, and they're like, and then when they came back, they were like drunk and like thinking they were gonna watch me fucking this chick because they set it up in the room to try to have film of me fucking this chick while they were gone.
Once again, they're somehow trying to make fun of you or laugh at you, but you're the most powerful person in the room. They all took their time and energy and attention out to try to watch you fuck. I mean, it's pretty powerful. You seem to command an audience no matter what you do. People want to watch it and listen to it. That's very powerful, Brian O'Shea.
So then she's leaving, right? And I'm like, oh, that was nice. The next morning, whatever. I'm like, oh, I'll see you later. She's like, well, I do need gas money. And fucking, so I gave her like $40. So I gave her $40, but then this chick was relentless, dude. When I got back to the States, she was on my ass to try to get me to like be her boyfriend or come back out there. I don't know. Like even to one point, like she called and I'm like, who's this? She called from like a different number. I'm like, who's this? And it was her. And I'm like, and I got off the phone and the poker buddies are like, who was that? I'm like,
It's me, the disgusting disease-ridden whore.
So
that you're fucking
like,
from Costa Rica.
They're like, I'm like, don't worry about it. Just some weird shit. They're like, no. What was that? Who are you talking to? And then I tell them, I'm like, oh, it's this prostitute or it's this strip club, the stripper who I ended up having sex with and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, they're laughing and oh my God, it's a crazy story. She's fucking stalking you or like won't leave you alone. But then check this out. So I reject her, right? For all, I don't know, what years or what she was hitting me up.
And you like that? That makes you feel good.
But here's the thing. I thought it was because her pimp, because she didn't bring enough money home that day. And she was like trying to get back at me. Like her pimp's like, you got to stand this guy's ass. He only gave you $40. You should have got more. You need to get more money out of it.
You just made that up. See, this is what you do with everything. You just made up a pimp who's coming after you now. You might have a paranoia thing going on.
To keep calling me.
Where'd you get that from? She didn't say any of that.
Right. But why would she keep calling me? But fucking
again, you literally create your own wall for yourself every time. There's no way anyone can like me or even just want more of my money. There's got to be some kind of weird, crazy story going on here. Like there's got to be a setup, right? Maybe she just kind of liked hanging out with Brian O'Shea and getting $40 for it.
So here's how this ended up working.
I mean, I'm here right now for free, quite frankly, and I'm rethinking it right now as we speak, but I'm still here, you know?
So then years go by and I'm not Mr. Poker Player, Aruba, Costa Rica, Ireland.
Yeah, you're not Mr. any of that.
You know, and then I'm
Mr.
back
Poker.
in contact with her and I'm thinking about moving it because I didn't have nothing going on. And my mom's driving me crazy. I'm back to being broke. And I was like, set it up to where I came very close to going out there to potentially like live with her. She's like, yeah, you could come live with me. We'll get work. And yes, this is great. You could come out here. And I'm thinking, fuck, they're going to kill me. It's only because I gave her $40 to pimp. Their mission is finally coming to fruition for them to fuck me over because
they put their whole pimping and hoeing life on hold to get a hold of Brian O'Shea to extract from him what he didn't give the first time. This is really okay. That's kind of a lot, Brian O'Shea. You need to look at that.
So, anyways, I come very close, I think, to actually going out there to live with this bitch. But then it didn't happen. And I think that was the final straw with her because I think she was actually maybe happy that I was coming and I didn't come. And she's like, fuck this then. That's when she stopped. She's like, you fucking asshole. You actually made it seem like you were coming over here and fuck this, dude. Fuck you. So I think that was the end of that. But
yeah, is it possible people could just like you or, you know, want to be a part of whatever you're doing or vice versa?
I guess maybe.
I mean, not many people get a Costa Rican whore to like want them to come live with her. Like she's supposed to get shit from them. She's giving you shit.
This was in Aruba and she was Peruvian. She was from Peru.
Whatever. Same thing.
Somali solar security. I was thinking about that. Am I an asshole for doing that?
Why are you an asshole for that? I think you're I think that woman told you exactly what you are, an innovator. And we know that I'm a creative genius. So
but see,
what are the odds that I'm here with you and I'm a creative genius and you're not, right? Odds are strongly against that.
Because when Landry and Slow State review my man on the street shit, they go, oh, it's just Paul fucking with him to see when because Paul's trying to get Brian arrested and Paul's just trying to embarrass Brian and he's just fucking with him and wants Brian.
Is it possible that we're both grown people and we both just like to be a part of weird, funny, interesting situations and most of life is like boring and meaningless, especially interacting with these NPC slaves? So like, I don't think, again, these type of people have been doing the same stuff back to middle school, right? They haven't changed at all. Like, I don't need to want Brian O'Shea to do whatever and him want to do it. He's obviously into the fucking action and having a good time and, you know, fucking around. So It's like instead of just presume the most basic answer to be true, they have to come up with theories to try to make it interesting. When ultimately they just wanted to watch you and me fuck around on the street. They won't admit that either, I'm sure. Right? That's the crux of why they're watching it, because they just want to see us fuck around with people, just like they're gonna say, I want you to fuck around with people. So like I don't think I've been shy about that. I don't think I've been deceptive about that. You know, I think it's like maybe we're both just like that as people, right? Where we find certain things important, certain things funny or interesting, and we'll be a part of, to whatever extent, doing the experiment, right? Seeing, because I used to do the same shit. I used to do the same shit in middle school, high school, and I guess I haven't grown up in certain ways, right? If maybe that's the case, you could argue that, but um, I used to go around and I still do at certain times. I'll say stupid shit, or I'll say certain shit that is poignant in a certain way where I'm being sarcastic in front of people in public just to see their reactions. I find it entertaining.
Yeah, like even off stream, I continued to think, like, because protesters were walking with their signs, and I go, yeah, I was like, fuck ICE or whatever. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, crystal meth. Not it was a good joke, but I would like carry it on even off stream. So it's like, yeah. So clearly I enjoy doing it, whether on or off, or I do it. Like, so.
Yeah, you have to understand with some of these people, I just always have to be the bad guy and the bully and this, that, and the third, so they can engage in similar, if not the same behavior, and call it something different as a response to me, right? It's some weird power game that they play. So I like I said, I don't watch them. I don't focus on them. I wouldn't know what they say. I would advise you do the same thing and understand that they're full of shit on some level, because they enjoy it and get entertained by it just as much as we do being a part of it, or inspiring it. If they didn't, they wouldn't watch it and look at it and have to make it all about me. It's just some fetish that these people have. They have some fixation and fetish with me, some need to like compete with me or equalize or whatever it is they have going on, right? While I give them little to no time, energy, or attention. So, yeah, let them say and do whatever they want to do. You do what you want to do in life because it's what you want to do in life, right? I mean, I literally just said that to you in so many ways. So, I'm just doing whatever I'm doing, being a part of the experience. And I presume everyone else is doing the same thing, right? And if they're not, well, then that's what they should be doing. It's not about me, pleasing me or doing whatever for me or whatever the case, it's weird. Like this weird thing. You have to be my girlfriend. You have to be my girlfriend, and they're upset about that. It's like what the dynamic is. They do that a lot on here. Everybody loves me and I'm influencing people, and that's a bad thing and needs to stop. You deserve
Fuck
better,
you then.
Brian.
I hate you then. What do you want then? You're okay.
Yeah,
I
well,
hate you.
everyone deserves better than me. I'm not a good man. I'm not claiming to be so good or great. I'm a man pursuing
me.
truth and greatness.
Poor me.
I almost died of obesity. I've been humbled, something Lou needs more of, apparently. Less obesity, but he needs to be humbled as well. Yeah, whatever. You got bigger problems, Brian O'Shea, like Sally at the Comedy Store is clowning on you in between sets.
Well, there's an open mic in Aurora tonight I could go to. Well, every fourth Monday. Oh, today's not the fourth. Wait, what is this? Is this the fourth? What is this? Let's see. In January, the first Monday was the 5th one. Oh, it is the fourth Monday, eh?
Oh, wait, I forgot about the main thing, too. Let's not forget about the fact that anytime you get any money, the two characters you just mentioned are going to have it out for you and me, because how dare I, put fuel to the fire and inspire you to like walk around and be entertaining or interesting or just, act out. And you maybe get something for it, right? Well, they're essentially doing the same thing and potentially getting nothing, or very little. So again, that's more of that competition thing.
Yeah.
That's part of being a comedian or doing what we do, is getting out of the box sometimes and doing crazy, wacky shit. To test ourselves and the environment.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's levels to it. Like when my confidence, like I think, I don't know, Vegas, like, like I got up there and I was just improvising on stage. Like, because sometimes I'm scared to even do that. I just fall back on the jokes that I kind of know work or whatever. Like I just want to do well. And at some point I was getting out of the box. Like we were doing Man on the Street in Vegas. I was going on stage and just fucking improvising and fucking around and trying to come up with new shit. What's my point? It's just like, I don't know. It's like there's levels of confidence. Sometimes I'm a man on the street and I don't give a fuck, dude. But then I'm like, you don't do it for a while, you get meek, you get scared to do again. Like even yesterday, like got to the point where it's getting me paranoid. Like, oh, should I be doing this? I'm letting Landry and Slow State get in my head. Like, am I just being fucked with? Am I just butt of the joke?
Right, but like, what do you gain if you're having a good time and we're all having a good time and you're getting paid from time to time? What benefit do you have of ever going to watch or listen to people who are never going to have anything good to say? Those are two people who typically have nothing positive to say. They're not giving you any constructive criticism or advice. They're not doing better than you in any way, right? They think they are, and that's part of their own game they're playing with themselves and other people, right? So like, what are you ever going to walk away with as a benefit? And the answer is 9 out of 10 times you're not. They're just going to fuck with you and try to, change how you feel or see see about the experience or me or yourself or whatever. And they're going to try to suck you into their boring, inane loop. So yeah, man, ultimately, who gives a fuck? Right? Like, again, that's why I don't watch and listen to them, because even if you did the best thing ever or something was interesting or entertaining, they're most likely not going to say that or admit that. They're going to point out anything and everything other than that if they can. Right?
Right.
Make it about that.
Which reminds me of my family, I guess, somehow. Like my mom or my family, like they're never going to point out anything. They're always just going to go right for something negative.
Yeah, you were acting up in public and Paulie's the bad friend who inspired you. We told you not to hang out with him. Thanks, Mom.
Right.
Like, we got it by now. We get it.
These people are agents of mediocrity. They're not even agents of chaos. They're just agents of mediocre bullshit. Endless droning about nothing, understanding nothing in the world, changing nothing, willing to change nothing, wanting to change nothing. They're just mediocre, fucking useless people.
Kind of excited to go to this open mic tonight now, because it's a different one I've never been to. So it's in Aurora. I never even been there, I don't think. It's all the way on
I used
East
to live
West.
there, Brian O'Shea. There's lots of black people over there, so get ready.
Oh, then you're fucked.
I love black people.
I'm cooking. I'm listening.
I love black people, man. They I got into it with a black guy the other day, though. But then we made up, and I mean, I really love black guys, dude. Like,
do you ever go out, Brian, and just go off the top of your head, no script, no jokes, no nothing? Just
yeah, that's the thing. It's like
what you did tonight. Start talking about your stories as a kid and all these.
I really do need to be doing that, because I mean, a lot of these comics heard, just like you guys have heard all my one-liners. So that's why I can't put another video up at a club of doing well with the same shit you guys have heard. I've done 2 of them, but you guys have seen it so much.
Yeah.
I can't do another one of those. I have to have new shit if I'm going to put, like, if it does well, just keep it to myself, or I can't give it to you guys because you guys have heard it all. But I just put it up because I'm like, look how this crowd responded. I'm not doing it for the jokes. I'm doing it to show you guys, look how well I did at this. Listen to the audience laughing. Look how many laughs I got. But then it's like, well, we heard it already. And we heard it a million times, but it's just kind of me like showing off. Like, look what I did. I rocked that crowd out. But it's like, yeah, the same jokes. Like, how many times can you do that? Like, put up a 3-minute set or whatever. But tonight, like, I want to like just have the confidence because I know those jokes work. Like the ones that I've proven have worked at the club, they work. So get some new shit. I have those in the bank. They work. I could go back to them at any time. Work on getting some even if it's you just failed, dude, who cares? You're failing in front of other open micers. Who the fuck cares? But I have this thing where I
failing
really
is
do like
part
to
of the
kill them.
process.
But it's
You're
like
gonna learn more from your
I have
failures
such a
than your
hard time
successes.
bombing, dude. Like doing well is just like doesn't even make me happy. It's just like a relief. Like, yeah, I did well. It's not even like, yeah, awesome. Well, sometimes maybe at a comedy club, but like if I start doing well at the comedy club, I just expect it. It's not even like, yeah, I did well. It's like, no, it's like anything less than crushing is just that's what'll make me depressed or like but it's like, what am I trying to say? Yeah, it's like poker tournaments at a certain point. Like you're relieved you won the poker tournament. You're not even happy. It's like I expect to win at some point. I'm relieved that I won the tournament. I'm relieved that I rocked out the crowd because I expect to rock out the crowd. But if I'm trying to get new material, I have to expect to bomb. And it's like it like has to be okay to bomb, but it's like, oh fuck these guys, they hate me anyways. And now I bombed, and now they're saying, yeah, he sucks. And not only does he suck, we think he sucks, but he sucks at comedy too.
But this is the point that Slave State and Landry are not getting, and others, that part of the reason you, like me, do what we do is to push boundaries on ourselves and the experience. Like, it's not always about, as a matter of fact, at the core of it, it's probably most of the time not about the money, the numbers, the validation, whatever else. It's about being as free and liberated as possible and being able to go anywhere with it and take it anywhere and see how you get the reaction or the response, and then practice just moving past it, not giving a fuck. You know? So yeah, I mean, you have to decide that as an art or a practice that's what this is for you. It's not about going up there with written jokes and getting laughs like this is a job. It's about pushing limits and boundaries and expressing yourself freely, right? And for a few moments, not giving a fuck about how people respond to you or how they're going to judge you and put labels onto you, and even using that to your advantage, right? I know how you're going to judge me and put labels on me, and I'm going to take it and run with it.
Yeah, because this stuff, eventually it's funny somewhere else. Like if this town really just treats me like shit and they're really just mean to me, and like it could be a good crucible thing for me. Like it could be better than a town that treats me and coddles me and gives me opportunities and I rise up ranks faster. Like
go to war with the town, Brian O'Shea. Get on stage every night. Say, fuck this town. I hate it here.
Go to the next, like burn it down and go to the next one.
That's
that was my
it.
thing. Like,
you could start that way. You get up on stage and say, you know what? I can't stand this fucking town. You people are a bunch of weirdos. I don't know what the fuck is funny to you, but I'm here anyway, and I don't give a fuck. And you start
like,
that
I
way.
hate all you motherfuckers.
You fuckers
like
all
sometimes
suck.
you're just like I fuck it, and then they start laughing. Like I'm being so angry.
So there
like,
you
fuck
go.
you guys. I hate you guys. Then they start laughing.
Yeah, with that voice too. That new voice bit is really going to take you over the top.
Yeah, just start screaming at him until your voice starts cracking up.
Right. You've seen the way in the past, you know, if I want to get out of the box or I'm tired of things the way that they're always supposed to be, I attack the audience. I go to war with them. Fuck everybody here. Go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck. Right. It's part of that is just me not wanting to be tied to anything. Right. I don't have to be a certain way. I don't have to say the right thing here. I don't have to be nice, kind, and polite. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do for this time that I'm here, and we'll figure it out later. You know?
You could research the town and find out everything that you hate about it and make that your whole bit.
Say that again?
You could research the town a little bit before you go tonight. Find out some of their fucking flaws and just fucking hit them with all the flaws and what you hate about that town. Yeah, and your fucking mayor did this to some old lady and whatever. Find whatever you can find and just hit them with how bad they are.
Yeah, it's like the Bill Burr when he has a legendary Philadelphia show where they were treating all the other comics ahead of time like shit, and then Bill Burr was just like, fuck this. He abandoned his material and did exactly that. He just started shitting on the town. And then it got a bunch of laughs, and it's this legendary thing where he was able to turn it around and get the crowd back on his side. And I guess you could start off like just trying to like not do that. And if it starts, they're not responding and it's just they don't like you, then just fucking burn it down and just do what you're saying, whether it works or not. Like what I tried to do initially is not working and they don't seem to like me or not. I don't have it. Then just you could go there because I do like to do that. I don't like to just when they're not giving me anything to just keep going, trying to power through. I like to just burn it all down. Like, okay, I'm not going to die. If I'm going to die, we're all going to die. Like that's a Patrice O'Neal thing. Like this ship's going down and you're all going down with me. Like, I'm not just going to sit up here and keep trying to do my material and not get any jokes because they have a power. There's a room could, they're not going to try to help you. Like they're like, oh, we got power. See, look at him. He's sweating. You don't like this. Because most open micers won't do that. They'll just say their dumb fucking bits and then get off stage. They won't attack the audience or switch it up or burn it down. Like, I don't want to burn bridges. And they'll just do their stupid fucking thing and say whatever and get no laughs and then walk off stage and then just be frustrated and go to the next mic or whatever. But whatever. I do want to go to that mic tonight and sort of let's see if there's any other ones too. Should I share this tab? Share my Facebook? Let's see. What other mics are there? Lions Lair. Yeah, that's the one they banned me from for calling that kid a faggot. Where's this at? Free comedy show at Pete's Satire Lounge tonight. Where's this? Monday, January 26th. Is this another one? Where's this? Pete's Satire Lounge. Let's see how far that is. Pete's Satire. 1920 East Coast. So that seems like it's more in the neighborhood. Let's see. Where's this at? Oh, it's right in the neighborhood. Okay. That's an option too, I guess. I wonder if I could do it.
I told you, if you're going to call someone a faggot, you have to immediately threaten to fuck them afterwards so they can't say it's
that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, because then they're going to accuse you of hating faggots and go, no, I just was recognizing one and thinking about fucking him. It's a legal form of protection. Trust me on this one. It's the way to go about it.
I guess I could go. I got two options. Yeah, I hear you though, Paul. That's the try to thing. You can even say, "Oh, I did some gay." I get to use the word faggot. I did some gay shit before. What the fuck? But they don't fucking. You guys are like, "What gay shit?"
I sucked a cock last week, so go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's like when Lou told that story about a guy who pulled up to him and thought he was gullible and tried to pay him to suck his dick. He was 32 years old when it happened.
Oh my god. Happy hour food from P. All right, so I got two options for mics. Let's see what else. Aurora's pretty far. I guess I could stick it to a closer one. Let's see what else we got here.
All right, OTW. I'm OTW. Fuck. O'Shea.
Well, they both start with O.
Piss you off.
Huh?
Right.
That should have you questioning.
That should piss you off.
But it started with an O, so I get it. Like
O'Shea,
OTW.
Well, because I just saw on the phone that OTW went live, and I was just about to say goodnight because I gotta go fix a fucking heater at this fucking my dad's farm. But anyways, O'Shea, take it easy. Paul, take it easy.
All right, Lou.
Ciao.
See you later, brother. Thanks for coming. What else we got? Any other mics tonight? So I got two options. Well, one. I don't know if I'll be able to make both because they start at the same time and one's far. There's one in the neighborhood though. OTW's live, huh? Let me kick Lou out of here.
OTW live.
Let me remove him from stage. You don't even. Let me kick him out of the back too. Fuck it. Yeah. OTW. All right. Let's see. Let's see what he's up to. What is this? Will Smith. Maybe I want to keep that. What's this? Keep that. All right, we got this. Let's go to a lot. Let's do this. Jesus Christ. Share this tab. Fuck it. Okay, he's live. Let's see what he can. Yeah, he just went live. So he's got a half hour worth of music, that motherfucker. I'm probably, what am I doing here? Whoa. Scott B. Is that Red 40? Blessings, brother. Keep up the good fight. Wow, Scott B just came with a big one. Should I be like differentiating these things from big and large donations? Scott B just sent a big one, dude. I appreciate that, dude. Shouldn't really be saying the amounts, but small, medium, large, but whatever, dude. I'm super grateful. And I'm super grateful for the consistency, you guys, man. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate the talk. Excited to go to a mic tonight because it has been a long time. Ever since I got in that kid's face, I was like, kind of nervous to go back. And he told people, whatever. We'll see what happens tonight. They say I could perform. Sometimes they do that. You're not welcome here. We'll see.
I made $5 here today, Brian O'Shea.
They're sending you stuff for being
big things. Cool. Yeah, $5. Julian Barbary.
He's a solid one, dude. Julian's the man, dude. Oh, he asked me if I do want a car. I did want to answer his question. He asked me if I am
today.
Right. He asked me, are you thinking of getting a new car at all, O'Shea? Sorry if I've already talked about it, but I'm just sort of anti-car. I mean, I would or should, but I'm just sort of anti-expressway, anti-cars. I don't like the whole fact that most people are in jail, or the way cops could just fuck with you in your car. I don't like that form of travel. I don't like that so many people get injured and maimed and hurt in cars. I don't really like them. I would like to have alternatives, but for practical sort of reasons and with comedy and shit, I guess I could potentially get a van and maybe keep it less cluttered and either have plates or don't have plates. But either way, it's something I probably should. I just really am anti sort of people getting hurt in vehicles and pulled over. And I just hate fucking cars, but you got to do what you got to do, I guess. It is the way the world is right now. And I do have experience with sticking up for myself with cops and whatever. I just feel like it's a big part of the control mechanism. The way these people fuck with you once you get in your car. Like you're walking around, they don't fuck with you. You're in your house, they generally don't fuck with you. Get in a car, they could fuck with you, sniffing around, snooping around, shining lights in your face. It's just, I don't like any of that fucking shit. Show me your papers. People are racing around. Women are fucking road raging it out. People getting in accidents, families. Like this one rapper, Tay Capone. Shout out to Ty Capone, Tay Capone. What's his name? Tay 600 from Chicago, former gang member. Now he's more of a influencer sort of type dude. But he got hurt. Him and his mom got hurt in a car accident. I don't like hearing that shit, dude. I think we could do it better. I think we could have travel where people don't have to get hurt in families. You have a mom, a dad, and a few children in the back. They shouldn't just be able to get wiped out on the road from some truck because he fucking fell asleep or whatever the fuck. It's just not fucking right. It's not how we should be living. So to answer that question, the long-winded answer to your question, Julian. Get the e-bike or moped or the MCO and put that in a trust. Yeah, I mean, that stuff. Get a horse and buggy. Yeah, for sure. Become a licensed piggyback operator. Yeah. Rickshaw Shea. Ricochet. They used to call me Ricochet when I got shot. Speaking of making fun of me. It's Ricochet. You got shot with a ricochet. Because I don't know who shot me. Was it my guy selling Ricochet? Who the fuck shot me? Was it the enemies? I don't know who shot me. Yeah. I think we might be wrapping up here. Paul's cooking. I'm cooking on the mic while Paul's cooking in the kitchen. He's making onions and garlic and cabbage and tomatoes. I think that's all he eats nowadays. Onions, cabbage, tomatoes. All right, guys. Maybe I'll prepare. I'll end this thing. I gotta eat some food at some point. But we've been live for what the fuck? 8 hours? What the fuck? Who the fuck streams for 8 hours? What the fuck did we talk about? It's fucking crazy. Fucking A.
All right, I'm jumping out, Brian O'Shea.
All right. See you later, Paul. Thanks so
Good
much
to
for
see you,
being here,
man.
bro. All right, brother. You too. See you later.
Blessings to the chat creatures as well.
For sure. They all love you. See you later. That's the man, the myth, the legend right there. He's always bringing it. Dude never really has an off day when it comes to broadcasting. He's a jack of all trades, master of none, sometimes better than the master of one. All right. Yeah, I'm probably going to end it. We should we just pick a video here. Some old Talcott. Where can we find some old Talcott clip type shit? Should we do the standard Gorilla Gems where I'm the one that got, you know, the one where fucking my interaction with the cops? What do you guys want? How should we end this on something? Some song. Now, Yurt, I think we could end it on Yurt's song. Maybe we'll end it on Yurt's song. I'll go to Paul's channel. I think, yeah, Yurt, if you did all that, dude, if Paul had nothing, I still don't know. I think Paul did confirm that Paul didn't have nothing to do with it. Maybe we'll end it on Yurt's song. Yurt did a great job. I think he used AI as well. But I listened to this song when I was working a job like for 7 hours straight one time. Like, I'm a fan of this fucking song. This music fucking video this kid made. They want to know his Gorilla season over. I think he did a great fucking job. And I'm kind of like fucking, I don't know if I'm jealous or I didn't see that in Yurt. I didn't expect Yurt, if he wrote those lyrics and produced this all himself with AI. But why does it sound like Paul's lyrics? Maybe he's just that good of a lyricist. So I got to give the kid credit. I don't know why I don't want to give the kid credit. I didn't think Yurt could make a song like this. I don't know why. Why is that? Why could Yurt not make a song like this? He would just have to write the lyrics, and then AI would take the voice of, I guess, of this rapper that he liked, whoever the fuck. I don't know how this fucking video was made. But let's pull it up anyways. Yurt in a, what is his name? Yurt in a, originally it was Yurt in a yurt with books. Now I don't know what his name. In a yurt with something. I wouldn't mind dropping a link to his channel if this is his actual song. But yeah, I think we'll end it on that. Jack Talcott's been live for an hour as well. OTW is live right now, so you guys got a lot of options. And thanks so much, guys. Yeah, let's just end it. I'll end it with that song. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Here we go. Where's the fucking song? Wait, it's this one. Whoop.
Yeah, this ain't a season, it's a sermon. Yeah, still spine, eyes straight ahead, silver tongue, evolution with purpose. You feel that drum line in your chest, your heart chakra won't give a rest. That's the call to stand for something. Yeah. Yeah, gorilla season, that's a bloodline reason. truth stay breathing while the fake ones weaken. Y'all chase trends, I'm tending temples, building bonds that don't bend when it's stressful. Imagine being in the foxhole, praying like an apostle, and the only thing that'll stop you from giving up in front of the obstacle is a man fighting next to you, screaming, I got you. You scroll for a more of the rent. I'm in the trench with intent, truth paying the rent. They quote real till the deal gets signed, then peel off fast when the heat's on the line. Something that's been stuck in my mind is if I start diving money made versus drama looping time. You find this drama looping slaves work about $3 an hour, that's fine. But don't they know we can press rewind, begin to search and find all that line about getting on my level and how to climb. I don't flex clout, I flex conviction. This is permanent red ink, not a subscription. Feed addiction, your timeline faith evaporates quick. Mom built brick by brick, no algorithmic trick. We're talking conviction. Imagine you trying to build a house, but the BQ print is missing. You ain't got a pot to piss in, a window to keep the wind out. What is this? In search of consensus. White gorilla, I'ma need a witness.
It's gorilla season, gorilla season. No off switch, no treason. Truth don't trend, truth don't trend. It's a lifelong reason. Y'all just posting for a cause of life. We building systems that survive the night. Y'all just posting for a cause of life. We building systems that survive the night.
I seen profits turn profit, then vanish in the mist. Spiritual grifters with a sponsorship list. You was woke to the check clear clean, now your conscience on mute. You off the team, but the best part of this gorilla thing is the jungle been know to bring a certain unsettling, meddling with the vision scene. I'm talking camouflage, green and brown, hot with the metal grain. Crouch real low, stop breathing, hold your chest. We hold truth like a family crest, checking lies like we bench press stress. Accountability's the new revolution. Mutual correction, that's real evolution. You talk loyalty,
I live that code.
got brothers who would die before they drop that load. Every word that I write, I could back in flesh. Your authentic brand, just merch at best. But now you stress, cause you got a shopping cart, but it's not adding up. Use your mathematics, bruh, instead of the numerology got you stuck.
It's gorilla season, gorilla season. No off switch, no treason. Truth don't trend, truth don't trend. It's a lifelong reason. Y'all just posting for applause and life. We building systems that survive the night. Y'all just posting for applause and life. We building systems that survive the night.
Gorilla don't follow trends, we set vibration. Perennial flame through each generation. No filters, no slogans, no borrowed creed. Just roots and deeds and a soul that bleeds. I don't kneel the metrics, I kneel the meaning. Planting truth seeds while the cloud fiends scheming. They scream real talk, but they talk rehearsed. Selling virtue by the verse, man, the script got worse. I'm calling back the tribe, the line, the aware. The ones who build truth like a solar flare. It's there, cause every lie's just a tax on breath. And gorilla don't pay that debt. We
gorilla season, that higher reason. When the ponies fade out and the real start breathing. No slogans, no stunts, no treason. This truth we live in perennial season.
Civilization is crumbling. God bless you.